Hello, everyone. You are now live on YouTube.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
We're unmuted recording.
okay, live on YouTube. All right, so, we already did this sort of, but since you're the global man, you want to welcome everybody.
Yeah. I was surprised to see you all here. I figured you got 40 Zoomers. This is, within 50 miles of the middle of nowhere. Just, they figured that out in the continent of the United States. Teeny Montana is as far away from anywhere you can get. You're there.
We wanted to
Up
come,
by a koozie or something.
we wanted to come up here for a year, 2 years.
Looks way better than it has 3 years ago.
Yeah,
We had some snow here. The creeks ran some water in the dam. You made up irrigating water. Got a tight fix coming out of St. Mary's now. just gonna keep getting better.
And Greg and I were coming up to Great Falls and we headed east to have we had to stop at the sporting goods store and get 2 pallets, but we thought. Chris. Anyway, welcome everybody. What I'd like to do is start with a round of introductions from the committee. And so I'm gonna start out by asking Drew to lead us off, and just who you are, where you're from, and who you represent on the committee.
Yeah, Drew Steinberger. I live in Billings, Montana. And I was appointed to be a representative of Portsmouth.
Let's do sick up. Okay. All right, good, thank you. Let's see. Mr. Birdsall.
Rich Birdsell, Kalispell, Montana, and I'm here representing the outfitting community as well as sportsmen.
Thanks, Rich. Cindy.
Cindy Kelniak from Butte, representing Sportsman.
Thank you, Cindy. Mr. Faber.
Chris Faber from the Big Sandy area, represent private land, outfitting, and sportsmen.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Trivy.
Bill Trivy from Miles City, Montana, and I'm here to represent sportsmen.
Thank you, Deb. And let's see. Mr. Ellis is on Zoom.
Yeah, this is Paul Ellis. I'm from Bozeman, Montana. And I'm representing the outfitting industry.
Thank you, Paul. Ed Lee is up in Ottawa, Canada, with his job, so he's a member that is not able to get on Zoom or attend. Everett is from Stevensville, Montana, and he represents Sportsman. He has given his proxy to me for this meeting. So whichever will here, he's got a lot of good input, but he couldn't make it. Mr. McName. You're muted.
You're not married.
We'll try that.
Great.
Dave McNanny from Heisha, Montana, and I guess I represent landowners and sportsmen, basically from Region 7 is what I'm familiar with.
Thank you, Dave. Mr. Jordan.
Greg Jordan from Missoula and kind of a hybrid land for sportsmen.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you and good morning. I was appointed by the governor to support landowners. And I also am an outfitter. And of course, I think like everyone in that room, we're all sportsmen. So it's interesting to help all 3 of the 3-legged stool we work with. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Ms. Prater.
Stephanie Prater. I'm in Lewistown, Montana, and I represent Sportsman.
Ms. Carnell.
I can be here. That's all of the, I don't do any options. We have public land, state land, private land. I guess that's land.
Thank you, Lee. And my name's Ed Beal. I live in Helena and I represent sports people. I will say that in my business, as most of you, I'm in direct contact all the time and rely on landowners, sportsmen, some outfitters, some guides. In our world, there's more fishing activity over there. But yeah, so glad to be here with you all, and hopefully we all learn a lot this week or this couple days. Since there are a few more people on Zoom and in attendance than we usually have, I wanted to give you a quick rundown on PLPW and essentially give you kind of how we started. So roughly back in '95, and Jason could probably give a precedent before that, but yeah, when did you? So like before it formally started in '95.
So House Joint Resolution 24 in 1993 was the joint resolution that basically created a committee to be staffed by the agency, appointed by the governor to look at these kinds of issues. They produced a '94 report. The '95 session was I think House Bill 196 potentially, that actually codified the committee inception.
And so in 95, this committee was stood up, and the code that directs the implementation of this committee reads as such. And if anybody wants to look it up, it's 87-1-269. And it states there is a private land public wildlife advisory committee composed of persons interested in issues related to hunters, anglers, landowners, and outfitters, including but not limited to hunting access programs, the fishing access enhancement program, landowner hunter relationships, outfitter industry issues, public access land agreements, and other issues related to private lands and public wildlife. The committee must have a broad representation of landowners, outfitters, and sports persons. The committee shall report to the governor and to each regular session of the legislature, so to the legislature, in accordance with statute regarding the success of the various elements of the hunting access programs, including a report of annual landowner participation, number of acres enrolled in the programs, harvest success, the number of qualified applicants who are denied enrollment because of the shortfall of funding, and accounting of program expenditures, the budget, and then to make recommendations for funding modification or improvement needed to achieve the objectives of the programs. And then also, we always forget the fishing access enhancement program. So I just wanted everybody to have a pretty clear picture. You know, this committee has been set up for a long time. I mean, what is that? 30 plus years. And we've been here to pester and bother the department to some degree, but hopefully give them citizen input over that course of time. And I think many good things have come from the committees in the past and committees current. I will mention that the current composition, I look around, so Lee, Dale, and myself were originally appointed under Governor Bullock. And I think we're in our 5th term. The terms were 2 years, and then Governor Gianforte made them 4 because 2 years were kind of chopping it up too quick. You couldn't get anywhere and maintain the same fraction. And then the rest have come since as people have dropped off or turned out. We're staggered in our terms, so there is some change to it automatically built in, but allowing some continuity to move forward in the membership of the committee. So that's who we are. And I appreciate everybody's forbearance in that, but I thought it was important that folks that haven't been involved with this in the past get an understanding of what we do. We are solely an advisory council. We research as much as we can, a lot of data that currently this person and other staff in the department pull together to look at the success of the access programs. And then also we've heard from many landowners over time about how to help them or how to encourage them to participate in the programs. You are going to hear a number of stats. We've got in our agenda today 2 main items. The first one is this annual report or biannual report that we're required to do. So that has to come by September of this year. That is actually the reason this particular meeting was set in the beginning. And we have that function to do first to get through that. And that'll be a good crunch towards the final report, which will get wrapped up in August. But it is part of us to do that. And then the second objective, as some of you are aware of, is going to be looking at the issue of corner-to-corner access. Okay, so we're going to take that first as the agenda notes, and then go into the second when we're done with the first. Any comments or questions here? Okay, we want to do some staff introductions.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
I'm Drew Henry. I'm the regional supervisor here in Glasgow. So I just want to welcome you all. I really appreciate you making the trip. happy to see the rain. It might make it a little tricky to get out in the field tomorrow afternoon. We shall see. I don't think we want to test out the gumbo. If you need anything, we've got plenty of coffee and snacks here. There's a bathroom out the door here and to the right, and another one if you go out that door and all the way down to the hallway. This one is busy here. There's also a third on the other side of the desk if you need one. June 1st. So Ken was happy enough to come in here and remind us that if you still need to apply, they're ready and willing for annual for help. Don't forget, down the wire here. Yeah, welcome. Glad to see everyone here. Happy to host in our new building. I think Wednesday this week is a year since completion on this one. So if you're gonna break it, do it today. We still have like 2 days left to warranty. That's coming up too. Welcome. Thank you guys.
Hello all, Quentin Fujila with Fish Valley Parks in Helena. Great to be here. We appreciate your welcome and always your optimism. I'm looking forward to the conversation, and again, great to be here. Looking forward to the opportunity.
Good morning, Renee Lemon, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. Happy to be here as well.
Jason Gould, Hunting Access Program Manager. I also provide staff assistance to this guy. We're good.
You don't know who's in this back row here. We got a couple staff.
Yeah.
So we need to talk around here.
Okay, let's have it.
Katie Iverson, I'm the access manager here at Glasso.
Thanks, David.
Travis McShane, I'm an access manager out of Region 7 in Miles City.
Thanks, Travis. Okay. We do have other staff that's online, that I'm sure we might be referring to or requesting from during the course of the meeting. But we'll do that introduction when they get called up. Okay. Okay, so with that, any comment from the committee in regards to the minutes from the last meeting?
Sure, I have a comment. I just want to say thank you guys. We've been planning this for a long time, coming out to the Glasgow office because it's new, touring some of the areas. So since back in our meeting, April, we really appreciate you guys hosting us.
Yeah. Dave, sorry, missed you.
Did you ask for comments on the minutes from the last meeting?
Yes.
On the very last page,
okay,
I have a change. It says that I said spring bear season is open and it took 2 days to fill the quota. What I said, and I checked the audio, it took 3 days to fill the quota of with hounds.
Okay.
And since then, the spring bear season has been filled, but at that time, it was just the hunting with hounds that was filled.
Okay, so noted. Any other comments from the meeting? I guess the only other thing I'll note in this meeting that was pretty outstanding was the department report from the access staff accounting for the number of contacts. So I thought about that. It was 35,000 plus landowner contacts, and in our whole city, in the capital, that would have been one contact for every resident in the city, which is pretty amazing. So I thought that was a great deal to note. And then we'll talk about the block management summary numbers a little later maybe, but to note how many acres are enrolled, how many cooperators are enrolled. So, okay. Anything else? All right. So I think Jason's gonna get us started on our the beginning of our biennial report, trying to flesh this out to a point. And I forgot. Live meeting, recorded meeting, your phones. I will fix my phone. Sorry about that. You probably have a big. And then Jason, if you would get us started?
Yeah. Yeah, so as Mr. Chair said, the requirement is that this committee produce a report. And so the way we get to that report is through your biannual work. Then those work plan topics, and then come to recommendations. So kind of the format we're going to take with this is I'll give you basically what your work was, just as a refresher of those meetings on those different topics. Kind of give you a current status update on what the status is of that topic. Then look to you all to see what, if any, recommendations you may have related to that topic. Then we'll discuss, if you do have recommendations, the rationale for those topics. And then finally, we look at any next steps, perhaps for implementation, whether it be legislative or policy, budget, etc. So if you'll recall, back in Great Falls of 2025, we identified our work plan topics. I think some of you hadn't been appointed yet, actually, at that point in time. So then we identified those topics, 4 of which came from the committee, 1 of which was kind of a request of the department to look at. And that being the landowner preference topic and licensing was a more or less department request. The other ones came to you all through kind of organic discussion about what you'd like to work on. So the first one that we're going to take is this hunter landowner stewardship course. Many, as Mr. Chair noted, have worked on this topic for many years. The last most recent versions you've worked on looking at all of the course itself, the videos, provided feedback, we tweaked it, did that the second time. But ultimately, it's coming down to basically looking at what does it need to increase participation from a hunting community. And that's really what was kind of last year's effort. So last year in 25 in the fall, we worked with different vendors and manufacturers to try and produce a gear giveaway on top of the regular course we've done. And these are just kind of some numbers based on the 25 participation. And then we also did some direct and paid advertising as well as organic advertising, trying to promote people to take this course. So out of all the views and efforts there, you can see in the hundreds of thousands, we still have 2,000 people take the course. So currently, I know there's been some discussions about for 2026, also enhancing that giveaway. But ultimately, it kind of comes down to then what are the participation goals for this course from the committee? And what does it take, or what do you believe it would take to make that happen? So that's why I would turn the conversation back to you all on recommendations that you would have with this topic.
So I'll jump in there just for a quick. I think most of you that have been on this council previous to the last year, when we passed through this primarily, pretty well figured this is a done deal. And we've kind of wrapped that up and concluded it. So it's gained a little more traction again. And so we're back into it. We're going to take one more shot at this. A lot of effort was put into creating the program that would communicate both the hunter and landowner side of the whole equation in the state of Montana for relationships. You're all aware of that. So now with it having accomplished 2,000, there's a couple 100,000 plus hunters in the state of Montana, and we were trying to communicate some of the responsibilities and some of the expectations about hunter access and hunter ethic and responsibility. I think what we're looking at to kind of bring this to a clear focus is a recommendation from this committee to go forward with either a high incentive for taking the course or a potential requirement to take it. And we've all talked about this quite a bit in the past. So I'd like to open that up to discussion towards it. I'll kick you off, Mr. Chair. We've talked a lot about the carrot versus the stick approach. The department's done a great job. And you look at those statistics, they're getting the message out there. They're working really hard to do that, but the results still are falling probably short of what most of us would call good, especially when you look at 2,000 versus 200,000. We have brought this up in the past of making this a mandatory course. And I know in the past, the department has not necessarily wanted that. I think we're to the point now where it needs to be a mandatory course. And then I would also go one step further and say that, again, this is all about really keying in on our hunter behavior, which is a consistent topic that gets brought up every meeting and every forum and just about every time we talk about hunting. And so if we're going to address this and help really start to try and curb this from a sportsman's perspective, I think we need to make it mandatory. And then I think anybody also, I would go one step further and say anybody who has some sort of offense during the season, should have to probably retake that course or have a separate course that maybe addresses what they've done. So I would recommend at this point that we make it mandatory. Further discussion. Additional ideas on. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, kind of go over to add to what Drew said. The way it sets right now, we had discussed the idea of awarding a bonus point. And my own thought, because of Point Creek, because of a lot of people who care about us about hunting moose, shoot for goats, I really think we need to move away from that idea. That being said, I would like to see taking the course being incentivized to make it mandatory for. I think there needs to be some sideboards on that, mandatory for who. And I would suggest throw this out as an idea, and I'm also going to pick on our access coordinators here in just a moment. But I would not be opposed to saying, if you want to hunt a PAL area, if you want to hunt a block management area, you must complete the hunter landowner class prior to doing that. We could also further incentivize it by having some type of a gear drawing or whatever, but that's a little bit. I don't know all the mechanics of that. I mean, if it would require donations from Sitka, from other entities, I just don't know how that goes. My biggest concern of making this mandatory for people that want to use a public access program, and this is where I want to come to you. If you all of a sudden went to certain landowners and said, okay, your place is open to block management, but if the people that are going to hunt here must first take that class, what's that going to do to some of your cooperators? Because at least initially, I could see the enrollment of people wanting to come out, and all of a sudden they find out, geez, I need to take this class, I haven't taken it, and all of a sudden you have certain cooperators that their number of hunter days drops by a certain number because the people haven't taken that class. Is that going to negatively affect the participation of cooperators into the access program? And I really like to hear from our access coordinators, if we may. Thank you.
I think it will. We did this many years ago. At the original iteration of the hunter land stewardship course, we offered this same thing you're saying to landowners, requiring it before the hunters can hunt, and there was little to no interest at all. So I don't think that's going to change. And I think it would affect their hunter days moving forward if it was required mandatory.
coupled with that and trials. Would it be enough of a negative where you'd have some landowners or some cooperators to say, really gonna make me do this? I'm gonna go a different direction.
I think so. I do. And the other thing too would be compliance, like with type 1 BMAs, how are we gonna enforce that? You know,
Not something I had thought about.
Would there be an advantage to differentiating between type ones are normally somebody's yard? And type twos are all this stuff in our, it's all scattered out, somebody's own family homestead that somebody owns. Would it make sense to differentiate between if you want to hunt type one, because type two is kind of open to everybody, you know that? They don't grab trouble getting the younger generation want to hunt. And I think 99% of the people that access those type twos are good. And there's always one guy, I mean, that's what the game wardens is get them. You know, I think we make it too complicated, you're gonna see less participation being reconciled. That's what you guys see. You can make it so complicated, I can't type, I mean, it's almost got the ops for it, so there's no chance in hell that I can do that. And, you know, really, it doesn't make any difference on a lot of this stuff, the only thing I know about our area, it's all intermingled, state, federal, no chance of deed if somebody wants to be a jerk and thought to access, but most people don't. And the type ones are in somebody's yard. All the stuff, the pheasants, all that stuff, somebody's irrigating them or something. It's a different set of circumstances. You have to sign in. And some of them you have to come to the house. So I think there should be some differentiation between type one and type two. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question for the department. How do you guys facilitate bear tags? So you can't get a bear tag until you take a bear identification test. How does that work? Take on you guys' end. Is that something we could implement where next year you couldn't purchase your deer and elk until you take said course? It's a very easy, good course. You guys have done a great job with it. I could see that it would be just pretty easy for folks to just take it before they can purchase their license. And that's what I'm wondering, is that capable of being implemented like the bear test?
Go ahead, Sarah. Thank you.
Hey, Jason, this is Robin Barch from licensing. I was going to speak to the bear ID.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
So I was just going to say that is correct. So when someone purchases a bear license online, they are required to complete the mandatory bear ID, and then it links to their ALS number in order to purchase it. That is something that could happen for deer and elk as well.
That seems like an easier route than it. Personally, that just seems like an easy route versus that way everybody automatically takes it. It doesn't affect landowners, and it is a great refresher course for those who haven't taken hunter's ed since he just like myself.
Go ahead, Sarah or Greg, you guys have a comment too.
Robin covered it. I would say just for the information for the discussion, this course material is now part of our basic hunter ed course, and it will be part of our advanced hunter ed that will be rolling out first of the year. And so there's a couple of ways that this content's going to be delivered just for the sake of the conversation. And currently, as you know, I'm assuming folks know, but you can attach this to you have that option when you finish the course to attach it to your ALS number so that it's reflected somewhere in the system that you've completed the course. However, it's not mandatory to do that to be entered in the raffle. So.
Cindy?
My only concern would be anything older hunters and their access to the computer in order to take them for that would be
I have one other follow-up, sorry. that is a point too, but I also want to make the point that we're kind of tying it, when we're tying it to access to block managements. I think this course is relevant on public land as well. So I think that this is a good thing for everybody to take, so they remember it, that state land that they, you know, inappropriately leave the gate or drive through or when it's muddy. I think it's a good course for all those to take versus just those that are accessing the water management. It's a good reminder.
Thank you.
Kevin, open question today is, when you're looking at the Bear ID thing, the things that I think are just, they're excellent. I appreciate those being there. Is there any kind of measurable outcome that you guys found from those actually being implemented? As far as what the intent was really trying to get at? Just a question.
Go ahead, Greg.
You know, Craig, I don't know if there is a measurable, because the objective obviously with the Bear ID course is to prevent misidentification of bear hunters. And you know, Quentin might know if there was a time prior to that Bear ID requirement, if that had been a problem, and we have seen less of that. It's not something that we track. Obviously, we track grizzly bear mortalities and things like that really closely, but I have never seen that sort of a year-to-year comparison. I would say that because it's required, you know, it's not something from an administration standpoint that we think a ton about now, because it gets delivered. The system's automatic, so you don't get to buy a bear license unless you get that completed. And so, but as to the you know, as it meeting the objectives, I think, I don't know, I'd defer to Quentin. He's probably got the longevity to be able to answer that question.
Thanks, Greg. You know, the thoughts that come to mind is a little, I think we can see it contributing to the success of relatively low miss ID takes by bear hunters, black bear hunters. And thinking about that, it's not just about the number in a given year. I don't know if it's reasonable to think that every year it goes to zero. But when you think about the increased abundance of grizzly bears in numbers and distribution, and the fact that that number hasn't leaped up correspondingly, I think can help us convince ourselves, without taking a deep dive analytically into those variables over time, to be convinced that it's contributed to that relative success. It's also important as part of the state's regulatory mechanism as it continues to make, as Montana continues to make the case for delisting state management. So something that we put in place to further conserve grizzly bears. If that helps.
Yeah, well, thank you. And well, I kind of sided with Drew. You know, you look at this topic, it's, to me, every bit as important as some of the classes that are absolutely mandatory now. Yeah, I'd probably side with having a strong consideration this might be mandatory going forward. One bite at a time, I just may help.
Okay, other discussion?
Yeah, just one more thing, Mr. Chair, to continue with what I was saying, and I appreciate where Dale's coming from on, you know, again, trying to incentivize and think about this from a public land standpoint, you know, accessing the land access program, but it's not just people using those properties that are offenders. So I'm stand by the thought that it should be all hunting participants should take this.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
Would it be, I'm assuming this is a capability the department has, so those who have already taken it, it's attached to their ALS. Those who are taking it in now that it's part of Hunter's Ed, it would be attached to their ALS, etc. So they would have the capabilities to not have to retake it when they go to buy licenses, say in 2 years when this was implemented.
Yeah, I think we could sort for that, Stephanie, and I think, but I think one of the questions we would ask is, since from a safety standpoint, you know, the population that has the biggest kind of the most accidents from a hunting safety standpoint is that 45-year-old kind of the midlife hunter. I think we would want to consider, looking at if there's like an expiration date on it, and sort through that, because I don't think if a kid takes it at 12, I don't think we're serving the actual purpose if they sort of don't have to take it again at some point.
I think it could be refreshed over time as well. As obviously things change, landscapes change. I think one of the biggest complaints that we hear as a committee, as a department, I'm sure, is hunter behavior and how do we start moving this needle? And I see this as a tool that would need to be mandatory because you're gonna have the good apples take it. I think you need the bad apples to take it as well.
Mr. Chairman, add one more thing to that point, and thank you for bringing it up. It absolutely should be a continuing education piece. Like when version 1 comes out, that gets stamped to your ALS, and if you're ready to come out with version 2, there's no reason that we shouldn't continually want to improve and refresh ourselves. And again, these aren't long, these aren't complicated. This should be a really simple thing for a user, for an end user to be able to do before you buy your license or your conservation license, however you want to detail that.
The department did an excellent job putting this together. They're really good.
So for the committee members on Zoom, any of you have any additional comment?
I have a couple thoughts. I feel that mandatory would reduce our hunting population. And so that is a concern because our hunting population is already becoming decreased. But I also feel that this education, we have some great educational tools. I think they need to be refreshed. And if there was some type of incentive, people would take the class. I still stand by, let's nail those violators. And let's make larger fines for serious violators like trespassing, spotlighting, poaching, or harassing wildlife. License suspension and make it multi-state wildlife violations. So if they violate in Wyoming, they're not hunting in Montana. And vice versa. I mean, coddling violators does not stop them. I mean, and I think we just need to increase our enforcement and then run some large public education campaigns showing real consequences. We may get more bang for our buck. Start promoting and letting people know this is what's going to happen and make it serious when it does happen. So that's kind of my take on it. I know we can, there's such a large population in Montana who are so ethical. And there is such a large population of Montana who's not going to be happy when we say, in order for you to get your hunting license, you're going to need to take this test. And I just feel we're going to get some real negative feedback when you tell Montanans they need to take a test. So that's just my take on it.
Thanks, Don.
Go ahead, Dave, and then Paul.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Donna said. To make it mandatory is ludicrous in my opinion. And older people like me and above don't have access to computers to take it in the first place. And I agree that stiffer penalties for the violators would be beneficial, because as of now, the adults know what's right and what's wrong, but if they're going to do wrong, they're going to do wrong. If they're going to do right, they're going to do right. And to make it mandatory and to tell every hunter in the state that they need to take this test is going to raise a big, big ruckus. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, I agree 100% with Dave and Donna. I think the hunters out there that are gonna, they know the difference between right and wrong now. The adult hunters, I think it could be a good thing for the hunter ed kids, the young kids. It might do some good there, but I just don't. People break the law. They know they're breaking the law or they're breaking the rules. They know that. So I think stiffer penalties is the only deterrent we've got out there, and we make an example of them when we do so.
Thanks, Paul. In regards to stiffer penalties, a comment I would make, and through this committee over the years, and Jason probably can help me recall the various actions that have been taken to do that over the course of the last 5-7 years. We've addressed that, and we were talking then about the stick and the carrot. And you get the stick, but the carrot is, do we know what the communication is? And I think that's where we settled into all this. We first took action on stiffer trespass, changes in hunting without permission to be trespassed, violating a block management rule as enforceable by the warden. We've put all those in place in the last few years, and maybe more. I don't remember the other. So we've tried to be proactive in addressing what the legislature has had the stomach for on increased penalties for those who continue to break the rules. And clearly on those that are most egregious or repetitive that get caught and prosecuted, those penalties are strong. So I'm not sure what more penalties for people who violate hunting laws can be given. I do think isn't there state reciprocity already in place with Montana? I believe that was already there. Maybe you can speak to that. I think this is the challenge. It's such a complicated thing. To speak to the question of using a computer, well, actually right now, this year was the first year you essentially need to buy your license online. That is now called the OLS license system. I am a license dealer in my company. We're not really a license dealer. We're now an ambassador. So this year we've been assisting primarily older clientele and non-residents, to acquire their license. I would say about half of them, when they get to my store and I have these 2 kiosks set up, and they realize once we get them started, they can just go home and do this. They go home and do it. Or, and this isn't the forum for this, they go out to 6th Avenue and make their complaints to the department. And that's all subsiding. The initial is a hit and then it moves on. And so as you go forward, and we heard from Michael in technology, we're looking at 28 before any of this really electronically, technologically can be implemented in an efficient way for this agency, as I understand it. So whatever it is, it's down the road a bit, but in 28, the hunter is going to buy their license on that thing or this thing, whether you like it or not. That's how you're going to get your license. So the technology, I don't like it. I like a Mylar tag that I can cut out, wrap it with tape, and it's good till I get home. I like that, but that's over. So it doesn't matter. Stefan?
I have a comment or question-ish. Is there a way similar to how we have in statute, if you were born before 1983, you don't have to do hunter's ed? Could we put that statute where if you're over 65, you don't have to take this course?
Conceptually, you could do that.
It would attach their ALS, so they wouldn't have that going through if that was something people would be open to.
look to it. I don't, yeah, again, speaking at the concept level, you bring the example to bear that's already out there before or after this date. So conceptually that is viable.
It's just an option as well to kind of help with that age demographic. I think coming forward, it's like Ed said, we're all going to the technology. It's all gonna be online I would foresee that soon it'll just all be on the app. I mean, your tags will be there. I remember a few years ago where the department required you to have an email when people lost their minds, and now it's pretty normal. And hunting numbers haven't gone down because you're required to have an email, so.
Thank you. Drew, just a quick, the department gave you some of the nicest thing. Have we seen a decline in bear hunting participation over the course of the years, or an increase? Or stagnation?
Yeah, I'd make room for Robin if she has the ability, or Greg to, I can't speak to a decline.
Okay,
I don't think
can I ask the question, because, to address Don's concern that it could decline in the number of hunters participating, I guess. If the mandatory bear test hasn't reduced the number of bear hunters, I'm not sure why making this 10 or 15 of the course would reduce.
Quentin, I can speak to the 595 report for resident black bear licenses. We've stayed fairly consistent since 2016. In 2016, we were selling 12,000 licenses. This last year, we sold 11,540. So just about the same.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
But that risk would clearly be the magnitude of the difference between 12,000 and 188.
It's a bunch of different numbers, of course.
They're way more general hunters, whether it's pheasant, upland.
I'm just trying to process, and it's anecdotally yeah, is taking a 10-minute test really going to deter me from doing the thing that I love the most? For me, the answer is no, and I guess that for most sportsmen, it's the same answer.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a fair comparison, Drew, especially numbers of big game hunters versus bear hunters, but it's certainly something that is interesting.
Right. Mr. Privy?
Mr. Chairman, Jason sent out a couple of documents that were comments from the public, and there were at least a couple organizations that made comments on the stewardship program, and I think one suggested have a tied to access programs. Another one, and if I may read a couple of sentences, and it says, we suggest an incentive directly correlated to access, such as being at the top of the list for a hunter roster or priority in reserving and type 2 block management in the years the hunter completes the course. To continue incentivizing participation, the course could be taken every 5 years, and it would be applicable to both residents and non-residents. And I like what some comments Stephanie made in that, we're not just focused on the private land hunters. We really need to focus on hunters that are using any lands out there. And I guess I like the idea of saying, okay, if you were born after this date, you must have taken the hunter landowner stewardship class within 5 years. And again, like you said, everyone's going to have to go to a computer or a phone. You can take the class in 10 minutes. And, starting at such and such a time, you're going to be required to take it. It doesn't put the pressure on people that want to use block management. It is one and all. If you're going to hunt in Montana, and I think it'll just become, a rite of passage before I can buy my license. Oh, it's been 5 years, I need to take this 10-minute class again and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Mr. Faber.
I kind of like the idea of it. I understand that it seems like it's a big gain to do this. Hunting is such a privilege in Montana for all hunters, and just when it comes to the beauty of being able to hunt, however many months we get to hunt in Montana,
is it too much to ask to do something like this? Because anything that you want to do in life, there should be a little bit of, if it's such a great thing, hunting, there should be a little bit of difficulty to do what we do instead of just buy a license and be able to do what we do. So sometimes when you're hard on yourself, things become so much easier. And for this, if people think this is such a horrible thing, then to take a 10-minute test, every 10 years? Is it too much to ask to do? And so I don't mind that. And the same with like mandatory reporting. I'm adamant that we should report so the FWP has better statistics. Then people are upset because, well, I don't know, I gotta do that. But is it that much to ask?
You're talking parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like, I like that. So I just don't think it's too much to ask to do this. So that's
The other question, since our task is public access to the public, the BLM has their own rules. State of Montana has a rule. And we've got two types of BMAs. I think it's correlated with the public in the state of Montana stuff. And I wonder if we're serving the people that we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to improve access. And the more we get, this thing harder it is. And I wonder if that's part of our mandate. I think we've probably got it as good as we can get it right now. To be truthful, unless you're shooting Wolverines or something, I need to know which ones they are. But the bigger challenge would be putting up cameras, just mule deer and mule. More out here. And so I guess how far do you want to go? We can make this thing so complicated that Jesus Christ himself could pass it. Most of them, the Wardens are out there anyway.
He was a carpenter, not a hunter. He was a carpenter, not a hunter.
Well, I got to get shady. That's what I heard. Well, I don't know, I think we're getting way, you just give more and more and more rules for everybody. And if we're trying to get one or two guys in area hunting district, looks like trying to hit flies in this job. It's, I think we get carried away. So.
Maybe. So a couple observations, and maybe I'll change the direction just for a minute. I think Mr. Lemon would love to see us answer the first bullet point with this program. Mr. Lemon and I have talked a fair bit about, what if we're looking at the numbers and it's 2,000 or 4,000, if we think we're going to get success out of it, what would we expect? So for us to see X number of people have taken this class, course, or refresher, what would success be? So with that in mind, I would just throw that around to each of you and see if you have a number and see where that leads us on to a goal. Stephanie?
I would like to set, or for my opinion, is to set the participation goal that every hunter that's in Montana takes the course before purchasing tags. Other than we could set a year date to take out 65 and older, they don't have to take it. And I think the meaningful incentive is that it's mandatory to hunt in the state of Montana. And like Chris said, it's a privilege. It's a privilege for us to all have this access, and that's on public and private.
So you say every hunter league?
I think
If you were to promote this,
doing this rollback, let's roll the speed limits back and everybody over 65, we all have our driver's license, it's careful and prudent. Let's go back to that. Give us a sticker like the handicap sticker so we can, the outfits get everything's drives down fast and we want keep it the higher it's going.
so you're not to say new drivers that
No, it's just not rollback in the front.
Thanks for that. You don't have a number, right? Greg?
Yeah, I think kind of the two-tier thing, and Greg may have mentioned some of this, but I think this is good for the baseline kind of thing to make advantage of. I do, at some point. Again, we're kind of talking about this big elephant, and I think it's just one thing out of that elephant. I think there's some other ways to address maybe some of these things that Dale and others talk about accessing, having an incentive for access to different block management and future block management programs. If there's ever something like a type 3 or an advanced education that Greg's talking about, that then we can kind of get into more other thing where that's voluntary, and that's, incentives to be able to do those things. So I think at a baseline, I think this would serve good purpose to be managed.
Or do you have anything to add that we don't know?
Too would like to see it at 100%. And I don't think there's an age limit where we stop learning and stop bettering ourselves either. I'm not opposed to putting a cap on it, but to say that we can't learn something new from the department or we can't be educated on a new hot topic, I don't think that's accurate. So I think there's always opportunity.
Thank you, Rich.
I'm kind of right on the fence with this issue because I don't like the idea of having mandatory tests, but I see the benefits and you guys all have really good points. But the reality is with the problems that we have with hunters and access, much of it is common sense stuff that hunters should already know, and stuff that they learned when they took their hunter education course when they were young. So I'm really, then again, there's a lot of, everybody makes a really good point. There has to be consequences for behavior, and that's the main thing that I see. What Don and Paul mentioned earlier is really important. I mean, having serious consequences for infractions. I don't know. I think certain people that are causing problems, they're not gonna take a test and cover morals and their common sense and improve from that. But as a group, if we all decided that was the way to go, I can see that, but I am a little bit right. That's
Sure. Just pretty final. Good. Do you have a number? Percentage?
No, if I tried to incorporate what Lean said, I think it would be great if you had landowners that said, if you want to hunt on my property, you're gonna take the hunter landowner stewardship class, but to make it mandatory that you must take it before you hunt on a block management area. I heard loud and clear what our access coordinator said, and I'm very concerned about what unintended consequences may result. So, ideally, yes, I'd like to see everybody take it, but I don't want it tied to something like access to a type 2 block management. I think that's the wrong path to go down.
Do you qualify that separately from just required to take it?
Yeah, I do. I would like to see people take their class, although like Richard, I feel like it's really going to make a meaningful difference. Maybe if you mandated everybody taking it, it would. Right now, the people that take it, in my opinion, are the people that already know the difference and care enough to take the test. So how much real impact is it going to have if everybody had to take it? Long term, there may be some benefits to it.
Thank you. Jenny?
Well, I see the benefit of having it mandatory, and I am with Stephanie on the age thing, because that we all come to streams, and we have old roads, and we get a different. You can already in the block management program require that the stewardship, this has to be taken to enter the land. It's already inside the program. You can, as a landowner, indicate that you have to show your certificate before you can hunt their land.
So a number,
I didn't, but I'm not against if. I think everyone, I'm not for just if you can be, the amendment, whatever.
Okay.
Either everyone takes the road, no.
Yeah, and based on the last comments, I mean, I haven't had enough time, this is new to me, so I hate to, comment that. Yeah, I see everybody's point, so that's the difficult part. Just one question, so my college GPA wasn't that great, this isn't a pass fail thing, is it? Okay, I'm against it if it's a pass fail test. It's not a good test. But back to all the comments, is there a way to, if you've just implemented into block management, the PAL agreements, things like that, if that's what it came to, is there a way just to reach out to the landowners and get a consensus of what they think? And if it's a lot of negativity from the landowners, you might have to, that might not be good for block management policy. So is it difficult to reach out to all of them and
but let's ask the two.
that too, put more work on for somebody.
Well, I mean, it would be possible to reach out to all of them. As far as workload, it would take a lot of work to get all of their opinions all in and try to differentiate who likes it.
I mean, is that your job or like we do it, send out a mailer? I'm just saying, it would be good to get their opinions. Because not every landowner's, in this meeting right now, and they get blindsided. Don't want to blindside them, so I was just throwing that out there. It would really be good to have a comment from in the perfect world from every participator in block management. I realize that's probably difficult to do, but it would be the right thing to do.
Travis.
I agree. We're kind of going through that right now with the new enforcement network that came out, getting that response back from all these landowners. It's kind of overwhelming.
I understand.
It's tough to do with 1,300 plus landowners.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a comment on that, with that new rule, with those individual rules being the law of the land, if you will, on the block or the agreement. Versus one standard approach. How easy it would be if that was the standard approach instead of all the variants. Both for landowner and the hunter. To have the one set. I get that all the time. Why is this one different than that? And the answer is always, well, if you want access on this place, these are the rules. And the rules are there for a good reason. Whether it's the no shooting zone or the other limitations that might be there. And that gives that landowner every opportunity to apply it the way that fits their own place best. So
I would just like to add that to my statement that I would be opposed if it's tied to access, if it's tied to getting on those water management, so PALA agreements, I would be opposed to making it mandatory to get on those, because I do agree that it would affect participation. I am only for it being mandatory or we do a giveaway, which I think again isn't gonna really make the program do a whole lot. We're gonna get a couple thousand every year that want a free pair of rhinos or whatnot, but that's, I just want to add that I would be against access.
So just a reminder to us, we're not setting in stone.
Right.
We're recommending something or not. And that's it. And then I think as the department tries to implement, they have to look at practical realities of what we're suggesting and saying yes or no, it can or can't be done that way with all these ideas and input. In practicality, we try to put these things in place and they hurt the program, as others have mentioned. Then they have to assess that and say, our concern is, and they don't do it that way, you know? And I think secondly, in terms of like now, soon, you know, you have, I think, a couple options is to really focus on a high incentive. For now, the program sits in there, it's ready to go, people have taken it. So you can highly incentivize that now and then look for in the future, 27 or whatever, to put this extra step in place for those that haven't already taken. And then last, the other part we talked about is this program is set up in modules. And the reason we set it up in modules is that a module can drop, meaning this particular part of the course is now irrelevant or it's good. And now we have this new issue, so that's the new module. And that was, I think we've maybe forgotten that that's what we were doing. Is like, here's the whole caboodle. And then in the future, it may be something more simple and more concise. So,
What percentage of block management programs in type 1 versus type 2? Why don't you know that?
So type 1 being hunter administered permission. Oh, the type 1 is the sign-in box.
Yep.
that you have to go.
And then some of them go to the house.
Yeah. And then
Type 2, you're signing boxes only.
type 2s are generally somebody else administering permission. So that could be the landowner or the department. In some cases.
It's the difference in the number of acres that are in type 1.
Can't tell you the acres, but it's about 65-35 type 1. 65-35 type 1. So most of them are sign boxes. We do that.
Most of them are type 2. And the people that have.
most of them are type 65%.
You got the types flipped in your head.
Yeah.
You have the two types confused in your mind.
Well, that could be false.
So most of them require just sign in boxing though.
Yeah, so most of them. So what's the other percentage where you have to go get the?
It's probably about 35%.
So it's that much. Hey, I think that, I don't know if there's a way to do it that way, because those people want to know who's in there. And it might be make more sense than for whichever type, what type are we, I don't even like choose. Type 1's the easy one, where you just go out there and throw your beer can by the sign box. Okay.
That's the fun. We do have a couple of staff that want to make a comment.
Please do.
Go ahead, Robin, and then we'll go to Sarah.
I just wanted to potentially go over just a small barrier, something to keep in mind. We do have a surge of people that purchase deer and elk licenses on April 1st, as that is the deadline to purchase deer and elk permits. So every hunter that's trying to purchase this at 11 o'clock at night would have to take this test in order to apply for their licenses. Thus, some people potentially missing the deadline. Just something to consider.
Sarah, did you have a comment?
Nope, you guys kind of got past it, so I'm good.
That's great. Paul, raise your hand up too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just gotta, I think it's good that we've got this program, this course out there, but I just don't think it's gonna help to make it mandatory or have some incentives, because the people you're gonna incentivize are gonna be the ones that are already doing what's right out there anyway. I think we ought to provide the course, and I don't think it'll do any good really to make it mandatory or incentivize it. I think that like I said, I just think the people that are gonna be, I'm all for getting the course out there, but I just don't think it'll do any good to sway people's behavior much.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, any other?
Then there people on a day and time, day, all around numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, back to Donna, Dave, would you have a number that you would want to proffer about how many hunters you would like to see take this program, or do you not? An estimate of how many would be a goal?
I would love if 100% took the course, but we all know that's not gonna happen. No, I believe in the course. I believe in the idea. I just don't really like the idea of mandatory because, there's a big difference between somebody who lacks knowledge and somebody who knowingly ignores ethics and laws. I'm not, and I agree. I think the course is a great idea. I also like the idea of giving it the choice to some landowners that it would be mandatory for them to hunt on their property. I think that's a fair way to handle that. And we talk about this continually. I beat this drum nonstop, so I have to beat it one more time. We just need a higher presence of enforcement during the season, especially on these block management areas. But I have a crazy idea. As an incentive, what if they get a discount the year they take their test off the cost of their license? Now, I know that will make the commission FWP shudder, but it doesn't have to be a large discount. But what if they got a discount off the cost of their license that first year they took the test?
Dave, did you have any number preference?
Put any real numbers or anything, but the idea that Donna just brought up, that to me would satisfy a lot of the things, but to make it mandatory that you have to take it to be a hunter, 95% of the hunters don't need it, and the other 5% that do need it are still gonna do what they do. So I just cannot see making it mandatory.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Chair, just quick, I think some seriously appreciate the percentages of those who choose to maybe go out and decide to break the law versus those that don't. But I think if you get my chat with a lot of law enforcement, there's a lot of good people out there trying to do the right thing that end up making a mistake. And I think it's more common than, if you hunt long enough, you make a mistake. And part of the education here is that when that happens, what's the best way to handle that? How can we help the game wardens in the field? Not just that, but also reporting violations that we see in the field. So I think there's more to this than just 5%. That's very.
Thank you.
I would agree as well. I mean, the course has more information than just like poaching and, shooting on somebody else's property or trespass. I have a lot of really good content. Like, as a non-resident, I come out here and it's rained a couple days. I don't know that the roads are impassable, but it might make you think before you drive on it. It might give you that extra reminder to close that fence. It's not just complete violations. It's just reminders that, hey, don't drive on this, or pay attention to the back of the sheet and read the rules if you're accessing them. Like all of that good stuff that's in there, it's not necessarily just those hard violations like poaching and trespass. I mean, there's a lot of good content and good reminders to the general public.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to really agree with what they said. If we're targeting the violators, we've missed the point here. But I just see so many people that the idea that you don't drive through that group of cows and calves and scatter the calves the day before they're gonna be shipped, for a lot of people, that's not something that's on their radar. But having this in this class to make people aware of that is what I see as the real value of the landowner stewardship class. And really good points by both Craig and Stephanie.
Yeah, I want to say, Craig, your point on good people making mistakes was an excellent point to this. And again, we're trying to proactively to do this with everybody. And we have to hit everybody in order to catch a certain percentage on that, or we need to learn from this. And a lot of people do make mistakes, including some of our elected officials. I mean, we can look back on headlines in the last decade. You know, they're not dumb people. They're not nefarious people. They made a mistake, right? And hopefully we can make an education program that can help teach them and other people, you know, the error, their ways, and they can do better going forward. Plus all the other topics that can be covered in this. We talk about bad hunter behavior every single time we're in here. This is a tool to help us combat that. And now we're just potentially throwing in the towel saying, well, it's not going to work, so we're not going to, let's not enforce it. We have other things that are mandatory. I don't think there's a reason why this couldn't be mandatory as well.
With that, I think we've chewed on this good right here. And
Greg, I think has another comment.
oh,
Go ahead, Greg.
Thanks, sorry, I know we wanna belabor this another minute or two, but, one of the things Sarah brought up to me is that as we were sitting here listening to this conversation, we do 10 to 15 people a year have to take remedial hunter ed. So that who takes that is outlined in statute, but there might be a way to expand who has to take, I would say remedial hunter ed, but, how that looks from an enforcement standpoint, that might be worth exploring. So that to the point of expanding the impact of this course with people that are actually getting into trouble or having violations. I mean, there's the way the statute reads now, it's a penalty that the court assigns, and so that's 10 to 15 a year. But if it, taking HLSP was part of, like, you got a warning from a warden, but along that warning, you were required to take HLSP, something like that. It seems like there might be a way to, kind of think about it, in that realm. So it's a more targeted effort. But anyways, I thought it would be worth, bringing up. It's not currently part of our remedial hunter ed program, but we can add it really easy. So we'll plan on doing that just through this conversation that came up. So thanks.
Thank you, Greg. And I should have said this at the beginning of the meeting too, for the public's benefit, the way this committee has historically operated is that there's a time set on the agenda for public comment. So we'll take public comments on all things on the agenda both days at that time. So just be aware that I'm not ignoring hands that pop up, but letting you know that there's a specific dedicated time to address all issues on the agenda.
thanks. So let's call a question, if you will. Would anybody like to put a recommendation forward at this point that we can then indicate our consensus agreement or not?
Are we getting 1% signed up? She said it was 2,000 out of 200,000, 30%.
Oh, that's just 2,000.
So we voted to double it as a goal. Then we get 4,000, 200,000. Yeah, I don't want to make it, I think it's wrong, but we should shoot to see if we can double it.
So Dan, or Lee, I did that math not too long ago, 78 years to get everybody to take it. I think it's well done.
I don't think because there's Ask First is an access program that we never talked about.
Yep.
And there's also, it's a you sign up for hunters or for block management, you're taking a check. So the people that are taking the check have some responsibility. And so if we're gonna do something to make this more complicated, what was it, type 2? Let's make it so that if you gotta go there and you gotta hand your paper to somebody, then you gotta have taken the test. If you're gonna do that, and there's no benefit in doing type 1 because PALA and all of those, nobody ever sees them out there. They're hunting. There's no reason to do it. You won't even know. And then the VIA and the state, they're all different deals. And so I don't think there's any benefit at all in having to take a hunter's etiquette test for type 1.
So I think where we were at is that it would be in front of the license purchase, not for a block group.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Again, this would be a recommendation we put forward. It may carry weight, it may have complications to show that it can't be implemented. Yeah, and that's why I was trying to get some numbers for the benefit of ComEd. You know, what's a target? You know, if we spend a few years creating a program, we roll it out and we've had 4,000 participants, is that satisfactory? And that's where we're at. You know, so Stephanie?
I'll take a stab.
Okay.
I would like to see it mandatory for license purchase, a base license purchase. Take the course attached to the ALS, similar to the bear license, and the department can have leeway if they want to add an age. I would leave that discretion to the department.
Everybody understand that? Okay, so that's the recommendation we're gonna take a look at. So again, we're not a voting committee, we're a consensus committee. So I'm just gonna simplify it. If you're in support of that, thumbs up.
Appreciate, yeah, those of us hearing each other all the time.
Okay, it would be mandatory before purchasing your base license. One time you take the course for 10 minutes. It attaches to your ALS number, similar to the bear license, that you take a quick test and then you can purchase your bear license, and then it's there forever. Until the department says we need to update it. And again, that's up to the leeway of the department. And the department would have in this proposal the leeway or the recommendation that they can look at an age stop. So a year that if you were born before X year, you wouldn't have to take the course.
Okay, Dale.
Could I add a little bit of an addendum to that? And that would be that I think we also need to allow the department to come up with some type of an implementation schedule. I don't know that we want to see this in place by September 1 of this year. Not that that's possible, but I'm just wondering if there needs to be the idea that it would be put in place and complete within a 3-year time period. People could start next year or this year, but within 3 years, that would give people, as they're applying, say, oh, gee, I can apply this year, but next year I know I'm going to need to have taken this course.
I would say for 2026, at a minimum, and that's what I'm saying, for 2026, I'm saying just incentivize, do kind of like we did last year, a really nice giveaway, and then have it start rolling out in 2027 where it's mandatory.
It would have to, because it'd be a statutory.
Right.
So there would be legislative action, you have to make this mandatory. So just, which means part of that, 20. So then, yeah, in the first year, probably funding.
And that would be fine. Yep.
Well, I mean, it won't be April 1st or 27, because we won't have it signed and effective by then, so.
Perfect.
If it were to sign and effective, it'd be probably.
Sounds good. I like it.
So a recommendation that for 26, a highly incentivized approach for 26, potentially into 27, until a requirement before the purchase of a base license be implemented. And whether it can be possibly 28. Something along that line. Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, so thumbs up means you support that. Straight across means you're not going to oppose it. Thumbs down, you oppose it. Okay, so all right, only one vote.
What do you want?
Only one vote.
Well, I can, what's your drift stuff?
Okay, so. Chris. Okay, well, yeah, Dawn. Kate.
See that.
Yeah, just tell us what you have, or what you think. Adamantly opposed.
Are you
Not
asking
gonna-
me?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I will go with the group. I'm not gonna oppose it.
Okay. Paul.
I'm gonna oppose it. I vote no.
Okay. And Dave.
Gonna oppose it. Vote no.
Okay. So oppose is Lee, Dave, and Paul. This is a good first.
One of the harder topics to discuss, we didn't really spend a lot of time getting to this point previous.
Well, that's not really true.
Well,
In all deference to Mr. Hornville, the only time I've ever seen him in whatever is this, 12 years, really frustrated and done with something. That was a couple years ago with this, and I think it was like sleeping dogs lie.
Have to have a hunt license to go.
So anyway,
Spotlight the right and then
here we are. So Lee, how strongly you oppose it? Is there anything within it that we can move?
Let's just put it in, it's like you do it and then you deal with it around application. And I say it's just how it works, that's all, then you fix it later.
So you would be willing to let us go forward with it?
Yeah, I can't stop you, there's only.
Well, no,
That's good. I'm not gonna give you a thumbs up and a fist, you just gotta ride over these Dave and Donna. We're old, you know. We're old.
So are you saying you would not stand in the way of moving this recommendation? All right. Paul. Same question, Paul.
I'm a pretty strong no on this. I really am. I think we've spent so many hours on this course now. And I honestly just don't think it's gonna do much good to curb the poor hunter behavior out there. I really don't. Sorry, guys.
So you don't believe that trying to get this in front of more people will solve any problem whatsoever in the questions we've discussed with it? And you've been on for long enough to have had all the discussions. So if you're going to stop us from making this recommendation.
Oh, lay the guilt on, huh?
I'm just being clear. I just want to be clear.
I've had this feeling for quite a while. I think making it mandatory is gonna have some unintended consequences that we don't know about. And I just cannot in my conscience vote for this. Sorry.
Done? Oh, I'm sorry, Don. Did we ask Dave? Okay, Dave. Sorry to come back to you again. Would you stand in opposition to move forward?
I'm a strong no on this. To make it mandatory for everybody is just in my opinion, will not work. If you wanted to make it, if you took this course and you got a $2 reduction in your base license or something, I'd say go for that. But to make 95% of the people take this just because 5% are going to do bad, I will never be in favor of it.
Okay. Maybe we can put, Renee made a point about putting like dissenting opinion, so you have the assent and then the dissent.
Okay.
If you wanted to go that route, that's an option too.
Just so you know, their reasoning for not wanting it to move forward.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's how we'll wrap this up. So we'll make this recommendation as noted with the objections of those who noted them specifically. Okay. Is that clear enough?
I'm good with everything. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yes, I would also recommend that, like some of us were sideways thumbs. I would like to see that in the notes as well.
Okay. So that would be Donna, Chris. Okay. Take a break yet. One thing I want to add to this discussion though is since we make that recommendation in that manner, I would like to have a little discussion about including what Donna commented about. Originally we're bonus point, we're way beyond that, that's not going to happen. But is there any way to consider something like that in the incentive that might solve a problem that actually would increase a substantial way of participation? So if we could take just a few minutes to talk about the feasibility, and I think it creates a big problem depending on how you do it. I'm just guessing. But if you could offer something like that, would that be effective? So who would, Donna, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
Well, since it was an off the cuff idea, just listening to all of you and thinking of what an incentive would be, you know, we would have to have the department's input on something like that. We would not want to find ourselves in a financial bind, because the one thing is I'm just promoting extra money to help getting game wardens and extra enforcement on the ground. So yeah, it was just an idea I threw out there, kind of came to me as we were all sitting here. But you know, I wouldn't think a huge incentive, but a little incentive may get people to take the test.
Thank you. So I'll just leave it that in general. Would we like to propose within that the department take a look at the feasibility of that option with an incentive? So I'm gonna go around.
I would be opposed to a financial incentive.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think that. I think it would make things harder legislatively to pass. I think that just leave it as is. If anything, I kind of for increase license fees. So I'm a no.
Lee, do you have a comment?
No, it's whatever, we'll just deal with the ramifications, if whatever happens.
Great.
Yeah, I think after comes pretty mandatory, I just don't think incentives are gonna get us, you know.
Okay.
I would mostly concur with that as well. And then I also forgot, you didn't give us what everything's vote for your vote, sorry.
So for both. Oh yeah, I'm for it. Thumbs up.
Anyways, that's,
And I have had that discussion with them.
yeah.
Thank you. Rich,
Same on, yeah, you know, on the incentive.
okay. On that, it's set.
On that incentive,
Yes.
Okay, what else?
No, it's,
Yeah.
Okay, so no on that potential, and I'm sorry it's not more discussion than that, but I think it's an interesting idea. But it has a lot of implications, geez. But I do want to encourage that second part to comment about a substantial incentive for 26. I think it can be put in place quickly and it doesn't require anything other than to gather those. We've had those discussions beyond how we've been with that, Mr. Lennon.
Yeah, so we're working on gathering those up. So Ed, you and I talked about earlier this year the potential for trying to see about lining up an outfitted hunt as a raffle item. We're on board with that. It's a little, you know, it's a hard thing for us to kind of wrap our heads around how to get that done. But if we could do that, I think that would be a significant enough incentive to boost our numbers. And I'd like to do that as soon as we can, if that's something that pops up. So folks in the room have ideas, or folks, you know, that are listening online have ideas, please reach out to me on that or any other of our incentives. So the quicker we can get the incentive package for this year rolled out, the longer runway we have to hit that goal number. I don't know, I couldn't really tell on where you guys landed for this year. But suffice it to say, we're hoping to get a substantial increase over this past year's numbers, just like this past year's numbers were a substantial increase over the previous year's numbers. So back to you, Ed.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give you a number. Let's see, 18,800.
Sorry, your audio is starting to break up, Ed.
You hurt me, Gary. Maybe it should be 18,800 plus 3,300. That's 22,1. Anyway, that's 10%, right? Okay, so real quick then, in addition to what Greg said, does anybody have an idea to throw out about an item or something for an incentive to put on that program this year? Mr. Steinberger?
Do you have some of the same partners from before? I believe Onyx was a partner for taking the course.
I don't know. But just brainstorm, do you have
that would be a good one, right?
Okay.
Some of those hunting products that are used by consumables that are used every year by hunters, the great carrots.
Montana made hunting products?
Yeah.
Rifles?
I don't have enough hunting to donate to everybody else.
Okay.
So,
Stephanie, you have any?
I think the guided hunt is gonna be the biggest item, but I think if you did like a second place prize that was a Montana knife and a mystery backpack or something like that. And then did, some Montana companies. And then as anybody who takes the course, if Onyx will do the discount again, I think, why not? I think that'd be great.
Thank you. All right, ladies.
Gonna say.
Okay. You're not talking, you're not.
Stop and get it off.
A whole beef. What's the beef?
for those unsuccessful ones.
Great, thank.
I'm working on it right now.
Okay. Rich.
Yeah, incentives, Montana made products, something like that.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
30.
If I may. Merchandise is fine. One thing, and I don't know if it's appropriate to make this comment, but I'm really opposed to having use licenses. And part of the reason for that is it wasn't very many years ago that the governor put together a task force to look at all of the reduced hunting licenses, and so many of them that they got rid of them, locked them. And I can see it starting to creep that direction again, and I just think that's a real bad precedent to start moving towards.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Can't recommend. Sandy,
No. Same.
just a favor.
Gift certificate to Capital Sports.
Pete, you laugh. We're already there, right?
That's right.
Just a pen.
Listen, he made it official.
In your store, big pen, and you just go in and grab stuff.
We give you the biggest Mystery Ranch backpack and give you an hour in Capital Sports. Just fill it up.
There we go. Thanks for that. I'll be visiting you on
Yeah.
the front.
I don't like to see reduced tag, reduced anything. I like to see
Yeah.
more money into the department, specifically, like Donna said, way more money into law enforcement. Way more money into law enforcement. That's the biggest thing out there is money. Well, we need more enforcement on the landscape, and we definitely don't have them. Okay.
I take it back. Maybe, they can get on the list for the Matador Ranch. Get the count.
Okay. So possibly a harvest hunt opportunity.
You can give it possible, I told bars, shut up to there.
There you go. Dave, you have any thought on incentive recommendations for the board?
Nothing more.
Okay, any additional, Donna?
No, I liked Stephanie's idea. I think, you guys are all headed in the right direction.
Paul, we're looking for a really good incentive on you directly. Paul.
Mr. Chair, I don't really, I mean, probably the only one that would work is like Stephanie has there. I don't have much of an opinion on that.
Let's take a quick break. Okay. Yeah. Guys. Maybe just. So. Mortality. Rich, he was on the phone. It's okay. We're going to jump in the next topic to this, objective. So, the next one, trying to keep stuff together. Just briefly review, Hunter Ed. So. So, doing Hunter Ed, you guys met this, earlier this year on Zoom. Talked about Hunter Ed, the status of Hunter Ed, about Hunter Ed, talked about some of the gaps and challenges. Francis gave us a presentation on the things that he's working on. Greg talked about opportunities, potentially meeting OPI and work through Hunter Ed in schools. So we also mentioned that we do have our staffing improvements, with the last session, getting some education technicians on the ground. And then also continue to work towards course offerings, availability, and then Francis also talked about instructor recruitment and training. And then you heard Greg mention again today that there's a plan for an advanced Hunter education program plan to roll out next year. So with that, do you guys have any official recommendations? You didn't at the meeting, not forcing you into anything at this point in time, but just letting you know that there wasn't really a formal recommendation identified through the Hunter Ed conversation. You did mention a subcommittee, but I don't know if that ever happened. So no.
That's a question, maybe, Greg. I think I heard him say, and I don't want to go backwards, but the Hunter Stewardship Program was going to be, or has been incorporated into the Hunter education classes. There's a Hunter education class, and helping with 2 classes 2 months ago, that was not part of our curriculum. So I'm just would like to know what that timetable is, when that's been implemented, or when it is going to be implemented. Thank you.
Go ahead, Greg and Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Malloy, Education Bureau Chief for FWP out of Helena. Great question. I understand from Francis that he's talking with Calcami, who provides our online Hunter education, next week to talk about integrating that. So it has not been done yet, but it's something that is within our current scope of work and contract with Calcami to do pretty quickly once they figure out how to transfer all the content over. So to clarify, yeah, it's a bit of a harder lift to be integrating that into our in-person classes, but our goal and what Greg referenced earlier is to make sure that moving forward this year, everybody who takes Hunter Ed online will get that exact HLSP content integrated into the existing course online. Does that help?
But just the online course, not the Hunter Ed courses?
Yes, and the in-person courses, it's within the standards and the content. And so it kind of depends on where somebody's taking a class, whether that instructor group really emphasizes a lot of the ethics and other content that the HLSP course kind of hits on. But yeah, so it's kind of location dependent for the in-person classes.
That's good to know. And I guess that was where kind of what you just said, Sarah, was my thoughts. Our group in Miles City, we have a real strong part of our course is hunter ethics and landowner relationships. So it's like, yeah, that seems a little repetitive because I think we do a very good job of already hitting on it. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Other comments?
I'd like to see it incorporated into a PE program called the junior high school. I think that's the simplest way. We're running out of 100 kids up here. They're all got hair like mine, white, and go on. And, and so if you could do it with a kid for the PE, learn to take a week. They got some shotguns that just make noise, scare the hell out of them if you didn't check it. And I think it ought to be in the school. That makes sense to me. And then they can decide whether they want to run 2 miles or take hunters in. That'd be good.
So
If that should be our recommendation to the legislature.
would comment like to make a comment in that regard?
Yeah, so I appreciate that Lee, and we've been talking with OPI pretty extensively. We have a regular meeting with them talking about ways to kind of tackle some of this in partnership. So everything from trying to get looking at ways to incentivize teachers in our school systems to become hunter instructors, to trying to make sure that we've cleared all the hurdles that there might be to having in-school hunter ed curriculum, or just, having schools as venues. And we've talked about, kind of thinking ahead, like what it might be like to have some sort of a modified curriculum available for school districts that taught, conservation, hunter ethics, landowner, the value of private landowners to wildlife and wildlife habitat, all of those things. So that's definitely an ongoing conversation, and a lot of interest from the Office of Public Instruction.
Thanks, Sid. Any education questions on Zoom from the committee? Donna, David, Paul? No, none? Okay. Yeah, having had conversations with the hunter ed program, I may think there's a lot moving this year. A lot of moving parts and new pieces, and how things are moving towards online and such, and how to make that the best program it can be, as the need of the students has changed somewhat. So I think they're, from what I've seen, really making progress in getting those things stood up in a way that are most effective across the board.
So no formal recommendation on the hunter ed. Correct.
Do you need one?
I think we would welcome any thoughts and ideas, and if it came in the form of a recommendation, that'd be fantastic. But we have a pretty progressive chart or course charted right now, with the online piece, making that as good as it can be, improving quality and consistency of our instructions and classes and our instructors. The ed techs have been really instrumental at auditing and our current classes to see where we can improve. And then we've got that advanced hunter ed that's going to come out the first of the year. So we've got a lot going on, and Francis and Sarah are doing a fantastic job, and we're really looking at making some improvements over the course of the next year to 18 months. So I feel pretty good about it. But like I said, happy to hear suggestions or recommendations or ideas, however folks want to engage.
Would it be helpful if you got a kick in the some assistance from our group to kind of an idea to go forward? I think it needs to be in the school, because then you got crap. They can do it online and have the guns and ammo part of it on the weekend or something. But I think would it be helpful if we made a recommendation that encouraged you to get at the schools? I don't know anywhere else. Like, we got the schools here that got 8 or 10 kids, 6 in a graduating class, and they didn't fit those. I think our guys do it the circle, and here I think it makes sense to put it in the schools, and then you can incentivize the other guys. They pay the coaches extra to do practice basketball and stuff. You can incentivize the PE instructor to become to become a hunter's ed. And that's all, that's big, that's huge, but
Did you catch that, Greg?
Yeah, and Lee, I appreciate that, and I think a recommendation like that, I think that could do nothing but help. So, I mean, if that's where the committee is, I mean, from a program standpoint, we would just welcome that kind of a recommendation and see it as encouraging us in the direction that we're going.
is time now to do that. I think the recommendation that we, if the BLPW encourage Fish, Wildlife and Parks to incentivize the school district somehow, but because they're not all 500 kids in a class, you know, there's a lot of these little schools that have more of a hunting heritage and all that kind of stuff. Let's figure out some way to do it so we can incorporate it into P. I'd say, somebody can type it better than me could do that, but that should make sense.
Okay. So any additional input, discussion in that recommendation?
I would say just drop part with P, like just have it incentivized to go into schools. And it's fairly tied to P classes in every school. I know some of the little ones don't necessarily have a P.
Well, yeah, whatever, yeah.
But incentivize the other schools, I feel.
There's semantics of it.
Yes.
So in general, to encourage hunter education to be connected to the education system. Any other comment?
I'll just comment and say, I think it's a great idea.
Agreed.
And if it helps the department get that extra push to having a voice behind it, that's an easy recommendation for me.
Even a stop clock's right twice a day.
I see Dave has his hand up. Mr. McNeil?
Yeah, I would just like to comment. I think it should be offered in schools, but I think it has to be voluntary because you cannot make it mandatory, especially for a school that has 800 kids in a class. In the little rural schools, this would be different, but it's got to be voluntary, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think it ought to be offered.
Okay. Don, an additional comment? Or Paul? Okay. Seeing none, so then we would make that recommendation to the department to encourage that connection to the education system in the state of Montana.
Yep.
Is that concise enough, Mr. Lemon?
That sounds perfect.
Okay. Yeah, it seems way back, we talked, I don't even know if it was this or license advisory. Some states have a very circular program within their education system that talks about the state ag conservation hunting as a connection. And I think for Montana, that's a natural course to be included in the heritage and history of Montana. So, great. We have a good enough language for that. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. Okay.
Going to get to vote.
Oh, everybody.
I want to win one.
Hey. Okay. So,
yeah, I'm gonna. It used to be like this, but there was a 500 consensus. Anchor deal.
we almost went there. Donna and Paul and Dave, thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be a thumbs up.
Okay.
Me too.
Hey, Paul. And I know Don's very much interested in the educational aspect of this. She may not be back on there. And so forever then. So. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, now we're done. Done with that topic. So the next one,
more broadly discussed again was technology. And so we had a presentation at your most recent meeting here in April from Michael. She gave us an update on our license system, the next version of a reservation system for block management, and also incorporating some harvest survey components to that if possible. So the current plan right now, the current status is that those things are all built into the component of the RFP, the press proposal, with our Department of Administration for final review, working out the details of that, with the hopes to have that released here as soon as possible. Again, looking at a probably 2028 timeline, at least for the licensing system. As second and third priorities. And then Michael and Jess Plunkett were available. So if you had any other questions related to that.
Just, are we? And I saw comments that came to us too. I had mentioned the maps for other things other than block be included as an
technology.
in the technology. The Pala maps and other things, because there are other access programs where we can fit.
Right, yeah, all of our maps for all our programs are available on our website. It may be sometimes a challenge to get there, but everything's there available. And that's also on planner to view as.
Yeah, I agree, but that is going to be incorporated in the technology.
I'm not sure that the big piece of block management reservations has as much of a tie in there. At this point in time, we'll see who the vendors would be that could potentially do that.
Okay, because we have maps for block management, so I really have the calendar.
So maybe it would be helpful to real quickly look at that timeline again on the licensing system. And then the modules, if you will, that will potentially follow. Would that be of help?
Maybe.
Michael or Jess, did you guys address that?
Yeah, I caught the first one, the timeline on the licensing, but it broke up on the second piece of your question. Could you repeat?
Well, I was talking about the maps associated with things like Palace, because we're gonna have BMA maps, BMA required maps, because there are safety zones and such. Well, other access programs like Palace and fishing access or whatever, they also have things like maps, but they're much harder to find. I was wondering if they're going to be incorporated when the block management maps are going to be incorporated.
The thing, of course, about Michael is the reservation system with that. If our vendor we would select would have a mapping component or have a capability of that functionality for reservations, which we hope they will. I just don't know which vendor would, receive the bid and what their functionality would be. But in the demos we looked at, there was that functionality of mapping. Does that help?
Yeah, that does help. So I'll start with licensing just briefly. Nothing's changed much from last time. Again, we're looking for a COT system. We do have that RFP out with state procurement at DOA. Talked to them, I think it was the week before last, or it was first of last week. They have a bit of a backlog. They said it would be about 2 to 3 weeks. So now we're at 1 to 2 weeks before that gets posted. And again, that's a out of the box system. It's pretty cool. It will have the mobile app with it. We're hoping it has BMA. We're hoping it has harvest reporting. If it doesn't, I know you guys are most interested in BMA. We will immediately put out an RFP to procure that in another system. So again, licensing is first and foremost, and then BMA is right on the heels of that. As far as the mapping piece, I'm going to have to defer to Jason because he is much more familiar with the BMA system. And it sounds like that some of the ones you looked at did have that mapping functionality. And we can have that as a requirement. Again, when we look, the way it works when you get these RFP is request for proposal. So when you get that proposal back from the vendor, they will show you all the things that they have that meet that requirement. And then you grade those, I guess, or score those to figure out your final COT solution. So if that mapping functionality is on there, we'll be looking for that. And I hear what you're saying, regardless of where that all lands, it sounds like that is a big deal for this group. And if it is, that's something we need to address. I'm not going to promise it'll be addressed today or tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to do licensing first. But again, I was hired to help move these things through. So if that is a big requirement, let's keep it on the docket. Let's keep it attached to the BMA and moving forward that way. Other than that, I can't speak to it more directly. But Jason has more subject matter knowledge on that than I do.
Okay. It's pretty.
So I have two questions or points that are written up and they didn't, but they're related to this topic. The first question I guess I have for Jason or whoever is, it was brought to my attention that if you wanted to go into Onyx and look for Pala and some of the other access programs, they do not show up on the Onyx application. And if that is true, what can be done to rectify that? Because it seems to me they very much need to be made available to these online companies. And then a second question that's been brought up regarding the technology. We talked about the need to have electronic sign-in for block management areas, for type 2 block management areas. And I still, as a group, I still think we need to do that. However, from input we've had on this committee, at this point in time, I don't want to make it mandatory because I have landowner friends that are block management cooperatives that are type 2, and they really want to meet face to face. They like the people coming to their door and visiting with them, and I don't want that to be lost. Thank you.
Yeah, and I made a note of that, that's a concern, is making some of those sign-ins mandatory. You'd rather have a face-to-face conversation. Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So regarding the public access land agreements, unlocking public lands, anything that's other access opportunities, we provide that data spatially on our open data site. So any third-party company can swipe it and use it for their product. In this case, Onyx has not chosen to yet swipe that data and provide it on the product. We can't control what any third party does, but the data is available as of last summer. That was one of the audit findings with the UPL audit, was to make sure we published all that stuff. So usually early last year, about mid-May, we got everything available for consumption by a third party entity, and they chose to do that. So another mapping company does that. Then in regards to your other question, digital sign is a component of the requirements for reservations. So we do hope to have that capability into the future. But as far as forcing a landowner to choose one type or another, we don't anticipate forcing that on anybody. They can manage permission, not anyone manage permission.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Yeah, I think the challenge, Michael, is going to be that as we go forward with that technology switch to, our phones, our apps, etc., it's always that communication link that's so critical, and what we're all just hashing over. Does the public have the information, whether it's printed or otherwise, at their fingertips for access and any of the rules? And I know with printed versions of regulations, I can't imagine what that looks like electronically in terms of trying to share with you and read it. So I think that's the big thing going forward with technology and hunting regulations. and access maps and points of access. How to make that usable on the first point to the end user. And some of it is, you know, you can print a block out of the hunt planner. You can look at it on limits, and we know that it's not 100%. So getting that as right as we can is going to be critical then going forward. And I think you're well aware of that.
Yeah, but it's nice to hear from you guys that that's a priority as well. So I did take notes, and just to restate to make sure I understand, is a priority of this group is making sure those rules and regulations, maps, all of that information can be easily gotten to, for lack of a better word, whether that's printed ideally in some kind of mobile app or online or all the ways, so that people have the information they need as they are doing what they do, whether it's hunting, fishing, recreating, as landowners, allowing your land to be accessed. So I am making a note of these things. That is on our radar in a significant way. But did I state it back right to make sure I understand what you guys are saying?
Yeah.
Would it be possible to use public service announcements on the television and people in the mix to educate people on, you know, if you're smart enough to use the phone, go over there and get it. You know, and I don't know, but that's where a lot of the communication happens to the hill, going to the radio.
Can you hear Michael?
The
I
television.
can't. No, I did not hear what you said. I'm sorry, it's coming back in through a little bit choppy.
Hey, would it be possible to add in a component with public service on television and radio? In conjunction to educate people that all this information is available on www.montana.gov.FWP/something. So they
You know,
can find it.
That's a great idea. It's a good question I don't know if Greg is still on as our communications guy. And if he's not, I can certainly take that to him as well. I don't want to speak for communications, but it makes sense to me.
Might make it more accessible. You gotta get from the number 2 lead pencil and the big chief tablet guys, you gotta get them caught up to speed on it. Be good.
No, that's fair. I am learning that there's a lot of different consumers of this information, from the, 15-year-old that could program all of our phones and computers with a look, to my granddad who's got his paper, pencils, and maps and compass. So yeah, there's a large diversity. So that's a fair statement.
Now, just a question, Michael, is in terms of sort of this rollout when it comes, like licensing being first, and then the other modules as they come, some sort of grace period within all those, if they might be needed. It's like when in the West, when Forest Service rolled out the requirement for either a bear fence or bear-proof coolers at your camp, there was essentially a year where that fine really wasn't implemented, that it would be communicated thoroughly through a season and then begin to be implemented. I know this isn't a fine situation, but just some sort of latitude in that.
Yep, nope, I wrote that down as well. That's appreciated. And one thing some of these I can't really address because we're not there yet. But what I can say is I can keep coming to these meetings, keeping you guys up to date, so that as we get to those touch points where things like how to communicate it out, having a grace period, implementation timelines are real and have those dates implemented, that we're having these conversations. So I can certainly commit to that. I'll be here anytime. And I did take notes on everything that you guys have talked about today. For the record, so the licensing we put out to 2028, it doesn't take that long to implement the technology side. A big piece of that is allowing for education, allowing that we don't roll it out when our staff is busy and impacting current hunting and fishing, and also those materials out and communication out to Montanans, residents and non-residents alike. So just so you know, that 2-year period has those kinds of things embedded into it. But I do appreciate you guys making sure that I get the specificity of which of those things we want to make sure happen.
Well, thank you. I don't know, anybody on Zoom? Again, Donna, Paul, or Dave. Additional question, comment? Dave?
Yeah, I commented at the last meeting. I think we have to be careful about using all this new technology for licenses, tags, reporting and whatnot. When the mountain lion regulations say use of two-way communication is prohibited.
Okay. You said that's mountain lion. I will make a
Yes.
note.
Donna, did you have a comment?
Nope, just, thank you. That's quite a workload there and we appreciate it. We'll look forward to updates.
Yeah, I'm excited. We saw some demos and the systems are pretty cool, pretty user friendly. So we just do want to make sure we roll it out in a way that is appreciated and not shoved down people's throats. So we'll be looking for feedback on that to make sure that we hit the mark.
Yeah, I just reiterate what Donna said about being excited about a timeline that seems to be reasonable and looking forward to implementation. I think that's really a great situation to be looking at, and appreciate the organizational effort you put forward to see that come. So thank you.
Yeah, it's appreciated. I do this much and the rest of the team does this much. So appreciation all around.
Thanks to your team.
Yeah, thanks.
Great.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Jess. I think we're done with technology.
You promised.
Nice.
Okay. So. Now the other challenging work topic, I think that we haven't spent a lot of time to follow up on. Landowner preference was a topic that was brought to this committee because of all the questions surrounding all the different areas. We spent almost a full day, very, very, very windy time in Helena. And we're able to knock down some kind of key areas that you guys had concerns or wanted to address. In your packet is a document that looks like this. It's a department or draft recommendations for PLW consideration. So basically I took all of your suggestions from that December discussion, summarized it down into your proposed recommendation, provided a rationale and background of why, and then provided a department response. This was also included in stuff that I sent late last week, but given the timelines, I'm sure you probably haven't had a lot of chance to really dive into it. So the main areas, the main factors you guys wanted to discuss were the fact of contiguous acreage going to be required on the size of acreage. We've got two different classifications or sizes. Land use, meaning agricultural based and or used by elk. Definitions of employees, talked about penalties and increased penalties for falsification of information. Spoke to residency permit allocation concerns as far as currently the department looks at our non-resident cap at the quota level, not the permit, or the district level, not the permit level. And then also our bonus point for access program enrollment consistency was mentioned. If you're a non-resident, the big game combination, you have the opportunity to purchase a bonus point if you're enrolled in an access program. Residents do not have. So that's kind of what we worked on. That's where we got to. Like I mentioned, we drafted this document for your review. Apologize it came so late, but happy to sit here and work through all 6 of those topic areas of the committee to help finalize some potential recommendations for you all. And we do have our licensing staff available. If you want to ask logistics, operations, etc.
So just to kind of boil that down, so those are all outlined numerically by topic. Would the council's preference be to just read through those collectively and then address them individually, or are we tore enough along just to do that?
I think we should just read it.
Okay.
Number 1, 2, and if anybody has a question, then let's take it up at the end.
Okay,
That makes sense.
yeah, I think we want to take them one at a time, so we can,
Yeah, we can hold on.
okay.
So the first discussion was related to contiguous acreage. So right now, I'm gonna skip the first, I guess I can read it all. So all statutes reflect lands being used for landowner preference to be contiguous acreage. For landowners applying for landowner preference for deer and antelope, either sex elk permits or LP licenses, statutes differ among opportunities as to what's required, creating confusion for applicants. For deer and antelope, applicants must own 160 acres of real property. For either sex elk permits or LP applicants, they must own at least 640 acres of contiguous land. Or for LP, they could be 160 acres or more of contiguous agricultural production land in which the department's documented game damage in the last 2 years. By requiring all lands to be contiguous, creates consistency in acreage requirements and makes it easier for landowners to understand the department to administer. So the department response to your recommendation was that believes may streamline verification of preference for deer and antelope applications because it becomes easier to approve applications for related to non-contiguous ownership. That's meaning if all the land has to be touching versus right now for deer and antelope doesn't have to be touching. Overall, it may decrease the number of preference applications for deer and antelope if you require that it be contiguous.
Will we move the adoption before we discuss it?
I would ask first if there's any discussion. I mean, this is the summation of where we've been. We had that one and bounce these around. So let's have that discussion.
So are we looking at keeping deer and antelope at 160 and elk at 640, or are we looking at putting antelope and deer at 640 contiguous?
It could be either.
Maybe we should do the extreme.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't believe you talked too much about changing the requirements on the acreage size, rather just streamlining that language so it's contiguous, so it match.
I think so too. I think we hit this one pretty hard last time. We talked, just keep it 160, 640. And then just put contiguous language in it.
Yeah.
Consistent on both.
Specifically, this recommendation was just that, just take that AB contiguous acres, that part of this whole landowner preference language be contiguous for each.
With both higher and low and.
With any landowner preference application, yeah. Because of those.
Yeah.
Inconsistencies in the code. So, yeah, so again, it's just. Our recommendation would be that all statutes reflect lands being used for landowner preference be contiguous acres. That's all. And again, I think it's important to look at the department's response in considering moving that forward. That they believe it may streamline the verification process of landowner preference for deer and antelope apps. Noting that it may decrease the total number of landowner preference deer and antelope applications overall. So is there any issue with that?
Yeah. I was getting a whole 160 acres, you got that from the name, sorry, it's license.
Okay. Paul?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I got a question. When we brought those guys in, the landowners in, it seemed to me a couple of them had pretty small pieces of ground and they were enrolled in block management. Is this proposal going to affect them? And that might be a question for Jason, but I I can't remember specifically what they had in acreage and whether it was continuous or not.
This will not affect them.
Mr. Jordan?
Chairman, I recall we did have a discussion too about the agency updating the maps, because I think there was a qualification there about used by elk under the permit, right?
Two comment. That's later. Two comment.
All right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah. Car, horse.
That's
Yeah, that, okay, that's another. Good then. Okay, any other discussion? So again, what we'd be proposing in a recommendation is that all landowner preference statutes reflect that the lands being used for landowner preference be contiguous acre. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's show, did Dave have a question? Go ahead, Dave.
I did have, I just wanted to know if that 160 acres needed to be contiguous for the deer and the antelope.
Yes, that's what the proposal is, right?
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so that's what we're putting forward as a recommendation. If you concur with that, please signify by thumbs up. Dave, Donna, and Paul. Y'all
I'm good.
thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Dave's
Good.
good.
I'm good.
Paul.
I'm good.
So on that. Making that recommendation on items 1.
Okay. And as was mentioned earlier, these are recommendations, so just keep all that in mind. Number 2, all statutes reflect lands identified to apply from that preference must be used primarily for agricultural purposes. Rationale and statutes are inconsistent as to how the land must be used or classified when applying for landowner preference. To be eligible for landowner preference for deer and antelope, landowners must use the primary property primarily for agricultural purposes. For either sex elk permits or LP licenses, there's no requirement as to how the land must be used, but the statute requires at least some of the land be used by elk, as documented by the department. For LP licenses, the applicant must own 160 acres or more of contiguous agricultural production land in which the department has documented game damage within the last 2 years. And for non-resident applicants applying for landowner preference for big game combination, they must own at least 2,500 acres of contiguous land and may only hunt their land or on private property they use to produce a crop. The LPW believes the lack of requirement for lands to be used primarily for agricultural purposes across all preference types creates inequity for landowner applicants. Incentivizes landowner to purchase land but have no intent of owning the land for agricultural use or intention of raising a crop. By requiring all lands to be primarily used for agricultural purposes, it prioritizes those landowners directly involved in production agriculture. So the department believes administrative difficulty in determining when land qualifies for agricultural purposes or is used to lease and produce a crop creates practical administrative difficulties and complexities. For example, it's unclear whether orchards, timbered lands, tree nurseries, vegetable gardens can be considered as agricultural purposes. Even if the department were to ask for verifying documentation, for example, grazing leases, it remains unclear when agricultural production needs to occur and what needs to be produced to be considered agricultural purposes. Some of the change required interagency headaches and turmoil between landowners who feel they qualify but don't. Regarding the presence of elk, the department currently uses a mobile GIS layer to determine the land is used by elk and recognizes the GIS layer needs to be updated to the most current elk population distribution.
What was that? Discussion?
Like they're against. Yeah, but it's saying agricultural. I mean, it's complicated for issues. And yet it's not what it currently says.
In some.
Mhm.
And not all. Yes. Rich?
Can somebody explain the GIS layer system I use to determine this, and is that updated? Is it, where are we at with that? How is that changed?
Emily, are you available to take that one?
I am. Hi, everybody. I'm Emily Cooper. I'm the licensing chief at the headquarters office in Helena. I've spoken to you guys all before. So this particular one, licensing uses an internal layer that we put on. FWP uses for elk distribution. We all know that elk distribution layer is currently kind of old. What I can tell you is that regional staff are actively working on updating that layer as we speak. I believe that it will be presented to the director's office or the commission, I can't remember which, in January. So prior to the applications for next year, that elk layer will be updated and be kept updated consistently. So this problem won't happen again.
Is that?
Yeah,
Rich?
yeah, sure. Yeah, I was just curious if that was being updated or how often it's updated. It seems like it can be ever changing a little bit. So. All right.
Clearly, they don't stand still.
No. Clearly.
Clearly. Okay, additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
David? Sorry.
Oh, good, Dave.
Just had a question. Is an alfalfa field that's grown to attract wildlife considered agricultural purposes?
Hi, Dave. What the department uses is we look at Montana Cadastral. We look to see how the land is classified by the Department of Revenue for tax purposes. So if it is an alfalfa field, it would be likely classified for agricultural purposes, and we would approve that, yes.
That answer your question, Dave?
It does, but it doesn't make sense to me because when it's planted strictly for the attraction of wildlife, it is not an agricultural purpose, in my opinion.
Fair enough, but it is just the resource that we use.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay.
The tool that we have. Sorry, Dave.
Additional questions?
I'm sorry, Lucas. Yeah, I think the intention of our group and we discussed this, and we wanted to include that language was we're trying to help solve the problem of land transfers, right? So when the land is transferred from one owner who is a traditional agricultural person to a new landowner who's going after land for wildlife, the intent was for us to help curb that. What we're being, what Emily just said, right? We're going to run into a lot of roadblocks and unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer, but the person who plants that alfalfa field for wildlife is going to win the argument when it comes to is that agriculturally not. That's an unfortunate truth, and it is what it is. I don't think that we can solve that problem.
Ready? Agree with Drew. I also see that the problems with disproving lands are there for agricultural purposes are monumental. I think it's a better approach, which we will receive pushback from, would be to say that people that apply for a preference must hunt on their own lands. And then does that solve everything? It does not. But at the same time, to try to solve the issues that make it determine whether lands are in agricultural production or not is just almost an impossible request to make it a department as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Mr. Chair, I think part of the intention of this is actually, if I remember correctly, if you read the different things, they're all different, and I think we wanted to streamline it. I think that that was the main priority, was that it says to have landowner access for deer and antelope, it would be primarily for agricultural use and have said species on it. I think that that was more, it was more of a cleanup, because if you read through each of the recommendations, they're all different. It says one has to be in production for 2 years, one has to have game damage, one has to have the land used by elk, one has to have primarily agricultural purposes, and I think we were looking at cleaning up the language to help the department, so it wasn't so confusing on each of those little things, as I think in the direction we were going when we discussed this. So I think that we look at a way to clean up the language, so they're not so relatively different. Is kind of where I would angle propose that we kind of go through versus trying to define agricultural land. So, just my thought.
Yeah. Would you recommend we take the word agricultural use out then and do it, reverse that, so that?
I guess I don't understand. So I personally feel like if you've got 160 acres or 2,500 or whatever the requirement acres, if you've got that species on it, documented per the layer, that should be enough. Or it could be and or agricultural purpose and or have documented species on it, just to clean up the language, because again, it's so inconsistent. And I think that that was kind of what our goal was, to clean up the language around it, not to define agriculture. And then we, of course, you know, that we the layer updated.
Thank you.
I think if you do easements, conservation easements and different things, you can't cultivate any of that. So if it's periodically cultivated and raised in agricultural crop, alfalfa, grain or whatever, that should solve it, because I think that they'll eat on the guy that's only raises for agricultural, for game purposes. And they probably, well, I think as long as it's periodically cultivated, it's agriculture around, that should be good enough. You can't do anything about the land or the conditions.
Other comments?
So, I mean, I guess for cultural, it's that too broad. It sounds broad to me, like it would catch like tree farms and stuff like that. Is that broad enough, or can it just be a farm or ranch produces some crop? I don't know what that looks like, but I think our intention was to clean up the language and make it easier for the department to not have to have these complexities and headaches.
Yeah, back to your point, I believe that at the time, what we're trying to do is create that consistency, but really it doesn't resolve the problem the way we posed it. So I think specifically on this, from what I'm hearing, the simple action is we don't move that forward. That particular proposal, because our proposal was all statutes reflect lands identified to apply for LOP must be used primarily for agricultural purposes. And clearly the response through the department is it creates more confusion and conflict in applying for applications for landowner preference than it fixes. That's how I read it all.
Agreed.
We need to draw a line to out.
So does anybody have a different belief in that at this point? That we should continue to try to make that recommendation, or should we not?
Well, can we modify it to address Stephanie's comment that there just needs to be consistency in it, or are we going too far out of what our draft said, or what was proposed earlier? Because I, after Stephanie made that comment, that did resonate, that was from the comments were made earlier. It just seems like there's an inconsistency in how those are defined.
Well, I think, correct me, Jason, but that would be 3 different statutes, correct? Within that one that are addressing, yeah, or no? Yeah.
Yeah, the deer health permit statute or your deer antelope, you have your elk feed, and then you've got your non-resident big game combo, right? I'm on 3 different statutes. Okay.
3 or 4, I can't remember, but yes, yeah.
I mean, within this, is there a way we can form different recommendation to address that now?
My thought is, I think that our intentions were good, that we were trying to clean up this language but I think again, I think we might have actually gone the opposite way by trying to attempt to clean up and consistent, make this language consistent. I think it's fairly, I mean, I don't know, besides, I mean, we want to, since deer and antelope must use the property primarily for agricultural purposes, like, does the department want us to remove agricultural because now that's too confusing? Because we were looking, I think, at adding it to the other groups. And so that's my only question is, would the department want us to remove that word from the other one, which I think would be more of a problem, because 160 acres is a small plot. So if I want to say a golf course, can I apply for reference for deer?
Emily, you got feedback on all
Yeah.
of this conversation?
To address Stephanie's question, if you remove the word for agricultural purposes, that leaves it wide open for any purpose at all. So if you own a golf course for 160 acres and they were all contiguous, you would qualify.
Do we want to keep it in, but then why wouldn't we want to add it to the other ones? That's just my question. It just seems strange that we keep it for one thing, but it's too confusing for the other two.
If I may add, that it's really easy to make any piece of property for agricultural pieces of trade. So like your golf course example, all I gotta do is put one beehive and register that with the USDA. It's now for agricultural use. So I think the persons that are going to try and use that loophole are they're gonna figure it out. I agree, we should hit the language and then make it consistent on all the different applications. Dale, I think your idea on those preference tags being used on deeded land or deeded plus lease land, something of the sort of, which was possibly literally there too for a conversation.
And the one non-resident applicants is, they must have their own. So
Yeah.
that's where, again, these are all. The 3, are they 3 that we're trying to lump together, or do we need to separate them out and look at them one at a time? That's just my thought.
Rich must want to comment.
What's that?
I mean, Chris.
We went through this last time. Everybody falls asleep, so you know where I stand on the landowner reference and abuse of it, so I explained that enough, so.
Or
I still like I mean, this is off subject, still like you have to on your own property, but we need that shut down. But the abuse is even continued more. There's a new loophole called quit claim deeds. I'm not gonna go into it. You go into your research on what a quit claim deed is. So if you don't know what a quit claim deed is, that's the new one. I'll leave it at that.
and Chair, I mean, maybe an explanation from you too, like, I know you've already voiced your opinion, but that's the beauty of this group is it takes us doing that a lot of times for us to come to that consensus. I mean, look at the last, on education, we talked about that for 4 years. So sometimes it takes a while. So keep voicing what you think and let's continue to talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Quit claim deed, your fee simple, brother.
What's that?
I mean, you got the title, it's fee simple.
No title.
So I would just,
No title, no.
I would just redirect this back to where it's this. That's a clearly the subject.
Yeah.
Which we have not made any discussion or recommendation towards.
Yeah, it's gonna continue to have the, you know, whatever we're talking about, climate and preference, there's gonna continue to be some sort of loophole stuff. Just try to tighten it up so the people that are in landowner preference was designed for.
Yeah, it's also why.
Yeah, and then people that have nothing to do with private land or using it, just frustrating. But,
Yeah. Just, Mr. Chairman, we already chatted about this. I'm trying to remember where we ended up with, but if you lease ground of native forage, right? Is that an agricultural production? You're leasing ground, you pay for purpose forage for another person, graze on. The department looked at that as agricultural production. If you, for the purpose of, if you got health damage, which is what's identified here.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Yep, correct. We look at how it's classified in cadastral. So if we do much more than this, we're going to have to allow each application, it's at their discretion, and they're going to attest to, you know, the honesty of their application, and that is what Chris's concern is that we're leaving it up to them to say, yep, I swear I use this for that. And that's a topic that we had to spend a lot of time on before, is just leaving it up to them to attest to instead of verifying it with any information.
Doesn't it get so when we have them hunt their own land? I mean, then the agricultural thing really goes away because they're hunting their own land. What do we care?
we went through that in the last meeting, and there were some people in block management that said they would pull out block management if they had true, like in the towns area where there's people that just have a pretty small piece, and then the next person, you know, big chunks of land with elk. You move on to their place and move off, so the guy, two people sitting there said they would change that, that's.
I mean, I think when we came into that last meeting, we all had some preconceptions about what would fly. And then on visiting with folks who participate and then how they valued that, I think I was impressed that they valued it even greater than I thought they valued it.
Yeah.
And that's the point. What is the landowner purpose there for? And it's a more important deal. And then the question gets into those who work the system to take advantage of it. And I think that's going to require more specific focus on some of those direct questions that you've read this. Stephanie?
So I guess, again, I'm just gonna loop us back. So when you read these, the first one is for deer and elk, landowner preference, has to be primarily agricultural purposes.
So that was gonna be for deer and deer.
So then for either sex permits or LB permits, there is no requirement on how that land is used. That's, I think, why we were trying to get consistent. So let's say hypothetically, I bought some land out in the middle of God only knows that there's no elk, but I can now put in for a tag as a landowner, elk do not necessarily use my land. I don't, that's, I guess, where I'm confused, rather than.
So the GIS layer, we did take.
That's the G.
So used by it.
So it doesn't have to be agricultural land or anything.
Whatever you use your land for, it's up to you. They're coming.
And then I think that the damage one is fine, the LB damage makes sense. But then the other one, the non-resident, it says they have to produce a crop. So that's, I think that's where it's like, there's just, do we say it's agricultural? Producing a crop is the as a crop? I don't know, like it just seems, I think that's where we were going with this, it just is not consistent across the board. And then we did get obviously on the side border of hunting your own land, and I guess think about how to clean it up.
It's crazy, I mean, the alfalfa thing is to be fun. I mean, how the alfalfa thing works, you grow the alfalfa and you cut it, you sell, if you don't have cows, you sell the bales, and then the new growth comes up and wildlife comes in, and then when it freezes or late November, December, you turn cows out. So you get free full. So people are just would grow alfalfa just for the purpose of bringing in wildlife. I mean, they would be crazy not to, hey, it's this elk would rather be eating this much alfalfa on a Saturday cut than that, any animal they like. And then they'd be crazy not to turn some cows out on it. That's the way the alfalfa is. So.
What's your preference?
I mean, I don't care. I feel like, are we just circling the bowl trying to change language when we don't need to? Or does it help benefit the department for us to clean up this language or just leave it?
I've looked at Emily or Quentin on that discussion.
I'll start and then Quentin can follow up. I mean, this one is very complicated. You guys recognize everything about landowner preference is complicated. We have an elk layer, however, we do not have a corresponding deer layer. So we can't go on that side either. So in order to compensate for that for deer and antelope, we use the agricultural classification. So something to base our decision on, base use or something to tie it back. So we don't take somebody's commercial property and give them landowner preference because they're certainly not housing any critters on there at all at any time during the year. So I think that we have a system that works now. We can work around it. You know, we're always open to new ideas, but it's a complicated one and there's not a universal fix either way to address them all the same way.
And hence the response on this.
Yeah,
my recommendation, Chair, would be to take to this one.
I would agree.
So Drew has recommended we not go forward with this recommendation and table it. Any further discussion? Any discussions from Dave, Donna, or Paul? Dave?
Would just say this, a lot of these problems would probably go away if non-residents could not get landowner preference. And that would stop the buy-up of land, taking it out of agricultural purposes, splitting it into 5 LLCs so they all can get landowner preference. A lot of problems would go away.
Noted. All right, so thumbs up to the table with recommendation. Okay.
Yes, I'm fine with tabling it.
Okay. All right, so that's number 2.
Number 3, all statutes reflect common definition for employee designee. Our landowner desiring to designate the landowner preference benefit to employee requirements and definitions in statute to employee designations are inconsistent. For deer and antelope, statute requires the designee to be immediate family member, person with developmental or physical disability, or a person employed by the owner or owners as a land manager or in a similar capacity. For either sex, elk permits and hunting access programs, statute requires the designee to be an immediate family member, person with physical or developmental disability, or an employee who works full-time and year-round was part of the active farm or ranch operation. For LP licenses, statute requires the designee to be an immediate family member, person physical or developmental disability, or an employee of the landowner. The LPW believes a lack of consistent definition for employee designee creates confusion for applicants' intention to provide benefits to employees and landowners who do not contribute to the success of the operation in a substantial or meaningful way. The committee also believes landowners should have the ability to provide this benefit to someone who does not work year-round, as many employees are seasonal in nature, for example, night cabbing, roundup, planting, harvest, etc., but significantly contribute to the success of the operation. DPW believes that employee definitions should be consistent and prioritize those full-time employees directly involved in the success of the agricultural operation to reduce potential risk to licensed crime, provide red tape relief for landowners. The committee believes that someone who does not need to work year-round for the operation be eligible for the preference designation PLBW would like employees to qualify by providing full-time work with at least 1,000 hours of employment in 1 year or 500 hours each of the 2 previous years. Department response. The Department of Life, Family and Matters attestation of employee eligibility does not currently verify full-time or year-round employment through tax documentation. The department uses an affidavit signed by the landowner to attest that their employee designee meets their respective employee requirements. The document verify the number of hours a person works, the type of work they may conduct, and may contribute to additional administrative burdens for staff and members.
I remember when this first came up years and years ago. And the reason it started out with having a full-time employee was because we're afraid that your friend would get the permit. And when we wanted to keep that kind of under control, so you could just give it to anybody. And here we are.
Comments?
I'm sure glad we don't be, we got police.
I do. I'm just kidding. I feel like this was changed once, wasn't it? It actually got changed from having that, which I think it originally said a year-round employee, and then somewhere along the line, it got changed by the legislature to something else.
Well, for either sex, it still requires year-round and active participant. Full-time and year-round for permits and access program designations. But not for LP or different,
Stephanie?
I guess I would move that we make all 3 of these consistent and have it say something along the lines of an immediate family member, person with a physical or developmental disability, or an employee who works full-time, comma, year-round, and or meets these minimum requirements. And I don't feel like we should necessarily burden the department saying they need to follow up, because actually point number 4 is where if they abuse it, that's where we're encouraging stiffer penalties for landowners who falsify the records. That way, the department isn't necessarily having to sit there and follow up, but that seed is planted that, hey, I can't just quit, start working for Chris and buck a couple bales and get landowner records.
So to be clear, again, with this particular recommendation, you're dealing with, I think, 3 statutes here.
And I think they need to clean up and match, because I don't think that an employed by the owner or owners as a land manager or in a similar capacity. I mean, especially for deer and antelope, you have 160 acres and you could quit. Again, say Dale is my manager, I'd like to get the 270 buck tag.
So. And again, I think each one of these have come through legislation from a different approach.
Right, exactly.
That's where we got 3 different definitions. So in regards to the department, response and relying on the attestation of the landowner, maybe it is a matter of those qualifications being brought together as one, so they are consistent amongst all 3 of those particular programs, which again would require a legislative change to accomplish it. But then relying on, again, that affidavit, that attestation by that landowner applicant as the deciding factor. You're just putting these conditions equal amongst the 3. Is that what you're?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, the requirements to be an employee need to be consistent across the 3 things. And I know legislatively, and I think that's why sometimes we don't want to go legislatively to make these, but there's a lot of cleaning up language bills in legislature, so I think just cleaning up the language and clearly defining what an employee is, so it prevents some of the abuse, if there is any, which I would assume there probably is. I can't imagine that folks who abuse this in some fashion, they could.
More conversation? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you for Stephanie on this. I have another concern that maybe I'd like to address for Renee. And I don't want to come across as being unsympathetic, but I look at the part that says that individuals have physical and mental disabilities. And I'm just wondering where that goes. I mean, is the next legislative session, now we have people that work in emergency services, they're granted a way in, or people that are veterans, they're granted a way in. And I'm concerned about how this might creep. And this was legislative. I know that's how that gets into place, but does anybody else have that concern? I mean, wasn't the mental and physical disabilities added in
Just this last session.
just last session? I couldn't believe it was 23 or 25, but I'm just wondering where that might go. And it's just that many more demands on a limited number of licenses, or potential demands on a finite number of licenses.
It seems just driving me around to go and this, I was the same slaughter. Yeah, well, I appreciate that comment there.
It is, that's just the designee. That's not the applicant per se. That's the designee by the landowner who already gets the food.
Or may not. But the point is that I would make is that you have landowners that right now have no interest in those permits. However, all of a sudden now you have people with physical or mental disabilities. You know, after the next legislative session, it could be a host of any groups. How does that affect the resident hunter that's applying for the would like an opportunity for the special out permit, and now we widen that number of potential applicants because we put it into here. And again, I don't know that there is a role for us to play in this, but it concerns me that we could potentially see more and more people that could be designated by the landowner to apply for a limited number of permits.
Right, which eventually just is transferable tax.
Which is not pretty. Mr. Chair, to add on to Dale's sentiments there, to what you actually mentioned earlier, Dale, about all the different discounts and the multiple different ways now that people get tags, you know, it's going, okay, well, we just went so many directions and now we're just kind of handing these things out and we need to rein this back in. Again, if you look at what the intent of this was when it was made, landowner preference tags, but you know, again, should this just be for landowners? And I know that we've gone around on this, but again, just going back to the intent of it is to reward landowners, being good stewards of the land, fostering those herds, whatever they may be. Should this just be for landowners, deeded landowners, and to be used on their deeded property? To really boil it back down to its original intent. And I understand that we have landowners that said you can pull things out of block management. Again, I don't want to see that. But a part of me goes, that's not the intent. And if they're willing to do that, that's a really tough conversation.
To add on to that as well. I mean, I totally understand. There's also 454 program as well.
That's what 454.
So we also have that. So I mean,
tools.
We have tools to get tags, and that's why I guess I'm with. Yeah. I think that we need to not keep expanding this and clarify the employee, because I don't know that the landowners are gonna want to do away with that employee option. But I can get, at a minimum, our recommendation needs to be to clean it up and make it concise and full-time year-round. Or this other recommendation we had of 1,000 hours of employment. I don't care what that looks like, just clarify what an employee is, define it between the three options. I think anything beyond that, I think we're gonna be creating a whole other recommendation. If it's something like make a little more on their deed of land, things like that, so. Second. And maybe our recommendation is just to throw it to FWP and say, you guys need to define what a full-time year-round employee looks like. That's 1,000 hours, has worked for a year. However that looks, maybe it's just our recommendation is for the department to make that consistent between the three on what an employee is versus just being broad on the employee of the landowner. I don't, which that's too broad.
Sure, I appreciate that, and I hear the council talking about not moving away from the attestation. Which makes it that piece very different from the land-based conversation that the council just left. That makes procedurally that option available. I think we would like to, as an agency, I think we would like to understand, just to put some of the inputs we've heard across time, we want an account, a tax person. What we would like to better clearly understand, is it really about an employee by some definition or other that's directly involved in the, I'll just say the field operation, the field operation of the operation. Not the accountant. We would like that kind of guidance, because we hear everything from full-time permanent to my night caber to why would you just let me pick, why not say just designate? So for us, that is the gist of the question from the. Once, it sounds like everybody's okay with the affidavit, your chairman, your comment, your chairman, I think that fits the conversation, it's that sort of thing. So we're. Once we get past that, then our biggest question is, what kind of employee is POPW interested in focusing on here?
I think it would have to be a direct employee of the ranch, not an accountant, not a consultant, not a hired contractor. Somebody who works directly for that.
The operation.
Correct.
So it kind of depends.
Again,
Well, yeah, I just want to be clear, you're talking year-round employment, right?
I'm saying, right, because we talked about, because some people don't necessarily work year-round, right? Like you might have a night caber that works 3 months out of the year, but works 500 hours or
But
whatever.
that could be your independent contractor who's not employee. Right, so that's why I'm asking is like, I just want clarity to.
Yeah.
I think we're trying to write a rule that only applies to about 10 or 15 people. There's nobody anymore. Livestock operations that have full-time employees. When we put up the average size of cow, I think in Montana is about 100. They have the acreage, they have the family, they have all that, but nobody hired, there's no bunkhouse guys anymore. They all come and go, they come and help, give you everything. I think we're trying to make it too stringent. And I don't know how, I think there's no way in hell to do it, really. Because, animal, if you make them on their own land, hell, they'll never get one, because they just go across, it takes 4 acres a month up here in the cow. And the animal move around and all of that stuff. I think we're trying to be too specific about this thing, and we just need to do something that the department could do it. If the landowner signed an affidavit, says they're an employee, then that's between the department and landowner, not us. And we're just making a recommendation to the legislature anyway. Right? I don't think we can fix that here, any of this stuff.
Yeah.
I think what,
Have strict penalties for those who work outside the lines there.
Yeah, well, that's the department.
but I still do feel like we need to clean up the language because it's three very different.
Well, there's
definitions.
you got animal and deer. And then you've got elk, which is what everybody's after. And so each one of them is a different solution, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah, share.
Yeah.
Yeah, this conversation is helpful for me. We start this conversation, the agency starts the conversation with an understanding born out of history that it is someone that's tied to the ranch operation. And so I wonder just to move this conversation along to the previous comment about handing the cat over to the department, some language. Maybe we could talk qualitatively like a person that contributes to the operation at a seasonal scale. Maybe stay away from specific hours.
I like that.
Feeding, calving. It's undeniable. It seems to us undeniable that those positions, however they come to the ranch capacity, are super important for a lot of land.
Yeah,
right.
And so we're happy to take that task on if that's what the council's talking about, those seasonal positions at a minimum seasonal scale that are, I dare say, critical to the operation, and let the person, attest to that in the affidavit that they submit. And it would make room for a contracted or a hired night catter, someone who comes on during the summer to hay. And just throwing out the idea of a seasonal scale, because I also hear the council shy of someone who showed up, puts a day in, and that person's in. But maybe the council wants to include even that small scale of contribution.
well, I think you gotta let people know the ranches and most of them high. And a lot of kids and grandkids live someplace else, come to the summer, and they give a paycheck, probably not. Not as tight as I am. When they, so somehow they've got, the Montana ways not to have it, so you gotta have a log where you get. And do all this stuff, and the enforcement, somebody's gonna tattle. There's guy shows up and pays somebody for a license. Somebody's gonna tattle them. And so, there, enough. You got a lady?
Donna?
Thank you, Chair. I think the department knows what we're looking for, and Stephanie, you made some great points that if they came back with some language, there's two things, both the wildlife and our employees in the ranching industry are not on our land all the time. One does work, one does damage, and we have to deal with them both. And so what I trust, if the department kind of has a great idea where we're headed with this, what we're thinking, if you could come up with some language, even if you send it out before the next meeting, that would be great, that we could look at and review.
That would be my recommendation, is for the department to define what they see the employee should look like and just make it consistent across the three opportunities.
And Quentin, in the spirit of, you made a good point. What the intent was, that you recall. This whole thing, Well, it's Schwann's man.
Yeah. No, we're happy to take that task on. I'd make room for Emily to add anything else.
Emily?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds okay, Emily?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so, on proposal 3, we're gonna defer to the department to come with the languages that will clarify that to their ability to incorporate.
Thank you.
Okay, number 4. Provide increased penalties for those who falsify records related to land preference applications. The rationale is the PLBW believes an individual should not be eligible to receive land preference in any subsequent license year if convicted of falsifying records to obtain a permit or license to land preference. Our believes convictions are fraud are part of the judicial process, increasing penalties for those who falsify records may be warranted to deter license fraud. The department currently uses licensed fraud investigators, investigates when fraud may be suspected. But while increased penalties may not be an option for those who falsify records, the department has clause in the application that would disqualify them if found to falsify records from applying for preference at a determined amount, such as a year, multiple year, or perpetuity.
I'm very with it. Very.
So I guess what is the recommendation that you guys are looking for us to say that we would recommend the department to look at increasing or disqualifying them from landowner preference if they buy records. And I would assume you guys can determine the year, et cetera, based on evidence or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, thank Chair, sorry. See Jason nodding to say that, yeah, I'm thinking of, you know, the network, the BMA network that folks have talked about, that talks about a elevated stepwise increased penalty for violations. I just offer that as a concept. Maybe that's a copy and paste, but we could pick up something like that, just like the last conversation, wrap that in the language. And then certainly the disqualification upon a conviction, if that's the right word, not just a citation, but the conviction. That's a more direct, that's a much cleaner conversation than talking about fines and bonds, which is a much more complicated conversation that doesn't always show up the way people think that conversation should show up at the discretion of the prosecuting party. If any of that makes sense, all that to round up, we're happy to work on some language as well.
Yeah, I personally think that in a lot of these instances, I don't think fines or bonds are a deterrent necessarily to these people, but losing that privilege to apply for a preference would be a hard punishment, if that makes sense.
Other questions on that? So if the department can include a clause that would then disqualify them from application, is that a clause that's enforceable?
Yeah, what I'm thinking about, Sheriff, questions, reading it on convicting so that it's not just a citation.
Yeah.
We connect with enforcement and the statutory language that we're talking about, the concept at least is that that's in place. Then the statute says that person can employ. So then it becomes for us just a matter of, I don't want to use the word just, that thing with us is to connect those circumstances at the point of application. Emily, if I may share. Anything else to add?
Nope. Good here.
Okay. Any other comments? Jason?
No, I'm good. I just was wondering about the length and time. I know it's analogous to, that one, that same process I think would apply, but I think that any idea here as far as what that penalties may look like would probably be helpful.
Yeah, and certainly, and I did not mean, I was using that as an example that maybe you could do that, just recognize it. I would just ask Jason, just with an interesting time, we get the first stab. And just everybody hear that in the same way I said, maybe a cut and paste, but maybe not. I might come back with something different than the block management that we're currently described.
Yeah, because that one, the first offense was to the end of the license.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yeah, that's obviously that.
Okay, such as convictions 3.
So hear that as a model example, not a literal precise cut and paste.
Okay. So we're good. Everybody have agreement?
Okay. Okay, take a deep breath.
I see Paul jumped off.
Try to walk up, Paul. Sorry. I'm going like video. There you go.
Can you hear me? I didn't hear what you were asking, Ed.
He's good. Steve Paul. Two them stones. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Paul.
I had to leave for just a little bit here. And I was gonna try to get on my phone, but that's probably what screwed everything all up.
Okay. You good?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Ready to vote on 5?
Yep.
Put your thinking caps on. Number 5. Proposed recommendation to restrict non-resident landowners from obtaining more than 10% of licenses or permits allotted to the landowner preference drawing pool. So background, in some limited quota drawings, non-resident landowners securing up to 30% of the permits set aside for landowner applicants in the landowner preference drawing. By statute, 15% of the available permits are set aside for landowners. All landowners, regardless of residency, compete in this preference pool. However, some non-resident landowners are securing permits, while some resident landowners with landowner preference are not. Specifically in 25, multiple hunting districts had limited either sex permits where non-resident landowners were drawing more than 10% of the total number of permits in the landowner preference category available. For example, the total number of hunting district 590-20 either sex permits available was 380. So 15% being set aside for landowner preference would be 57 permits. There were 57 resident landowner applicants who applied, with 40 of them being successful, or 70%. There were 17 non-resident landowners who applied, with all 17 being successful, 100%. PLPW believes the 10% cap of non-residents should first apply at the limited permit level and not the overall quota level, with resulting permits going to eligible resident landowners to increase their drawing success. In the 590 example, if non-residents were capped at 10% of the permit level, which is basically 5.7, running down to 5, at a minimum, 12 more resident landowners would have been successful in securing either sex dog permit, increasing the drawing success from 70% to 91.2%. Funds. The drawing system is set up so that 10% of non-residents is monitored at the overall quota level. Depending on how many resident and non-resident landowners apply with preference, there may be times when non-resident landowner applicants are successful and secure permits while resident landowner applicants do not. Contrastingly, there may be times when resident landowner applicants are successful and secure permits while non-resident landowners do not. Changing the drawing process would be a large administrative burden and could represent an increase in resident landowner drawing success in some districts. Last over. No, forget.
Well, the department that does want change. I would say from their deal, how you, is this 454 including this?
Oh, good question. And Mitch, again, just to remind the committee, we're talking about all these interesting numbers that we're also talking about. Really a couple of things, one of those interesting things that came from the landowner to us, they valued that tag or that permit more than any money they're getting from an access program. So again, just to remind everybody how valuable this is. And these people get to put in for a landowner preference. And if they don't draw, they get to go into the regular draw. And if they don't draw that, they get a third chance by doing a 454 program. Just reminding everybody of those things.
And your point?
Yes, discussion. My point is they have a lot of opportunity. And those opportunities are being taken away from residents of the state who are contributing to the state on a daily basis.
You're talking resident versus non-resident, right? Specific. Okay.
Well, how do we address the department's deal? Is there a way Quentin to do that so it isn't a onerous thing? You do your comments down here with changing the drawing process would be a large administrative burden. Is there a different way to do that? If it isn't, or
I appreciate Chair Lee, I appreciate that question, and I wonder if first we can ask Emily to describe just exactly what that burden looks like. Talk about how otherwise we might address it. Thank you, Chair.
Emily?
Hi, guys. I'm gonna punt this one actually to Peyton Child. He has the most comprehensive knowledge of this. And where I'm gonna ask you to start, Peyton, is just start, how does this process work very, very generally? And then what would it look like if we made a change to it?
Yeah, so we run the landowner preference portion of the drawing first. So those licenses and permits are taken off the top. So it is 15% of the entire quota, and then non-residents are capped at 10%, but that's across the entire drawing. So potentially it could be that all those non-resident permits or licenses are drawn in that landowner preference portion, but it's not very, it never does happen that way. So we do those ones first, and then just whatever's left within that non-resident 10% cap, that's what goes to the regular non-resident portion of the drawing.
So I think it's safe to say this would be a significant program overhaul of how the drawing works right now to how you want it to work, which is something that would be very difficult for our old system. We'd have to start over.
So that question would be then with the new system that might be implemented in the next couple of years. How do you foresee that?
I think in the build of a new system, this is possible, Ed. If the law changes to specify this very specifically, that non-residents are limited to 10% of that 15% landowner preference quota.
Chair, would just ask me, so just making sure we answered your question, and the pieces I would emphasize from Peyton and Emily's remarks are adding a structural change to the drawing process. Back up a little bit to the old drawing process. It's not an easy task.
No,
it's in around the
something we can get behind and encourage you to go forward.
Yeah, something we could, yeah, and I wonder if there's what the chair, I mean, I wonder if the council's tolerance to what I heard you say, chair, is to, and the recommendation being, express this interest, recognize there is a challenge right now with current drawing structure procedurally and its internal stress systems. The piece that actually conducts the drawing. And so maybe with an additional piece to visit with Michael to make sure that in a licensing conversation through the RFP product, this capacity is specifically called out. And we make room for Michael to hear that question. Be happy to get back to the council through staff, what that response from Michael is.
Well, in fact, what we're doing is we've got, if there were 17 non-residents, got one. And we implement this way and go from 17 to 5. And the rest will be available for resident. That's what.
Yeah, that's the that works, Chair.
Understood. Dale?
Yeah, so we've discussed this. It just seems to me this is a glitch within the department that it was kind of unanticipated and the side portion not put in place early on. Because I think the intent all along has been to limit, which they're doing, the number of permits to landowners to 15%. But there's also the company regulation or statute says only 10% go to non-residents. And because of the way it has been set up, now there's a way around this. And I guess as a council, I think we need to urge the department to get back into line with what the intent was, and which would ultimately mean that there would be no more than 10% of those licenses made available to non-resident. Now I'm going to talk out of the side of my mouth a little bit because I do have a little bit of an issue saying that all 10% could go to landowners. I do believe that there should be opportunities for non-residents that are also non-landowners to be able to apply for and acquire a permit in a certain area. I mean, they may have family or friends that have properties and they want to come back and tie and hunt with families on a piece of property. Well, I know that's a lot, but my recommendation would be to work through this with the caveat that no more than 10% of the licenses in that unit go to non-residents, and a portion of those are made available to non-landowner applicants.
Not that that's complicated.
They can handle it. I'm confident of that.
So like in this case, in 593. So with that 57 permits, where does that put the total 10% non-resident availability? That's what I'm a little unclear on. 5. Yeah, there's 5. So on the landowner, non-resident landowner preference, they're gonna get all 5, and no non-resident, non-landowner, non-resident will draw a tag. Is that in fact how it works?
No, Peyton, you want to clarify that?
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
So basically, we're getting confused with the 10% non-resident cap versus a 10% cap on the permit level. So with this situation in 590, as the example, there's 57 permits because that's 15% of 380 will go, right? So there's 380 total. Right. Of that, 15% are set aside for landowners. In that 15% category, now we're taking 10% of those, giving those to non-residents. The other 90% in the 15% category are available resident land. So you're not taking away, what you could be doing is taking away potentially non-resident hunter opportunity because those extra permits are not going to the general drawing. They're going to more resident landowners.
So
does that make sense, Peyton? Did I answer that correctly?
Yeah, that sounds good. And it's important to note that the 10% is an up to. It's not always allocated to non-residents. But yeah, it just depends on how many non-resident landowners we have, and then from there, just whatever's left over goes into that the regular pool. So I think you hit on it good, Jason.
It does, but isn't not looking at the 590 area, looking at another area. Is it not possible that if you were limiting the number of non-resident permits for 10%, and then 15% of them were allocated to the landowners, is it not possible that you could not have a scenario where all of the non-resident allocation went to non-resident landowners in that hunting district? And I guess that's part of my concern. Are there scenarios where that could happen? Don't they qualify?
Yep. So that certainly could be a possibility. I've never seen it in my time here, but the way it's set up, that certainly could happen.
We'll see. Eventually, that's worse. Dave, you still have a question?
I do, but getting back to that 15%, 10%, 57, and 17 non-residents drew. If it was changed, which I think it should be, they would draw 5. Those other 12 permits would still be available to non-residents up to the 10% level of the total permits. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, you're correct. If there wasn't more resident landowners applying in preference, you're correct. So
this was brought to our attention from a landowner at the meeting in December.
Yeah.
And if it was brought to our attention by a landowner, I think it has merit.
Yeah, and I think in my mind, it seems like this does put the order of preference in the right of way. Does it seem like that? It puts it in the right order in those bases.
I think it could, certainly.
And the chair, I mean, just to clarify the math data, I'm sorry, Chair,
Yeah,
person. So in the example, 300 about 590/20, 15% is, so there's 38 then, is that correct? Peyton are available for non-residents? So what you're asking, Dale, is that is there a possibility that 38 non-residents could come out of the drawing for 57 permits? Non-resident landowners. So 10% of the total 380 is 38. 15% is 57. Is there ever a circumstance out there where where 38 non-residents in that application, that land preference pool with 57 permits could come out with that full 10% allocation to the land preference? And yeah, I think I would agree with Peyton. I don't know if we've seen that, and that example would be really long odds for that to happen, given the number of residents that are also applying. But I appreciate the conversation. It adds another facet to speak not only to the 10%, not more than 10% coming out of the landowner pool, and the 10% at the permit level not being fully allocated in the land in the landowner preference drawing. That's an additional subtlety that. Thank you. I appreciate that content.
If I may, I know this was not part of the recommendation, but I really think we need to say of the 10% allocation that goes to non-residents. And I don't know what that percentage is, but it's a maximum, say 50% go to non-resident landowners. Because again, I think there aren't enough families out there or enough ranches out there that have families or friends that are non-residents, that they would love to have that opportunity to have their son or daughter or cousin or whatever it is, be able to come back and hunt on the family ranch. But right now, there's a real potential that there would never be permits available to them because they are likely to get sucked up by the non-resident landowner allocation. And I just think we need to think forward, or the department needs to think forward, and okay, we need to address this before it's an issue. Like Drew said, it may not be an issue now, but I think it's a real possibility that that's coming.
Sure. Dale, is that to say then that the example would be, is it 15% to think also in this process that not more than 15% of the landowner of the non-resident allocation for the 10%, not more than 15% of the 10% shall be awarded to the non-resident landowners.
Under preference.
Under preference.
So the first go around in preference.
And it could be whatever is greater. And I would say we could work on that too, Jared, just recognizing the clock.
So I need to think it through. I don't want to answer that because I'm not sure I have a clear feel.
We could frame it up and figure out how to say that well. I think we understand that. Yeah. Rather than try to wordsmith it here.
Yeah.
And again, none of this, certainly we can make a commitment to look at just how challenging it would be to change the drawing structure now. But I would just confirm again that the latitude to put it to the next RFP and the next iteration of licensing, pick this task up. It's based on a magnitude of change, that development change that represents.
Good question. We've all heard these license permit sales. So you had a comment that it seemed to maybe be trending that way for the number of non-resident landowners that are qualifying for reference. Is that number growing? And it doesn't become more of an issue 10 years from now than it is now. But
Just curious if you have a trend on that.
And Emily or Peyton, I don't know if you're chair, I don't know if you heard that question is, can we draw maybe over lunch, could we draw a quick, could we look at stats and see over the last 10 years? Or however long the timeline might allow us to quickly grab what has been the percent. How has the non-resident landowner preference applicants grown or stayed static over the last 10 years or 20 years? If that's a question we could, if not for today, as soon as we could back to the council. And it makes a good point that Dale, the chair, you talk about something to, when you started your conversation, when it was originally set up, something like that, Dale. That may be it may be where that circumstance is what has changed this conversation. For a long time, we never had this circumstance show up, but it may well be that the number of non-resident applicants now showing up the way they are. If there is an increase there, that suddenly prompts an issue out of what has long stood as a relatively stable, positive thing.
Thank you. Great. Yeah, I think, the stab at this was trying to make the order of preference the most equitable in the most appropriate way. I mean, 10%, 15%, looking at this example, that's the challenge. We're looking at units that are valued because they have a limited draw for a great opportunity. No one's ever going to be happy. Right. This is where we go in all these discussions. It's a limited resource. Not everyone can be happy every year. So what's the most equitable way to apply this based on these circumstances? And I think that's the best we can get to that thing. And so is this the most equitable way that we can think of looking at what has been brought to us as some inequity? So would like to make a move toward resolving this recommendation. I know, Dale, you said not quite clear enough.
That might not be bad. I guess I just need to, write some things down and try to make sure I articulated what's clear to me and what I hope would be agreeable to the department. I'm not sure I'm ready to throw something out right now, but I can simply have something.
Anybody else? Okay. Yeah, I think that's our challenge. This is a full slate, and we're trying to move as promptly as we can. Having already discussed it at great length and now addressing the department responses. So let's do you guys want to take this lunch break and work through it? Take 10 minutes, personal needs, and then let's get lunch and work through it here. Are we good with that? Yeah. Okay. We'll take 10 minutes just to break, and then we'll grab some lunch and work through this item 5 fully. See if there's no information. Okay. All right. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Jared.
Okay, you're on mute.
We're back, okay. Yeah, we're on. Hopefully everybody had a little lunch. So let's try to get back on this. Dale, did you have to go out? Yeah. Did you?
So related to the discussion on non-resident landowners and the 30% for northern permits, I would like to propose this recommendation. PLPW recommends the department revise the drawing for limited draw licenses. So where in no instance, and this will not include the 454 permits because that's a whole different entity. The number of non-resident licenses is limited to no more than 10% of the total number of the said permits, and non-resident landowners are restricted to, and this number is up for discussion, but to no more than 50% of the non-resident allocation. So basically what it would say is no more than 10% of the licenses in a certain area or permits would go to non-residents, and of that 10%, no more than half of those would go to non-resident landowners. The idea being we have friends, family that may want to hunt in a certain hunting district that are not landowners. And even though it may not be prevalent today, there could be a scenario where they would never have an opportunity because there would never be permits that would go beyond the non-resident land. That's my intent on that.
Okay. Everybody understand that?
How do you do that?
With a calculator.
That is the chair, we did that clarifies the concept much, and so we'll take that back. Two things, we'll certainly make sure to the conversation that Michael had with the council this morning, we'll make sure in that RFP, or when we're reviewing that RFP response, that we look for this capacity. For Emily's comment about being careful about trying to put that fix in with the old structure currently in place. And then depending on that answer, we'll ask the council we'll see that as a priority. And the council to wait for that next iteration where that becomes a reality. And if the answer is something more simpler than that, we could try to actually share it.
Okay. Thank you, Will. Additional discussion. Thanks for doing that, Dale. Yeah. Yeah. Online with Donna, Paul, and Dave. Any additional question, comment in that regard? Don't see Dave.
Accomplish the same thing if the non-residents can only get 10% of the 15%.
Right.
Let me think through that.
Could you say that again, Dave?
You accomplish the same thing, which is allowing non-resident licensed to go to non-residents that are not applying landowner preference by limiting the non-resident landowner preference to 10% of the 15% that is set aside for landowner preference.
Yeah, basically what I'm hearing Dave say is that if they were limited to a total of 15%, 10% of that 15%, which is 2/3, would go to non-resident landowners. And again, I'm not hung up on the 50%. I just feel like there needs to be some limit on the number of those that go to non-resident landowners.
So to be clear, the 50% would be more clear.
Yes.
Well, more directed.
Yeah.
And
it'd be 50-50 between non-resident landowners and non-resident public draw. Right? So do we want to stick with Dale's verbiage and recommendation? With that, Dave?
Whatever.
Again, this is a recommendation to the department to work towards that. Okay. Everybody get thumbs up? Any opposition? Don't understand that's right. Yeah, I'm always see you, big. Thank you. Okay. And
What about Paul?
fall back on. Ben's here, but.
Yeah, yes, I'm on. I'm on and I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you. My seat folks, please. Go ahead, Dave.
Are we looking at application numbers now? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we have, did you want to see the application?
Yeah, sure, please.
Wait. Please, all right, go ahead, sorry. No, it's okay.
Can you guys see it already?
No, can you share this, Jason?
We're trying to share now, Emily.
I can also share too if you need me to, Jason.
Opening right now. But it's not letting me have it. Still, Peyton, I don't use.
Can you try it, Peyton?
Yep.
Your screen.
You guys see it?
Yeah, I can see it now. Thank you.
Can you hit the plus button down there in the bottom right and make it look bigger? Is that possible? Or not really? There you go.
Is that better?
Yep.
All right, so what you're looking at here is just the number of approved resident and non-resident landowner preference applications for each license type. And then I have an average over here from 2016 through 2025. These were actually on that presentation that we gave to you guys last December. Also some graphs here if the visual is helpful, but here's the non-resident ones. So obviously the elk permit is the highest. They're all kind of trending up over the past 10 years, but
Thank you, license.
It's 20 that big spike down and then back up. Yeah.
these ones are the totals here too, if that's helpful at all. I believe.
Is that second line that's going up and underneath the elk permits, is that antelope?
This one here?
Yep.
Yep, that one would be antelope.
Other questions? Okay. So just a caveat on the end, I think that goes for qualifying stations, since these are recommendations we've been fleshing out, is there's some in this licensing thing in particular, things we haven't discussed that are unintended consequences within these. Obviously, we'd like to know what they are. I mean, this is again coming out of the department response, our previous discussions on all of these, so if there's something we're missing that creates a real problem, then we'd like to know that back in these regards. Okay.
Your proposal that we just voted on is all species, correct, not just elk.
Okay. All right. So then we will get on to 6. Okay. You ready? Yeah. You ready, Lee?
It seems non-monetary. You know what they are. Violation.
6.
So resident landowners enrolled in an FWP hunting access program should have the ability to purchase one additional bonus point for any license type in which they or their designee are applying for landowner preference. Rationale is in HB 635 to 2023 regular session created the non-resident landowner big game or elk combination priority pool for a non-resident landowner owning 2,500 acres in fee title. Each additional 2,500 acres owned by the landowner. For each additional 2,500 acres owned by the landowner, the department may issue an additional big game or elk combination license of each member employer disability up to a maximum of 5 per qualifying landowner. If the non-resident landowner is successful in securing the non-resident big game combination or non-resident elk combination enrolled in the department administered hunting access program in the previous year, the applicant may purchase an additional bonus point for elk, deer, elk beef, or deer beef. PLPW believes this creates an inequity for the resident landowners. They cannot purchase an additional bonus point participating in an access program administered by the department. So the department believes that this may increase resident landowner interest in reliance on the department administered hunting access program.
Okay. Scott,
Seems like an easy win.
say it again.
This seems like an easy win.
Yes.
What do you think?
If it's an easy win, what's the obvious thing we'll overlook?
Perfect. Back to the regular hunt.
What? They're getting a second bonus. Preference, bonus.
So your draw odds as a resident landowner applying a preference will increase because you're able to purchase bonus points because you're in an access program, which means there will probably be less available for the average Joe. Again, I don't know how the draw odds work, but there is that impact that more successful you are.
Yes, and the reason we're doing this, Mr. Chair, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but like, that was one of the provisions that was written into that original piece was that. You know, if they participated, they would get an additional thing, and basically nobody participated, right?
The non-resident
combination, yeah.
There are cases you can answer about, it's about 130 non-resident big game combination.
In the department statute where there was language in there about if they participated, I don't think many of them or any of them participate.
There's a number of them.
There's
Hey, can you confirm that? Is that possible?
It's 133 applicants this year.
Them claiming the bonus point, Emily?
Sorry, I gotta look on, I have to look up that one. Sorry.
We only had a small handful of the additional bonus point, same as the last few years, like 4 or 5, something like that.
Still was limited. Okay. If this helps. Sizably increase, I mean, it would be an easy win. I'm trying to bounce around my brain too, what I'm missing, right? Where is something of easy wins.
Right.
I think again, if there's a question. To maybe, as you pointed out, in licensing, is there a real obvious downside in that thought process. I mean, earlier we said that bonus points really weren't worth that much. But we're doing scenarios. Yeah, we're doing this to create an equity. Create equity amongst the two categories in the
Emily or Peyton, did you have any thoughts on that impact of a resident landowner preference of bonus point and the impacts of drawing lots?
It's a big guess at this point, how that will actually work. I just wanted to say, if we touch this, we have to open up all three of those landowner preference statutes and put it in each of them. We would have to touch all of the landowner preference because we're tying this to landowner preference. If they participated in an EHA, is that correct? Is that how I'm reading this?
Right.
And you would have to have them designate which license that they want a bonus point for, which we have about 50.
I also want to mention logistically for the non-residents, it says that they must hold and have drawn the license. So are we saying that for the resident, they are only going to get it if they hold the permit that they did draw, or logistically for straight across the board there? Or is it for a general license because they don't have to draw that? What block management cooperators get a license? Was it only for the people that get the block management license?
Robin, this is related to the resident landowner and they're drawing odds for a permit.
Correct, but the
So-
non-resident statute says that they only get that bonus point if they have drawn the license. So if you're gonna go straight across the board, what license are you saying the resident has to draw, or is it just because they hold a general license?
I think what Robin's trying to say is there's some minutia that goes with this that we have yet to discuss.
So I'm sorry, in my mind, that's good, but. No,
So if you were in an access program the year before, your application would now have an extra opportunity to purchase a bonus point for the drawing. That's all it is,
which the non-resident has.
if they draw the license.
So it's all squaring.
So we would have to designate what species do you want to buy that bonus point for?
You could do like the non-resident big game combo where there's the elk. Beer, if you wanted to, or you could. Make it more than antelope, I know it's not.
Just some details that get kind of clunky. We don't have to work them out here. Sorry, it's part of the discussion to talk about though.
Yeah, and I don't think we had that discussion with that kind of detail on the Thursday round. So. Yeah, I mean, that just begs the question, how complicated does that become? But.
Yeah, but pick where your bonus point goes before you see if you get a permit.
Yeah. Which properties are you drawn for?
Well, whichever.
That's-
Yeah, I mean, they're one for moose, one for.
No,
No,
this would not be.
Bonus points for it.
it's elk permits, either sex, or B,
Oh,
or animal. Right?
I don't have to do.
No, I don't, could be.
The non-resident big game combos. He's not. But
So definitely need to look at residents. Have to look at the clarity on that, but. I mean, does that make it a no-go?
I think if the department can clarify all the language on species involved, I could see this as a potential win.
Yeah, so in looking at the graphs, I mean, there's a lot of interest in antelope and or growing interest, I'd say. Certainly more interest in elk. You could make it just elk if it becomes complicated.
I think it could just emulate the HB 635 So the elk permit, deer permit, elk B and deer B, and everybody's gonna choose most likely elk permit, most likely. There's not gonna be a whole lot of interest in deer B or an elk B or even a deer, because they're all looking for most people, so.
That would be a great place, I think, to start it. And if it's something that shows promise and traction in the future, and there are other species that come along down the way, and we have a proven example of how it works. That
Right.
would be something to build on.
I'm definitely a hard no at going beyond those. I would entertain antelope in this, but I would not blue sheep goat, absolutely no. So.
Okay.
So does this affect all the other?
Yes. And that would, reduce potential opportunities for others.
To get a permit?
Or someone else is taking an extra.
Well, they're still capped at 15%.
Okay.
On another preference.
Okay.
But,
So,
yeah.
so when,
Okay, so we good? Okay, so.
Oh, you gotta vote for effort, you.
I think.
it's good.
Okay. We good? Yep.
Yep.
Paul. Okay, Paul. Paul's
You
good.
good? I'm good.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. Okay, here we go.
So the last, thing. The committee worked on, of course, is our access programs, it's got quarterly. You guys are required to report on access programs in depth. When you worked on this work session last July, identified these factors that are related to awareness of participation and address them individually. So currently working for budget and stuff. We mentioned our reservations. Oh, our goal for reservations is also the fall 28 season. And then we're going to comment on how to boost landowner awareness and information about our access programs. So I covered this stuff back in mid-February. So again, these are just all your high level ideas. I don't need to rehash all of them. We looked at those 4 goals in context and in detail. And so these were the different areas, I guess, that you suggest we work to increase enrollment and participation. So those are really the solutions or recommendations, and I don't know that we need to really dive into them here. Hopefully folks are aware of that. Similar with fishing, the exact same thing, talk about what's affecting fishing participation. Similarly, we're looking at our budget status, our budgets. We're going to comment on communication and awareness. And then the same kind of ideas of taking care of landowners, working to increase budgets, staffing administrations. That's the hunting access and the fishing access program. I just probably would assume we'll roll your recommendations, I mean, high priority ideas and recommendations forward. Another thing to discuss beyond the topic you brought up at your last meeting, which was the collision between different programs, but perhaps we want to postpone that discussion.
So I did have one question on fishing. So as we were looking at the current fishing access programs as they've been and made that recommendation towards securing all those historic access programs, is there a point where we need to look at a recommendation for funding in regards to potential future fishing access programs? Or is this too early?
It's probably a little bit too early for additional programs we're working through right now. It's potentially budget increase to pay existing landowners more and or increase our scoring and evaluation of those opportunities. In terms of additional programs, I guess that's, you guys have any other thoughts on?
So Ed, is your question about, so currently we have the private land fishing access, that's what we call it. And so the last time you guys met, you said, hey, why don't you focus on landowners that have previously been enrolled with their agreements that expired, which was excellent, and staff have actually been working on that already. So what we're looking at is, can we increase our budget amount so we can increase payments, both to existing and any new landowners that we bring in? Are you talking about looking at that existing program or adding something different?
So what my question is, with the current known programs that we're trying to just secure, right? Do we know where that's gonna be with the funding? And if we want to go further than that, will additional funding be needed that needs to be requested, say in 27?
Yes, so I think if you guys are still in agreement that you think we should look at your second row there, increased budget for payments, I would add that as your recommendations. And I think that's what Jason is suggesting, is taking these two items, taking landowners who've already been offering access, and then increase budget for payments. I think he was suggesting that we would put those as your recommendations.
Okay. It seems like we're gonna be there in the next legislative session, so. Right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that. Everybody else?
I just think we need to strongly recommend the amount of funding that's made available for the fishing access program is increased, not only the overall umbrella budget for the whole program, but the amount of money that goes to an individual cooperator. I still look at some of our blue ribbon streams and look at the amount of access and the amount of demand there is for that, and it just seems like it's woefully inadequate to compensate those people that may allow a tremendous amount of fishing opportunities on their property.
Yeah, so I think that note placeholder for that, I think that would take care of it.
Yeah, we're planning to.
I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't lost.
Good one. You're quoting for low hanging fruit. Yeah. Okay.
Anything else for the access program you want to talk about?
Anybody else have any access questions that we didn't complete? Or in mind?
Some of us you gotta be done. There's some of you who's got pure photo with his bunch, but everybody needs access, you know, how to instruct them, take it part and take care of it. You know, they kind of done. If you have to have somebody take care of each one, or somebody can just take care of all. No one can walk in public land.
We'll go over those, Steve.
Huh?
We'll go over those next, yes, sir.
Okay, we good?
Yep.
Very good, thank you. So that's next.
What next, probably? Yeah.
So, did we wanna,
Oh, yeah, you want to talk about your this piece here?
Well, is that good to? Yeah. Is that go to the next meeting to finalize those?
Yeah. Yeah. So the way all this comes together then is we take this conversation, notes of old, and compile all that into an official draft report. I do plan to get that to you hopefully late July, early August. We'll talk about the next meeting date, probably late August to finalize that report. Give you guys a couple weeks to look at it, get some feedback and finalize it. And then September 8th is the VQC meeting, that report then will be presented hopefully Ed can be there to present your report. You know, Quinn's working with the committee on agenda timeframes, so that's kind of how all this gets wrapped up together. So we give you guys back the feedback, we'll give you the option to comment, and then we'll finalize the kind of the next DLPW Zoom. We should have day. Try to push it back as far as we can, but yet give EGC members time to review this.
And I think we previously slotted August 20 as that possible time slot for that meeting. Okay.
And yep.
So Quentin?
Thanks, Chair. So understanding that we're at the next topic, I'm going to read that literally FWP request of PLPW to review active program solutions. The corner-to-corner scenarios in mind. The director for calendar conflict, the director is interested in offering some opening remarks to this conversation, but was unable to attend virtually. At this point in time, she's looking to come to the conversation tomorrow morning, first thing. So I'll be really brief and deliberately make room for her to add at least comments tomorrow morning. She just asked to make it clear that, of course, she sees Montana public land as a shared resource. Access to them is a core value held by hunters, anglers, and outdoor recreations across the state. Same time, private property rights are fundamental and deeply respected in Montana's culture and law. Corner crossing issue sits at the intersection of these two values, which is why it's proven so challenging and at times divisive. And she sees, as director of Fish, Wildlife and Parks, she sees the agency's role is not to deepen that divide, but to help identify a path forward that respects both access and ownership. So she since the beginning of her term as director, she's recognized PLPW, in its statutory origins. It's across a lot of conversations with Montana, and so I know there's a ton of delight. I hope you've seen her interest and valuation in its conversations in your interim efforts to date. This is a continuation of that recognized respect and awareness on her part. She sees the forum as a logical place to pick up new conversations, perhaps pick up conversations that have been previously held by PLPW, not looking so much at the legal debate, if that's a way to say, about this corner-to-corner circumstance, but asking and answer the question, or to vet the question to whatever end. What are some access program answers that might potentially address the corner-to-corner situations that are out there? So I'm happy to hear any questions, Chair, and I know that's brief, but again, I want to make room. I know she's got some additional comments that she'd like to add. Apologies for coming into the conversation in her part tomorrow, but that's just what the calendar.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Quinn. So, just to kind of reiterate some of those comments, we had this meeting planned back in April for this venue, and we're really glad to be up here in Glasgow to be able to do that. Kind of glad maybe it's letting up a little on rain even though you may want, so we can follow tomorrow with what we had in mind for touring some of these access programs. But one of the requests I made of the department in that aspect to address the corner-to-corner issue is looking at the programs that we've all looked at for so many years and looking at the programs that Montana enjoys that no other state in the United States enjoys. And I think putting that in front of this will allow us as a committee to see how we can apply those programs maybe more specifically to a corner-to-corner issue, whether it's the exact existing programs as we know them, or if they may need to be tweaked. And I think Jason is going to give an overview of those. And when you look at those numbers, it's kind of like us getting reschooled, if you will, in what we have. I mean, clearly, when you look around the United States, there is no Western state or Eastern state that has the access opportunities. That's the state of Montana through the cooperation of landowners, hunters, outfitters, the agency, and the other agencies, i.e. BLM and DNRC, has put together. And I think if we can utilize that to come up with some great Montana solutions in the interim, as Quentin mentioned, we are not lawyers. We are not going to be making decisions on what the law says or doesn't say. That's not in our perusal. But we do have a great host of programs that since 1995 have been put together to provide access in as many ways as possible. So again, this will be looking at the programs right now, their status, what the parameters of those programs are that may be applicable to this specific question. I think are going to help us have some clarity and hopefully give those that are here listening a better look at what the real facts are in the state of Montana for access that has been created and can be created. So I don't know if any other council members have any additional comments in that regard, but this state has done a great job over time in creating opportunity for Montana residents and non-residents. And that's why we enjoy such participation. So I don't know if anybody has an additional comment they'd like to make.
Mr. Moore, we don't have any corner stuff up here. It's our railroad land grant. The NP, the Great Northern land grants all in North Dakota. And Jim Hill used those to build his railroad buttes so he could get in on the copper. But we don't have any experience. I personally don't have any experience with corner stuff. Down in Wyoming, the very first one, the controversy started in 1869 when we built the Transcontinental Railway. And the cattle barons down there, and they tried fencing it in, and that's what all was chased. So I haven't got the perspective people would have corner stuff. It looks to me like, yeah, in this area, we have large blocks of federal and state with intermingled small pieces of deed. And so I have no, maybe Dale, somebody, but what are those, how do those guys, the landlord, the owning parcels, feel?
Mr. Curry?
Just to speak to Lee's comment. Having experience from BLM in southeastern Montana, if you go to the, I'm going to say North Rosebud County, North Forsyth, you go to southern Custer County, there are large swaths of land that have intermittent sections of BLM land. And so potentially, yes, there are corner crossing lands that would constitute corner crossing in southeastern Montana. Can I speak to the rest of the state? Not really, but there are those lands that are scattered throughout the state where there's BLM.
I think the Milwaukee River, the Northern Pacific, and Burlington all had land grants associated with them. Milwaukee went up the Muscle Shell, went over, and then we made the Forest Service. So I don't know what happened. Did they still have the deed land on the Forest Service? No. Is there a checkerboard on the forest?
There are some.
So this thing can go on. There's one railroad through well, more than one, but one big land grant went right through the middle of Wyoming. That was the very first one. And I think the foothills of the Rocky Mountains started in North Platte, Nebraska or something, because it got double in mileage if they could prove that it was the bottom of the Rocky Mountains. So it went from 10 miles to 20 miles. So that's the deal. But I don't know, the railroad sold a bunch of that stuff. But what are the guys that have BLM in there? They never consolidated. That's like the controversy in the Crazy Mountains. Now the Yellowstone Club moved to the Crazy Mountains. and try to block that stuff up so that they can exclude people from there. I don't know how to address it. I don't think you wanna make it so they can drive through there. You know, there's gotta be some other way to access it, but maybe there's a way to incentivize the people that wanna have some access, the landowners. To put them in a deal like Pala or something.
Jared, could you give us a maybe central department statistic on how many acres we're actually talking about too, so we understand the scope?
Yeah, so Jason's gonna make that presentation, begin that shortly.
Okay.
I did want to throw in a comment from Everett. So Everett Headley is one of our members from Missoula that is had an obligation in Canada and couldn't be here, but he sent this, and I do just want to kind of include this. It would be my suggestion that we and the department focus our attention on the status and relationships. We have so many very generous and neighborly landowners in our state, and the access granted this far should be celebrated and protected. How this is conducted will determine much about future access and cooperation from landowners more than any access program. So I just wanted to throw that in there, since he didn't get to be here for it. You know, and I don't know if this is the right time or not, but I think we have a great opportunity to, again, look at how we can apply the programs we're going to hear about to, in particular, fact it up, get to the facts of where we're at, and look at counting and celebrating these things, and then how in the interim between now and any court agreement at any point in time, how we can maybe add to that to some degree in the ways that we already have cooperation on the ground. So I think we're there.
I think it'd be helpful to have some of the corner cross landowners do a similar thing like we did to the guy who would be like, you know, the other guys come. If you could get some of those, you could get some different perspectives on the way people look at it. You know, so I think it'd be helpful to have some of the families been putting up with that forever, is what they think about it. We don't wanna try to come up with some solution that we don't even know what the problem is.
Yes. Okay. We ready?
So just as a outline or precursor to this, right? This is just a presentation of our kind of current state, current access tools in the toolbox, giving everybody kind of up to speed on what we have available. And then tomorrow we'll look to identify those solutions. So tomorrow morning, we'll have the director have some opening remarks, and then just the plan from there on is how can we best get to workable solutions to provide either changes to these tools or a new tool or some other combination of that to look at keeping the conversation going. So that's kind of what the whole purpose is. So this presentation is solely looking at our FWP tools and toolbox, gonna call that, related to programs that are available to address corner to corner situations or corner to corner areas. So just as a review for those that aren't aware, Montana is currently about 64-65% privately owned. And that would be the combination of reservation lands as well as private lands, deeded private lands. That's 65-35. It comes down to total public land acres. This is coming from a GIS analysis our staff did just recently. I did take out the 734,000 acres of water. So Montana's about 93 million acres broke out that. So there's been a lot of talk, of course, about what lands are landlocked. When it comes down to it, Montana's got 33 million acres of public lands. About 30 million of that has road or water access. So when you look at it, our FWP estimate is suggesting we're about 3.1 million acres of landlocked public land. So to kind of proof that, we look at the last two ONX reports that were done. They're also suggesting about that 3.1 million acres of land. So that was the state land and federal land combined from those two reports. So Montana FDP analysis and the Onyx TRCP analysis are basically the right same thing. To your question, Mr. Drew, about, okay, if there's 3.1 million acres of landlocked public land, our analysis breaks that down to being about 2.2 million acres locked by private land, and about 874,000 locked by corner-to-corner access. So of the 3.1 million acres, 874,000 by FDP's estimates is what we're looking at in terms of landlocked by corner-to-corner access. If you look at the last report from Onyx, again, to prove our numbers, we don't have their methods, but they're suggesting 871,000. So we're right along the same lines in terms of methods. And that graphic is from their report, representing the landlocked lands by corners in the west. So then we look at, okay, there's 875,000, 874,000 landlocked public lands from FDP's estimate that are locked by corners. How many of those are open through FDP access programs? So of the 875,000, 245,000 by our analysis are open, or 28% of all landlocked corners are open through current FWP access programs. So that leaves 628,000 public lands that are inaccessible due to corner situations. Looking at the total of landlocked public lands, so by a private, so where I got the 3.1 million, you add the 875,000 plus the total landlocked of 2.2 million to get your 3.1 million. Our analysis is showing that 428,000 of these landlocked public lands are open because of private land access provided through current FDP access programs. And so when I mean open, we're talking about a buffer, GIS analysis, that it's got to be connected to private land, and it's within a mile of private land. So public land acres obviously could change, but we're estimating about 19% of all landlocked public land is open because of access programs. And that tracks with the most recent Onyx report we had with them as well, back in 21. They represented 618,000 acres, which is just for block management. That's not looking at all of our public lands, but it's again about 20% of landlocked public lands. So we're all basically talking the same numbers. When it comes to what we're talking about, Lee, right there is exactly what we're talking about. We've got three different regions. One is region 1, the Forest Service down the bottom. You can see the second checkerboard pattern. Another one would be region 7 up there on the left-hand side. It's kind of hard to see, but there's some slash lines there. That's actually you see the green boundary around those two checkerboard parcels, one of the BLM parcels and one of the state parcels. That's actually a public access land agreement that we have that's opening up those two parcels. The center one with all the green is actually conservation easement and block management. It says checkerboard Forest Service. That's being open through block management. And then same with the picture on the right, it's got some corner-to-corner access with some parking areas and trails that are going through block management areas to open up public lands. So that's really what we're looking at, is those access solutions. Historically, again, going back to, well, what does Montana have? Actually, in 1985 was the first year that block management really existed, but I put 1995 because that was the year that the legislature authorized us to enhance it, i.e. provide payments, and then it was licenses, and now those payments obviously have changed over time. But 95 was kind of the first time that really showed up. 2000, we called it Access Montana, but it was an effort derived by the agency to look at how can we improve public access to public lands. That came after some discussion about hunting with landowner permission and what was required. But ultimately that effort then was converted into what we call now our Access Public Lands, or Home to Hunt. So Home to Hunt was created in 2010. It's a license source. It's a license opportunity with the funding for us to work on getting access to public lands. 2013, the legislature created the state lands tax credit. And then in 2015, that tax credit was modified from just state land to all public land. And the tax credit went from 500 to 750. The 17th session, they extended the sunset, so that public lands tax credit that was created in 15 is scheduled to sunset in 2027. In 2019, the legislature brought forth the Public Access Land Agreements program, which we've all been instantly involved in this room because you guys all have a role to play with reviewing all of those. In 2021, the outfitter preference point was modified and went from $60 to $100, but it basically created a new funding source for FWP to purchase permanent right-of-way easements. So for those who are hunting with an outfitter in Montana, they have an opportunity to buy a second preference point. The money for that preference point is split. And the purpose for that is to purchase permanent right-of-way easements for access to accessible public lands. And then just this last session, access corridors came to be codified. So like I mentioned, those are kind of our 5 main tools looking at access programs that provide corner-to-corner solutions. Unlocking public lands through the tax credit, public access land agreements, which is what we talked about. APL, or Access Public Lands, formerly Access Montana. This right-of-way easement program, it's more or less a funding source without a program. And then we have our access corridors. So, and then of course, I don't know how to classify it. It's not truly the purpose, but there's a lot of public land open because of the traditional block management program. So doing a deeper dive in each one of these, like I mentioned, the 2013 session was the state land, unlocking state lands tax credit. It became unlocking public lands, increased the amount of tax, and it may be claimed even if no taxable income exists. So if a landowner is willing to provide access, they can still claim the tax credit even if they have no taxable income. One of the things with this program is it does require all recreations are required. So it's not just hunting. It has to be open for bird watching, biking, horseback, etc. All recreations are required. It must be at least 6 months in a day or most of the year. Most of our projects we run June 30th to December 31st because that's 6 months in a day or most of the year. Private land by statute is not eligible to be participating in this program if outfitting or commercial hunting restricts public hunting on the private land, which is kind of a nuanced way of looking at it. But historically, block management wouldn't be able to allow any type of commercial opportunity as well. This statute still requires the private land to be enrolled, not be outfitted or commercially hunted. One of the nuances with this, because it was a state land program first, is that the state land leaseholder must be the applicant. When that was changed in the 2015 session to include all public lands, the federal leaseholder requirement was not present. So right now, if you're a federal leaseholder, you do not have to be, there's no lease requirement to hold federal lease to participate. And then we reviewed this through this committee last year, but there was the 2024 legislative audit performance audit. And looking at just kind of tracking on history and the number of parcels open, it's never been that many acres. But late 2018, 2019, all the way through 2020, we had up to 15 participating landowners at one point in time. Yeah, sure. You guys have any questions on UPL? Yeah. Okay, so the other thing with UPL, the point that's of note to this topic is in statute, it allows the department to do these agreements with landowners where access is adjacent to the point where corners of 2 parcels of public land meet. So the whole corner crossing discussion can be worked on through this program. One of the parcels, though, must be accessible by a road, waterway, or access granted. And so it's really hard to see, but there's a really faint green kind of trail running between those 2 parcels. I took this off the DNRC map, but that white line that's running through the middle is a road. So the first parcel is touching the road, therefore it counts. We can do a tax credit to the second parcel, and therefore unlock that parcel. Yeah. Yes.
So again, so we're all real clear on each of these potential programs. So you guys all have that, right? You know, when you look at UPL, which is this program, this is the tax credit program. It has had some success, but pretty limited in its application. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but it's the only program that has specifically identified corner to corner in its genesis. So when it was created by the legislature, that was the only one that really specifically mentioned it, even though others can address it. Okay. So that's one program that we definitely want to be looking at as applying to this question. But these are all the parameters in that program that Jason just mentioned. Okay, any comments or questions on UPL?
Jason,
My only four. I'm not sure fully. We can make some assumptions, you know, being recreation's required, I think is one piece of it. Being that it has to be 6 months in a day, doesn't really give any letter flexibility on when or how access is allowed. A state income tax credit may not be the highest incentive. But those are kind of the things we've seen, I guess, objectively. Again, that's all anecdotal. It's not true hard fact, but the reason you saw the big spike and then kind of a decline was we had some legal interpretation that changed. There's an actual tax code that says you can or can't do this with multiple parcels, kind of stacking one and the next one. And for a while we did that and we didn't do that. And now through the audit, we're back to doing that again, more or less. So every time a public would cross private, one of the next public land parcel, we could do another tax credit for that second parcel.
Jason, would you say department bandwidth has something to play in the number of participants as well? Meaning you just don't physically have enough people, time or staff to go out and try and actively pursue and find extension agreements?
I think that's a fair analysis, just given the number of tools we do have. Our staff are very busy with all kinds of access programs, but as to that being the cause of it, I don't necessarily know what that's.
Not the come, but it could play.
It could be a contributing factor.
Do you know which regions you hear?
So we have 3 UPLs right here, Region 6. If you're headed back to Iowa line, just across the tracks in Dodson, right out of Maine, driving Dodson. There's one of them there. There are a couple are up by Whitewater, so you gotta go a ways north to see them here. Then there's one down in Region 5 as well. Just off the Millstone Mosby. Any
other questions on UPL? Okay.
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do they have to have, to do this unlocking public lands, does it have to have wildlife on it or not? Or
There
just-
is no, for the Unlocking Public Lands program, it's a tax credit certification, so as long as you meet the qualifications for the tax credit, you're eligible for the tax credit. We don't do anything in terms of habitats or game populations or any of that. It's just, do you meet the requirements for the tax credit? If yes, you're eligible for the tax credit.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yep. So jump into our next column there, public access land agreements. Like I mentioned, it was a 2019 session that created it. There's over 70 or about 70 different agreements ranging from annual up to 10 years. Our agency is looking at this program because it provides not only the ability to open up landlocked public lands, but also provide improved access to public lands. So the big thing at the bottom there is that with PALA and our experience with UPL being limited participation, we wanted to try and still provide as much public access as possible in places where access may legally exist, but yet could be improved. And so that's where we created an under accessible category with this. So that's basically saying that even if there's legal public access to a parcel, if there's a better way to get to it, if there's motorized access, if you're not climbing a cliff, you're not going through stream bed, we could do a public access land agreement to improve access because it's more or less under accessible. So in 2024, we used to have a rule that said it had to be at least 2 miles from the nearest access point. In 24, we did a rule update that restricted that, dropped that down to 1 mile. Or if the department determines it improves public access based on site-specific considerations. So we don't have to be restricted now by the 2 mile, 1 mile thing. Like I mentioned before, all of these you guys have all seen or your predecessors have seen because they all come through this body for review and recommendation to the department of whether or not to enter those agreements. Things to note that are in statute about those are public access land agreements that you must be the leaseholder to apply. If there is a public land lease, you cannot apply if there's no public land lease. Additionally, the amount of compensation is not to exceed $15,000 per agreement. Improvements can be provided by the department to facilitate public access. So in this case, we've done some rock, some graveling, culvert, bridge replacements, a lot of cattle guards. So basically the landowners are reimbursed for their costs up to $1,000 per year of their agreement to improve the land, so to speak, facilitate public access. So this has a little bit of a nuance that it's not just a payment for access or an income tax credit. It's actually we're providing reimbursement for those kinds of infrastructure improvements. And we've seen quite a bit of interest that way. Definitions, of course, on how the public may access it, when they can access it, and then penalties for trespass. These are all things listed in statute as negotiable terms. So even though we use our scoring criteria or valuation sheets to try and be as consistent as possible, trying to treat landowners equitably, everything by statute is technically negotiable. And so that's why we have to take things as a whole and try to be as consistent as possible, recognizing that again, it's all negotiable. So in terms of PALA, here's another example of a way that we've been able to open up some corner access that state parcel as well as BLM with zone access route down in Region 7. Those are just some signs, but basically using our public access land agreement to open up not only landlocked public land, but then also some access that would be locked only by a corner. In terms of or our funding sources for PALs, we do use some general license dollars. We support it with our home to hunt license, like I mentioned before. And then there is a portion of that outfitter preference point. So when somebody is hunting an outfitter buys that second preference point, 25% goes to PALA, 25% to block management, 25% to future fisheries, and 25% to that permanent right-of-way easement program we talked about, and I'll highlight that again. But we do support PALA through some of that preference point as well. In 2025, we saw a $2 million appropriation for this program through part of the recommendations of this council. And then we expect about $880,000 left for contracts going into 2027 from that original appropriation after this cycle is complete. So you guys just got done reviewing those in April. Contracts will go out here shortly. We got the director's approval on those, so those will be going out soon. So it's kind of a matter of hopefully everybody signs the contracts and send them back because that will open. Note the way we budget these is on a 2-year cycle. So even if we have a 10-year agreement, we only budget in 2 years at a time. So every time we go back to the session, we're asking for a new appropriation to extend those lives of those agreements.
There was $1 million when they set it up.
Yes, yeah, it was. Exactly. Yeah, it was $1 million when we started. We have spent that through long-term agreements and annual payments. So now we're up to a $2 million appropriation. And that's kind of where we're at in terms of total agreements on the bottom left. And our estimated acreage, again, it's not just acreage that's landlocked, legally accessible only. It's land that could also be improved for additional public access.
And to be clear on that, that $2 million is a biannual.
Yeah. Oh, so you got $1 million needed.
Yeah, and I do think we're up against a large number when it was $1 million.
You know,
It's never beyond that, when the created enough, that's origin.
I'm still about it all. For the land.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you open. You know, if you open up a section of something that you sequestered because it had a big bull elk, I don't know what to talk about, but an elk for it is out of state hunter and it's outfitted. You know, I got a nephew or nephew-in-law that's got an outfit license. They get a lot from the dollars.
I do just a comment on UPL and PALA. I think you could argue that, the way PALA applies has made UPL less attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be pretty clear in how it's worked out that that is the case. You know, there's way different consideration given to the PALA. And there's been some talk about increasing UPL, but it seems like the interest has definitely been focused on the PALA agreements.
Chairman, case it is, as these things get signed up, more landowners coming to you with a realization what this program is, more just agency people out finding these things or concentrating on certain places and making that relationship work.
Generally, it's more of the latter, relationship, direct conversation with staff. I have a little bit at the end, we can talk about how we've done to promote it, when we get there.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ellis has his hand up.
Go ahead, Paul.
I never put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, yeah, like you said, obvious the increase in usage. I would say the only thing Achilles heel to the PALA program is that the landowner has to have the lease. Sure. That adjacent property. That would potentially hamstring this for owner access. Good.
Okay. Access public lands. This one's been around for a while. Ironically, we never really talked that much about it. It kind of shows its head whenever we get special projects that show up that, hey, we want to do it right away. How do we fund it? And as of recent, we've not done a lot of effort to promote this even internally, but it exists out there. Like I said, formerly Access Montana, but it was designed originally to resolve conflicts, help marking signs and boundaries, different access points. We actually have a statutory obligation to develop land ownership maps and identify boundaries, which is still in law. And then in like I said, in 2010, I believe the home to hunt license was created. And that license then sets the foundation for this access public lands. You can see it there in bold, but it has to be used by the department to acquire public hunting access to inaccessible public land, which may include through private land to inaccessible public land. So that's the law. That's the structure. There's no rules. There's no other statutes. It's solely that funding source in that sentence, which gave the department ultimate flexibility to try and implement and secure public access to public lands. Some of the ways this has been done, like I said before, through mapping and signing projects. We've done some acquisitions or assisted with conservation easement purchases that are opening up in excess of public land. We've done some right-of-way purchases. We now support the $2 million appropriation, part of that supported through this home to hunt license. And then historically, we did some work with state and federal agencies on improvements to facilitate public access. And one of the things that was most recently done through this program, it's hard to see, is that there's a little tiny red line on there. It's a Timber Gulch access easement we purchased with the Garrison River Ranch down by Glen, near country. The department actually was able to secure that 1/10 of a mile into some of that BLM with the landowner, and the department, along with 3 other sportsman's clubs, helped pay for that easement. And we actually assigned it to the BLM because that easement then is maintained by them, so we don't have to do any road maintenance. The landowner doesn't do road maintenance, so it actually worked out quite well. And that was kind of the last access public lands true project we probably did with this program.
Is that fully funded?
So APL is, like I said, solely through the Home to Hunt license. We get about $346,000 a year through the sales of Home to Hunt licenses, and the bottom graph is that Home to Hunt license specifically in terms of the types of sales over time. So at most, we're running, I don't know, 450 or so total licenses for those three different combo types. And so our annual revenues are right around 346,000 annually. So every time that rolls over, we're accruing more money than that. If we're taking that chunk and putting it towards, PALA, for example, to help support PALAs. If it continues to build and build and build, then we'll have ability to, do a bigger right-of-way purchase or something like that if something came along.
And are these typically longer agreements?
They can be anywhere from annual agreements all the way to, like I said, permanent right-of-way purchases.
So how do you permanently fund that with a very revenue?
The revenue is about the same as far as how it's been consistent through time. Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Chair. Home to Hunt license sales, is that the only funding source?
Yes, sir. For this
And-
program, it's the only funding source for this program.
Do you know if it has a balance in there now, or were you gonna get to that? Is there a surplus balance in there now?
I'd have to defer to Lena. I think she is gonna join us. She's still there, able to chat. There she is. Hey, Lena.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Lena Havron, Chief Financial Officer for FWP. I believe I heard your question to be, what is the balance in the Home to Hunt account?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, let me, I don't have that document open, but it'll take me a couple of seconds here. So Home to Hunt. Sorry, I have them in number order. So there is a ending fund balance of $1.2 million at the end of 25, which, we reconcile them once a year. We're in the middle of 26. And there is 1.8 of it appropriated. So has about 330,000 worth of revenue. So we're thinking it's going to be about 500 or so thousand by the time we get through the next biennium. So if we ask for anything in this next biennium, it'll take away from that.
Is that helpful?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Lena. Appreciate it.
Of course.
So the last one, which is kind of, again, I guess not safe for last. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't realize you're jumping.
Yep.
Rules.
None.
So on access public lands, there are no commission rules, no department rules.
Okay, well, that's the epitome of ultimate flexibility. Besides this guiding statute to acquire an inaccessible public land, there are no administrative rules. Yeah, it's been the ultimate flexibility for the agency on that funding source.
So then to clarify a funding balance, what would you expect would be rolling over, at least, let's say annually, available in that fund? I realize it's a projection.
Lena, I don't know if you can speak to that question.
Of course I can speak to any question that Ed has. So it's weird. It depends on the rate of spend. Obviously, how much of this do you spend every single year? But what it looks like is, to be perfectly honest, 500,000 would be the maximum you would have available probably to appropriate out of it per year. When you're bringing in 330 and you're spending around 300, it's really, we're eating the balance that we grew prior to spending a lot of it. Does that help at all?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question. The money comes from the home to hunt. But can you actually move money into that fund? Say, we use this as a way to corner to corner. Can you move money into this access program that's not in the home levy?
Did you hear her question, Lena?
I did hear the question. The simple answer is no, you cannot move money into this fund. This fund gets some of the revenue from the non-resident B10 and B11 as well. And so because of the way our funding structure is, we have a thing called diversion. And so you cannot create a new earmark to go into this, and you cannot create, you cannot move another revenue source into it from one of our other sources. So general license is our main revenue source. You couldn't take that and move it from general license into this fund. But general license is eligible to use for a purpose of this if that funding was sufficient.
I don't know who's first.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Stephanie?
Chair, this question is for the department. The home to hunt license. Can you explain what that is, who that's for, and who's capped?
It is.
I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Emily. I was gonna say you could take it or I could add it to you.
The home to hunt license is for those folks that once held a resident license as a resident of Montana. So these are folks, they lived here for 20 years and they moved out of state. So, they spent their youth here, their, young adulthood here. They had a resident license. This is for those folks to come back to Montana, and they pay half, 50% of what that combination license is. So for example, if a big game combination license was $1,000, the come home to hunt license for qualified applicants would be $500. These particular licenses are capped also at $500 a piece. You'll see that on the graph. We can't sell any more of that. We are creeping a little bit higher all the time, but have never gone over that 500.
But isn't the actual restriction that they still have to have relatives in Montana?
They do. They have to have a resident sponsor. So somebody that will be in the field with them when they hunt.
Sorry. Sorry, I've got a follow up. Can that resident sponsor, does it have to be a relative or can it be an outfitter?
I believe the statute says it's a relative. I'm not looking at it right now, but I know that it would not be an outfitter.
It is a relative, and that relative does also have to hold a hunting license for the come home to hunt.
Thanks, Robin.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Program rate, the rate's not the out of state rate. It's a reduced rate. If you come home to hunt, you don't pay an out of state hunting fee.
Half of the, guys, non-resident.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on APO? Everyone that comes, EPO, APO, PAL? Yes. We're good with APO? Okay.
This one looks like it's pretty good. Much money.
So, like I mentioned earlier, the 637 bill in the 2021 session created this new opportunity for us to purchase permanent easements through private property to inaccessible public lands.
So right now, we basically say it's a funding source without a program because we don't really have an acronym for it. But ultimately, when a non-resident sign up with a licensed outfitter, they can purchase that second preference point. That second preference point, $100 broken out 4 different ways. To purchase permanent easements is one of the ways. So this is kind of the HB 637 access program, we call it. And like I mentioned before, this is to access public lands. We see this different than the last one we just talked about, which is just for hunting. This could be used for all recreations. The language within the law is that the public land must be leased by the landowner, or in public land which there is no leaseholder, or to public land which has the consent of the leaseholder. So, like I mentioned, the other 3 portions go into different accounts. But as of FY25, that was the fund balance for this access funding for permanent easements.
So within that fund balance at 1.2, when did it start collecting revenue?
2021.
Leah, can you address the questions for the budget on this one? I think it was what, March 1st, 22. Probably it was a 21 bill.
For the preference point?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When it was
so,
collecting revenue.
yep, you are correct.
22.
License year 2022, March 1st.
What is that? 22, 3, 4, 5. So it's had 5 years to accumulate 1.2. Is that correct? 4.
We have our
4. So it's generating $300,000 revenue annually, roughly. Does that sound right, Lena?
That is for just the preference point? Or is that what you're
just
asking?
the portion of preference point that's generating revenue for the permanent easement account.
Yeah, there was a larger. The first year was larger, and I cannot remember off the top of my head how much that first year was. If you give me a minute, I can look it up and I'll get back on to you.
Paul?
I've got a question for you. I guess, how many preference points did we sell this year?
Outfitter preference
Yeah.
points, Paul?
Yeah,
Hang on, I gotta look it up.
Any other questions related to this besides the one the ladies are working?
Yes. Rules?
Non-existent.
And no, we have not done any projects using this as of yet.
That's correct.
They can access through private land to leased public land, no lease or consent of the leaseholder.
Correct.
So it's the same as Powell.
Powell would require you to have a lease or have no lease. This provides
No consents and consents on the quote.
Is there any non-beach?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Nina. Lena?
I'm really
You're
bad
good.
at clicking, my apologies. So what you have is we did get a little bit of the revenue in fiscal year 21 based on timing. But the large amount of revenue, it was about 250 or so thousand more than what that first time kind of infusion from House Bill 637. And then it is about 190,000 a year for the preference point portion of the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just waiting for that answer on the 2026 reference point sales. She might not have it yet.
I'm working on it, Paul.
All right, I'm being patient.
Like I mentioned this morning, for those that weren't on, we'll take public comment, scheduled for it at 3:30. So if you do have public comment at that time, that's when we'll start taking any of the items on their agenda. So the last access dedicated program that we have is access corridors. Access corridors for block management were actually available in administrative rule 1996. When we updated the rules in 2024, some of the language was removed. And so through House Bill 763, it was codified that we can continue and do block management access corridors. With the corridor language in the 25 session, it requires that the commission be the approval authority. So unlike some of the other ones, kind of depending on the term length of the agreement, the department is the approval authority. You know, like the PAL has a PLPW review. Some of them are commission authority, and this one actually is a commission authority approval for. And we do require that the adjacent leaseholder, or at least it is required that the adjacent leaseholder be notified. We have to then make sure that the agreement would not interfere or violate any of the public land lease terms. We have to incorporate those relevant terms and then allow the public land leaseholder the opportunity to support or object to the agreement prior to us working through the commission process. It may be exempt from tracking 100 days. So one of the things we had with this coming forward was to try and limit administrative costs and time. So we could do a flat rate structure with the landowner. And because of the way the law is written and set up at 25,000 maximum payment per landowner for an access corridor.
That's for each.
That's an annual access corridor up to 5 years. Yep. So those are kind of the outlines of House Bill 637 and then the block corridors. Anything else on the corridor before we jump over just into more traditional block?
Access corridor.
Okay, yep.
So that funding is strictly in the block management funding.
Correct.
Has there been any determination on how much funding this might use? To this.
Regarding the funding, I don't know, Lena, did we do a fiscal note last time? I can't remember if we got one through around with this bill. Or if you have any idea on potential estimates for.
Yeah.
Budget.
We were unable to determine a fiscal impact because we had no idea how many people would be interested in this program. And it's similar to our block management program anyway, so we weren't able to determine any sort of fiscal impact.
And
You guys signed up for one of these?
no, we didn't have any go through this year. We had a couple landowners express interest, worked with them and their lease holders and couldn't get them through the process. And like I mentioned, it always through the commission, so usually we're kind of a 2-month ahead schedule. For this season, we didn't have any access corridor agreements.
Stephanie?
I'm sorry. I guess I'm super lost on how this is different than block management. Is this is somebody walking through the private, but they can't hunt it?
Correct.
So how's that different than a PAL?
They're very similar.
Okay.
Some provide different incentives. So like a PAL would provide reimbursement for a cattle guard. Our corridor typically is not to provide that reimbursement. These will be set hopefully on a flat rate schedule like PAL is, and PAL by law, everything's negotiable. So we're having some gives and takes with both
programs, but ultimately, all 5 of these tools do similar.
Those two just seem really similar. Sorry.
Stephanie, one of the big deals too, or big differences is, when one says hunt only, you look at the recreation type. That plays a big in which one of these we maybe decide to try to target.
Yeah. And then also, Stephanie, on the access corridor, the department has to ascertain a cooperative arrangement from the landowner if there's any opposition to it. So they gotta go seek that agreement. So did that answer yours?
Thank you.
So Jason, with the rules change in 96 to law, which kind of precipitated the access corridor in a sense. Previous to the rule change, there was no commission for approval required. Correct?
There was a statutory change with this last session, but yes, the access corridors have been approved at the regional level prior to this session.
Yeah, so until the access corridor, you guys approved it at the region. Okay. So which is harder to change? The rule or get all that done in an access corridor?
I'm not sure what you're asking there. The rule you're referring to is the statute. So the law is that we will do access corridors within the commission. Okay. With those requirements, that's the statutory requirements. It used to be an administrative rule. Rules changed in 2024. Now it's codified that we'll do corridors and have a commission authority.
True. Yeah. Okay, so the simple went away. And the complicated went twice. Yeah, okay. Stephanie?
Quick question, maybe not quick question. How do you determine how the landowner gets that full $25,000 payment versus the 15 that Appala gets? Is it a similar formula like we're using for Pella's?
We haven't got there yet. We don't know. We don't have any access corridors.
Okay.
They're not gonna be using a Hunter Day tracking system, as far as a sign-in box or something, we use a corridor. We have yet to determine what the rates will be for an access corridor for block management. Historically, we had 100-day requirements and it would be half of the daily rate. So for an access corridor, we pay half of what we paid for the regular block management rates. Now there's potential for a flat fee. We're not looking at tracking days. The other thing to your question is this is set in statute at 25,000 per landowner. So maximum, no matter how many corridors you have as any one landowner, you can only have up to $25,000 in total. Pala is up to 15,000 per agreement. So one landowner can have multiple agreements exceeding the 15,000.
Thank you.
Any other question? So can you clarify for me within the block management and then the access corridor? Is the 25,000 cap on its own? How's it in relation to the cap on block?
So landowner can't get 75,000.
Right.
Be 50,000.
So they could get 50 if it's 25 on the access corridor and then 25 based on their 100 days.
It would depend on how it's broke out, how many contracts and properties. But
okay.
Yeah, any one lender cannot receive more than $50,000. Period. Doesn't matter how it comes up. You're just good.
Thousand.
Got $30,000.
Just wait a minute. If they have points, well.
Anything else on corridors? Okay. So like I mentioned, I wasn't quite sure how to classify it. This is a slide we gave you last time we talked about statistics. But in general, block management's almost 7 million acres with almost 618,000 was based on the Onyx report from 2021. It's probably very similar now. I didn't have a GDS analysis just for block management. This time we did it all collectively with access programs, so we don't have that specific, that's why it's there. But ultimately, that's what we're looking at in terms of block management, participation, payments, acres. And then inaccessible acres, again, that's not just corners, but that's all public. Mr. Chair, you asked me to throw in the Hunter Access Fund. This was provided to you guys to your committee last October by Lena. So here's that fund balance, the funding type, and then our expenses at the bottom and the gray. It's kind of hard to see. But any questions that you're top of mind, I don't need with this.
Yes, so following from this.
Lena, are you around?
No, just following from this for clarification for everybody. The funding source for the access funds, we've talked about in regards to the previous block. Can you quantify where the funding comes for block management?
Yes, so a lot of different places, obviously, mostly non-residents. Jason, you don't happen to have that other sheet?
I do.
I think I broke it down a little bit better for you guys on that. I don't know if I was able to.
It just has the 26 projections on it, so I can know.
Okay, so there's a break. I gave a breakdown last time, but it's mostly non-resident. So there's some from the Upland Game Bird license, some from like Super Tag lotteries, some from the B10 and B11, quite a bit from the B10 and B11, and then some from the non-resident relative of resident licenses. The base hunting license is what was increased last session. It went from $10 to $50, of which this fund gets $40 of it. And then the preference points that you guys have talked so much about. Yeah, this is my lovely giant sheet for you that has a breakdown of all the licenses and what that allocation is per license.
I appreciate all that detail. I was just trying to get to a kind of a summary of where that license funding comes from. There's been some lack of correct information out there as to how the access program is funded with people's general taxes and the like. And I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware where the primary funding is derived for these programs.
Yep, it is all licensed dollars from hunters.
Is there a PR money?
There is PR that's eligible. We use a little over $5 million for the contract payments, the reimbursements to landowners. PR, of course, like I said, is kind of declining on the apportionment side. So I don't think there's a big opportunity to add any more PR to the program at this point. But we always keep that in the back of our mind to see if we can add more PR to this program.
What percent of the license is non-resident that goes to block man or resident? I'd rather you're a resident.
Did you hear that, Lena?
What percent of non-resident or resident? It's a different what they call them is it's different. So that some are like a set dollar amount per license. So that other sheet is something that you guys maybe want to take and have in your back pocket. A lot of them are 28.5% of the revenue. It's what we call a distribution. So you sell one license and it gets distributed to multiple funding sources for multiple purposes. And I don't know, maybe half and half are dollar amounts, set dollar amounts, and the other half is seems to be about that 28.5 on most of those other licenses for the distribution.
Yeah, I think what he's asking is overall revenue.
Oh, shoot,
Resident
overall
versus
revenue is like 96 or 96% non-resident licenses. And that will probably increase to 97% when we see how many of the non-residents bought the increased base hunting license. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Thank you. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, we sold 7,695 secondary preference points in 26.
Can you please repeat that?
7,695.
7695. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, you good with it?
Yes.
So one of the questions is all the time at FWP, you have all these tools, what did you do to promote these tools? So one of the things I like to highlight for you especially is we have made a concerted effort, at least multiple times, to try and direct landowner interest to these programs. You can see different ads there at the bottom right, it's from 2018, 2019, 2020. Ads we've done both print, social, radio, TV ad buys. We did a direct mail analysis where we found all the landowners who could qualify for this based off of the rules for both UPL and PALO, and sent them a direct mail piece twice, advertising these opportunities. And so then in 2023, which was the last time we did our direct mail and our I guess push, so to speak, for advertising. You'll see the little pamphlet on the right side, that's kind of the front cover of that pamphlet. I meant to bring some today, but I forgot. So in 2023, we did ads, usually January through March, because that's when our application periods are for both PALO and HPL. We had a reach of about 9.2 million, cost us around 53,000. And you can see the places we did both radio, social, online, just ads, email, and print. And our reach based on this from our ComEd staff for those marketing efforts. One of the questions before was how, what's the follow through? And usually it's around 5 or 10 agreements will come out of a $50-some thousand advertising campaign, but it's not very good.
Before we go on, question, we talk about targeted ads online. Who's your target audience?
I can't speak to what ComEd identified from there. Usually it's landowners or landowners with those kinds of interests, they like hunting pages, they like outdoor stuff, they like, or it was just general landowner ownership too, but I don't know. I don't have a list.
And I guess what I was getting, when I saw that you were targeting, you had a targeted audience, my concern was, okay, if you have the emails for all of your block management participants, and that's who you're targeting, is that really effective, or should we be reaching out far greater than that?
No.
That's not accusatory.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a direct effort for any of our cooperators with this. It's more of a broad, just general marketing effort.
Okay.
The real effort was designed behind the geospatial components. So looking at who would qualify, who qualified with a lease, you had to have a lease and you had to give them the 2-mile buffer. So then we put those two together, marry up their mailing addresses and send them direct together to the letter. 23 was the last.
And often ComEd hires consultants that set up various demographic methods to reach out to certain population.
Yeah, that's helpful. That too. Yeah.
By any chance, you know if any of these particular outlets were more successful than these?
I guess I'd have to likely defer that to Travis and Katie if you guys recall, if you had any more interest from somebody picking that up or not.
It's more word of mouth, really.
Yeah.
In particular effort, I think it's
relationships, it's neighbors, it's. You know, I might have gotten one in the last 6 years where somebody heard it on the radio. I mean, it's not much.
That's your deep dive. There are 5 different access programs that have different options to address corner to corner situations.
Stephanie.
This question's for you guys as access program managers. If I come to you as a landowner, would like to enroll in an access program, how does that look? Because I mean, to me, I mean, we've talked about these a lot, and there's a lot to it. How does one landowner get into this and not be completely overwhelmed by the insane amount of options?
I mean, the first question I ask is, well, what do you want to do? You want to allow hunting? Do you want fishing? Do you want people out there bird watching? Do you have public land leases? Like how do you see this happening on your property? What would you like?
Let's go from there and kind of go through the programs and pick, see what fits best for what they want. That's what it comes down to, is what do they want to do, and do we make it work with the tool we have.
Thank you guys. Great answer.
Or Stephanie, if any of the other regional access folks would be on that, would have another comment to that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, you can. If you guys are willing and able for the question, Diane, Evan, Ian, Macy. So you all are in the meeting at least. Add a comment if you have it.
No. Okay. All right. So do you all feel you get a good grasp of clarity within these programs? As far as what they are, how they apply?
Oh, yeah, they more money than I thought. I thought you had to have ground cemetery. Yeah, you work.
It's better to talk.
Generates a lot more money.
Okay. Okay. So I thought probably the next thing, assuming we have a good grasp of the programs, is to kind of re-identify who's involved in this a little bit, just to flesh that out. As far as the question with corner to corner. Looking at who stakeholders are, we've heard a lot, I think, as you've been paying attention to it. But kind of, you know, looking at the considerations when we're looking at these programs and applying who's involved. So if you would humor me, when we're looking at stakeholders involved in that particular issue, who's involved in it? Most of it's pretty obvious. Who's the number one stakeholder that we would identify? Public?
Yeah, education.
How do you guys feel about the agencies? Absolutely. I mean, when I was looking at this, it's obvious that this department has actively been pursuing all these different things for many, many years. Are there, when I looked at the whole discussion in EQC, there were some other obstacles there between agencies. And I think outside of FWP, you're looking at
state lands,
the NRC. Yeah. Okay. So as we go forward looking at those, was there anybody else? I mean, we put public as just the general public. Is this all public recreation? Is this public specifically for one
outdoor recreation, does it matter?
I think you ought to say outdoor recreation, in the public.
Looks to me like the challenge derby, when they had all that problem, you know, we're supposed to be common law says you're entitled to air. Plus, well, there's different narrow rights and all that, and the air deal used to be 500 feet. Because that was private land, so now in the age of drones, how high in the air? If you have a piece of private property and you live on Fifth Avenue South in Helena, can your neighbor fly one of those things over and peek in all the windows? And you see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like an unreal. And so it's got to be specific to this stuff, you know, the circumstance.
Yeah, and I think lucky for us, we're not gonna be able to address that type of a situation with any legal expertise, so there's no real point in that. But when you get down to the practicality of that, I think Lee is on the ground.
Yeah.
You know,
And they
how can we address this on the ground?
to try to keep the homesteaders out. Now we've got a lot of state landowners that reached out to us. It's the private, lots of private control. And those of us that live up here and live with the public domain forever, we're kind of each, you know, it's not a big deal. But you get down there along the railroad tracks, the Muscle Shelf Valley, that is Jefferson, all those, you know, it makes a lot of difference. And you know, I don't know how we're very good. You need to be thin so you can go turn sideways and walk across so you don't shade the neighbors. You learn how we're gonna do it, but it's just another same thing that's been going on since 1869.
Yeah. Definitely.
I have a question for the department, particularly you, Jason. Is the department or access coordinators, managers, are you guys turning away anybody wanting to participate in this because you guys don't have the time or the funding to facilitate that?
Not to my knowledge. I don't have a list of landowners who are knocking down our doors, I guess, ready to sign up for any one of the tools. Doesn't matter if they're on this list or not. I think we see some overlap. You know, we've seen some growth in our conservation program and whatnot, where we're able to sign up some landowners that way too. Related to public access to public lands. We have these tools. And I'm not sure if it's the tool, I'm not sure if it's the incentive, I'm not sure if it's the marketing piece, or perhaps it is the relationship piece that's not there. We kind of all went around. What's the whole end?
Follow up to that. Do you guys feel like you have adequate time to address your current workflow with the landowners you currently have in the role? Or do you feel like you have more time to do these high touch points that require folks to sign up? Because it sounds to me like these are very relationship, very face to face, very high touch point where you guys, it takes time. Do you guys feel like you have adequate staffing and time to potentially pick up access?
Yes and no. Yeah. That's kind of, so. I guess we haven't. Turned anybody down because of time or funding. We always figure we'll find a way. And I would continue to do that. With this, just make it work somehow. And not turn people away because that's not the work.
I agree. I've never turned anybody away. We just make it work, whatever way possible.
I'd love to hear from other regions as well, make sure that everybody feels like they've got adequate time.
Chair, could I jump in here? And I think we should ask the other regional, and I really
Please.
appreciate both of your input. My sense after being here for a year and a half is we are at capacity. That all of these regional access managers are working so hard, and they're not going to turn anybody away, but they are at capacity. So if we're looking at opportunities to add additional agreements, we definitely need to be thinking about capacity.
That's where it's going with this, but you guys need more help if we're looking at this.
Go ahead, Mace.
Yeah, hi, I haven't introduced myself yet, but I'm Macy from Region 1 out of Kalispell, and just yeah, to add on to your question there. I'm same thing of what Katie and Travis had said too. I'm not turning people away. If a lot of times landowners are coming to us and more than willing to make that time and have conversations with them and answer questions. Where I kind of struggle is the outreach that we can do to landowners we haven't really been in contact with. I've been trying to do some mailers and stuff, but yeah, my time gets limited in that aspect. But when landowners come to us, when they've kind of heard out and about in their world about our programs, more than willing to make all the time in the world to talk to them.
See.
I don't know, Evan or Ian or Cheyenne, if you guys are still listening or hang on. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'd just echo what everyone else has said. While our capacity, I mean, we're pretty busy all the time, and we make it work. It just might take a little bit longer to get through the whole contracting process and get everything set up. Obviously we are at capacity, so thanks.
I think one of the things maybe keep in mind as we're sitting here in this discussion is like depth. Like depth of knowledge, depth of relationship, and just because you can get the work done or have the name assigned to an agreement and they know you're the person to call, doesn't mean that there's really a relationship of depth there. And I think that's, from my perspective, that's where I feel like we're just spread thin, so we're trying to do everything we can to get as much done as we can with as many people as we can. But that doesn't mean you have the friendships or relationships dedicated to new cooperatives, especially. But then also just to drink coffee with vendors, like that time just doesn't really exist for access staff at this point. And Lars.
Didn't we ask for a number of FTE in the last legislative session?
Have to look back at I'd have to look back at your guys' recommendation from the last report as far as new FTE for access staff, but there wasn't a department request last session for that. I don't know, Gary, you've got a lot of experience in this realm. You nod your head, what do you think?
No, I don't disagree with Travis or Katie at all. You mentioned depth. You know, I think regionally, at least we pride ourselves on a certain level of service provided to landowners. And Katie and I have this discussion all the time, and that is, we're not looking to turn anyone away, but we have to be able to provide the same level of service to a landowner, you know, north of Whitewater as we do north of Glasgow. And when we start to spread ourselves thin, either through any number of these programs, Block being our top one, we still expect that we're going to provide that service. And as you all know, that can come in a simple agreement or, you know, one that requires a lot of help. You know, we might have a landowner come through the door and say, here's my problem, how do I fix it? And it might require, you know, additional sign boxes, roads that are closed seasonally, things that take a fine touch from a block tech or someone like Katie or Travis to sit down with a landowner, you know, 2-3 times a season and say, where are we at? Program, map modifications, all those things happen, you know, on the fly. So yeah, I agree with Renee. These guys make it work and we're proud of it, but I would say we're maxed out when it comes to services we provide, for sure.
Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, and I still fairly new on the news, to forgive me, because I'm sure we've been through this with all these. When I look at these, Jason, it's impressive and but it begs the question to me, especially the ones that have zero participation. It's like, what were the discussion involves the capital that led to this being passed, and yet they're not being used. So I wonder if an overlap with all these different programs. I'm just looking at this as a sports person going, is there a way, is there
I guess I'm knowing this from committee members, but is there a way that we can help advance the idea and the discussion of trying to streamline some of this stuff into a program that would be more effective, or more understandable, or whatever it would take to kind of help with that process. Because some of the stuff in here, I love the idea that some of this is unencumbered. Like, God, what an awesome way to be able to deal, to be flexible and deal with some of this, and yet those are the most probably underfunded of all of these programs in there. So, but is there a way, being able to kind of combine some of this stuff, keep the meaning and the intent going forward? I know that's legislative, but that, the other thing is just listening to this for the first time, I'm like, well, maybe there's a need, because sports people around the state and say maybe there is a need for one of the crossing person regionally to begin to really focus on some of these things that we're going to be spending the next day potentially talking about. Maybe we're at that point. It's like continuing to do what you do, and brainstorm and go on, and focus on these things that obviously are really important. Trying to build those relationships and those incentives and place those out on the land where we can provide more access to some of these land box sections. Right. You guys talk that.
So I can address that, Greg, for your benefit. So actually in 2025, our recommendation was for the department to review all access programs side by side and develop one menu of options for all private land hunting, fishing access programs to create efficiencies and reduce complexity for staff, hunters and anglers, blah, 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 blah. And one of the, I think, key takeaways from that is having the technology available to do that in a much quicker process. And unfortunately, I think we keep deferring to this hopefully 2028 timeline. We're really talking about online licensing purchases and then the access programs. And, we focused a lot on reservations, but when you look at compiling that all in electronic format, I think that's where we got hung up, is until we have that technology capability within the agency, you really can't create all those efficiencies in time. That's kind of where I think we ended up in that 2025 recommendation.
Thank you.
To your point, yeah, it's great that it jumps out at you, because that is a big gorilla.
Yeah.
And they're also, it's kind of like landowner preference. They're so intertwined and interconnected. And how does it, when the key thing is these folks' relationship in the success of communicating and then gaining the program, these are all on different timelines and deadlines for when they're presented and collected, just like PALA. PALA's the one timeline we get involved with. That's it. And they've all been directed by the legislature for the most part. So I think in the future, helping that streamline process any way we can would be of great benefit, particularly to access folks needing that relationship time that's so important.
Appreciate that.
Then the hangups would be funding.
What's that?
One of the hangups would be in combining would be the funding.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to speak to any more about that, like if we were to combine funds or redirect funds. I know you kind of mentioned diversion, but do you have any more thoughts on that, or if you're still? So with a lot of with all five of these tools, right, they're all essentially 5 different funding sources. The one's the state income tax credit. I think that one's, we're not going to consolidate unless you look at different payments from a different program. The other ones, you risk, as you said, diversion, so you risk having redirect all of these funds that are specific to these purposes back to our general licensing. So while there's good things about that, there's also some positive or negative unintended consequences that could come along with this redirect to general license. All these.
Yeah, and just one comment on the money. So my inquisition to the funding is if we can launch forward with some recommendations within any one of those programs, is funding there to maybe deal with what you just brought up, and was there a lack of resource to do it? So therefore it needs some funding. Is there some money there to do it, to address it relatively promptly? So that's really why I was looking at all those rules within. I don't know if anybody else needs to. I need to take a break. But could we do a quick one? Could we just take a quick person break and just come right back? Eric, how quick that can be? Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get back rolling here. So continue, we're gonna look at going to public comment here pretty quick. There's a fair number of people on there. Don't want to get too in front of the timeline, but we will open that up as soon as we can. So any unfinished thoughts right now? No, we're just at. How's the brain fog? I know reference to this. You know, clearly we have a lot here to consider and a lot of good things to work with. We know that. So, you know, that'll be the next stint into it. But as we're talking to just before you go to public comment, as we're talking about the access folks, and their experience of their time and that critical aspect of just relationship. You know, that's what this whole thing is about, I think, in the state of Montana, is having these relationships that are positive and fostered for building that. You know, Lee always talks about just ask. You know, we used to have the bumper sticker that said ask first.
Those signs coming out of that.
Yeah. And that's the truth. We overlook that, and you know, there's a lot of opportunity in just ask. And ask first. Yeah.
I'd like to bring my grandkids out on some pheasants, sure, you know.
So in that same vein, but very different, I'm thinking about if we were to ask the access coordinators, you know, how would we identify? You know, are there ideas, and how would they identify? Was it Craig who made the point? Maybe we need a regional corner staff person in the future. Maybe. I mean, the trouble is these folks already have those relationships established. You know, and that's where to build. That's a time thing. But if we were to ask, how would you identify a project? You know, I'm just curious how they might do that. You know, if we could find the way to apply a program, the program or programs to apply, and how to do that, how would they identify where those are? So I would just open that to any of those access folks that feel comfortable maybe addressing that question. It's fair if you don't feel comfortable with a comment to that at this point in time, because that's kind of a big ask. And I think this council has had a lot of input from you over many, many years and appreciated your work and realized that it's not, you know, like, I'll just pick on Travis. This is probably his favorite hotel stop in the last month.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But seriously, you know, a person can only go so far and so often and so fast. But so if any one of those folks would consider any comment on how would you identify a project if we have a program to apply to?
You're asking more like on a regional scale, if you knew of an access issue in your area, how would you approach it? Kind of what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm not looking for identification of the project. I mean, any idea?
I think in most cases, it's landowners coming to us or our staff, enforcement staff, wildlife staff, with their relationships and interactions with folks, identifying these potential issues or projects, and they coming to us and then working through that. How most of them come. It's not like, at least I'm not out there actively trying to identify stuff. I don't have time to. Right. And it's stuff that comes to us either from the landowners themselves or other staff or other landowners, neighbors. That's kind of how most of these go.
So following on that a little, Travis, if we said, hey, in your region, we wanted you to find a program or a project. Do you feel like that's something that someone could identify, or that should come from a public person? Or how would we even get there?
It's. If we have the time or other staff has the time, yeah, definitely we could find some. But that's not been the priority. Because of the time.
Sure. So yeah. So when we're looking at your customers, you've got at least two, the landlord and then the recreations. And so I'm not sure the best way, because there's no process in place right now for you to collect that data from the hunting side. And how would that happen that wouldn't disrupt your entire time and productivity with what is arguably significantly more important, except at the moment? So anybody else have any interjection they care to me? Online, other access managers. Just throw that out there, okay?
Ed,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just, yeah, this has been a great afternoon and very informative. So, and I've been thinking, how can we help to come up with a solution for this? And of course, like all of us, we don't have any quick fixes or any quick answers. But, I think it's just wonderful that we're all sitting together and we're all visiting and talking, and we want to come up with a solution, because we know that if we don't, it could hurt our current access programs that we have as well. So no great input, just observation. So thanks.
Thank you, Donna.
I don't know if you guys have worked with like BHA or Onyx at all. I'm assuming that they are, because they are actively saying they've got these maps and they've got these problem owners identified. Are they actively sharing that information with you guys? So it takes a little bit of burden on finding these spots. Or do you guys already know where they all are? I mean, I've never seen an actual like map. Hey, these are the 24 corners that potentially could be.
Yeah, we're not directly, at least I'm not directly working with those organizations. I think one of the things to really keep in mind, no matter if you can identify it on a map or not, is you've got relationships you've got to work through and trust that you got to work through. And all of it takes a willing landowner. It doesn't matter if it's regular block management, the private land, it doesn't matter if it's landlocked public land. It's time spent building relationships, ensuring trust that the public will care for their land just like they do. And I think that's what's going to take a lot of lift. That's where all of these access programs, like I said, it doesn't matter what it is to address whatever issue, but it truly is that. And that's where our local staff, as Travis mentioned, the bios, the wardens can help with that, because they are members of those local communities as well. But from my perspective, yeah, you can map, you can identify, you can solve all the problems, but until you have the willing landowner to work with, who's willing to hear and align those willingness to allow access.
Lee, did you have another?
No, all I got is that they ask, most of the Asperger's guys are my age, pretty, we're pretty kind of, so my patrol officer's got a 5 miles of Milk River frontage, and it's all Asperger's because it's a real concern to him. He's never had anything that with wildlife under him. So he wants to decide he's gonna come, and he doesn't want anybody to know who he is unless he wants to go through all the effort to find him. He doesn't want to call him up the morning of hunting season at 3:30 in the morning and ask permission because it's rude. And so he's happy with that. Hopefully it will come on. He's happy with he's happy with the way it is, and I think that ask first stuff is just a personal relationship, and we've kind of gotten away from that with all of these different ways to go. You sign the name on something, you're older in it for a day. And, you know, for the $12 or whatever, yeah, so before 50 years ago, it was asked first and everyone. And so that's all I say. Don't think there's any way to improve on that. I think somebody should make the effort to go ahead, go on and make relationships. Enough said.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Anybody else? Okay, so are we good with jumping to public comment? We just a little early on it, but there's a few more than we've had in the past for that. So I'd like to first offer the opportunity for anybody in the room here that would like to make public comment. Just a couple of guidelines if we could. If you would just please give us your name, where you're from. You just represent yourself, or if there's a group you're representing. And then same to the online crew, whoever might be on for comment. As much as you can, try to keep your comments and input as concise as you can. If you have anything written, we'd love to have it. And if you don't have anything written, but you'd like to write, we're going to give you a way to contact the Access Bureau to do that, whether you're in person or whether you're online. We hope to give everybody as much time as they need. We'll see how many total we have here. So if we have to adjust that in the middle, so we can get everybody in, then we'll do that at that time. And with that, Mr. Chair.
You can ask of those online to please raise their hand if they intend to give comment. That'll give us a good estimate as to how many we have.
Perfect. Everybody hear that online, and I hope if you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand, and that'll give us an idea how many folks are out there for the length of this opportunity. All right, so let's start inside the room. And again, just let us know who you are and if you represent anybody or if you represent yourself. Thank you. Please, Steve.
My name is Steve Schindler, from Glasgow. I'm here representing the Montana Sportsman's Alliance. And I got a little brief thing to read here. Montana Sportsman's Alliance speaking on behalf of Montana resident hunters and anglers wishes to go on record supporting legalization of corner crossing as the term is generally understood in Montana. No federal law addresses the issue, leaving the legal status of corner crossing up to the states. After extensive litigation, the matter has been adjudicated in the 10th federal court district, which held corner crossing legal. The Supreme Court of the United States declined an opportunity to overrule that decision on appeal. That ruling does not apply in states outside the 10th district, including Montana. Corner crossing has not been ruled either legal or illegal elsewhere. If the matter is not settled definitively and equitably here, Montana can anticipate another round of lengthy, expensive litigation similar to what played out in Wyoming. Opposition to corner crossing has largely been framed as a matter of private property rights, which the Montana Sportsman's Alliance has always supported. And in fact, corner crossing compromises no private property rights unless one accepts the dubious and unprecedented legal theory that such rights extend to the airspace above the property. Current positions taken by BLM and FWP that corner crossing is illegal in Montana are matters of policy rather than law. No legal authority has ruled corner crossing illegal in Montana, nor should they. Legalized corner crossing would only apply to travelers on foot and would not permit unwanted vehicle traffic or require alteration of existing fences. Montana Sportsman's Alliance urges outdoor recreations of all kinds and private landowners in the state to work cooperatively to legalize corner crossing and allow the public access to the land they own while minimizing any possible inconvenience to private landowners. Furthermore, in support of private property rights and outside of legal corner crossings, Montana Sportsman's Alliance continues to recommend enforcement of trespass violations where landowner permission is required. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a copy of it.
That'd be great. You betcha. Thank you. Yeah. Who else in the room?
I guess I can go.
Come on up. All right. Thank you.
Justin Shaw, represent myself here from Glasgow. Just a few observations, I guess I have. One thing is that great presentation on the access programs, love that. I will say corner crossing was an issue before those started in 1985, still an issue today. I believe that if the programs that are currently there have the ability to address this issue, I think we'd have started down that path already. So I think there's an opportunity for you guys to maybe look at, I think it was Craig, maybe mentioned consolidating a program or two, coming out with something else. I will say my fear about a state administered program for corner crossing would be the best part about these corners is the secluded nature. I think that's what right up to, I guess, to date has been a lack of heavy foot traffic. And so my fear about a state administered program would be putting more dots on the map, bringing more people out there. And I guess with the program, I think there's an opportunity how block management has brought in Pittman Robertson funding. I wonder if there's an opportunity to look at the federal grant program, such as FLAP, Federal Land Access Program, to maybe help provide funding to locate server markers, look at trails, that type of thing. Because I think the last thing a lot of hunters want is to see more roads put in these locations for access purposes. But no, appreciate you guys. Appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Is your last name S-H?
SCHAAF.
I was gonna say, could we ask people to spell last name?
Yes.
You.
Yep. All right. Good. Anybody else in the room that would like to make comment?
Can I make a comment concerning some of the stuff we talked about this morning? Or is it just for access right now?
No, it's today's agenda.
Well, this concerns we're talking about grading this test every hunter must pass before they get the license and all that stuff. I can't remember all the details, but I remember years ago the FWP Fish and Game had a bumper sticker out, education rather than regulation is what the bumper sticker said. And so basically, you teach somebody how to do something rather than make a regulation, make it illegal or whatever. But this has to do with some of this ethics and stuff that we were talking about. But maybe the Fish and Game could, like every August, let's say, put some advertisements on TV, or the radio, and list maybe 5, 6 of these talking points. You don't drive down muddy roads, don't go off road, or the things you want to talk about, anyways. And have several different little advertisements like that, and just saturate the air with them August, September, and you're gonna get to somebody. Like Lee and I were talking earlier, you're getting about 1% of them now, I mean, with that, I mean, even if you jumped up to 2 or 3%, well, you're taking quite a bit ahead with that, rather than making a law that you have to take a test and you have to do this and whatever, education rather than regulation. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that.
Thanks again, Steve. All right, anybody else in the room?
Most of you here know me already. I'm Rick Dallas. I served on this committee for a few years. I served as representative this last session, and I want to let you all there's a healthy appetite within the legislature to continue finding ways to fund different programs for access in the state.
And if I'm sent back as senator, but survived this primary, I'm only a phone call away to reach out to me. Because I'm continually trying to find ways to better fund access and incentivize landowners in the state to allow people on the hunt. So just remember that place.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Okay, anybody else in the room? Okay, seeing none, can you give me an idea?
That's fine right now, Mr. Chair.
Right, okay. All right, again, online, if you would, identify yourself, spell your name, let us know who you represent, where you're from.
Right, first up is Joylyn Wright. If you unmute yourself, you should be able to talk. You'll ask to unmute, see if that helps.
Hello?
We got
Hello?
you.
Oh,
We got
hi.
you.
Mr.
Hi.
Chair, how much time do I have? I don't want to take up too much time. I have a couple of, about 4 things I'd like to say.
Let's get after it then.
Okay. I'm fairly new to Montana. I've been here 12 years. I'm a disabled hunter, and I'm not sure of a lot of things. Are open gates indicative to public access to hunt on private land, or do you still need to obtain prior permission regardless of signage present or not at all?
Are open gates indicative? Is that your question?
Of public access to hunt on private land, or do I need to obtain prior permission regardless of signage or none at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Need to permission.
Okay. Okay. My second question is there was a lady that asked a question earlier and I didn't hear the response. She asked, does the sponsor need to hold a current hunting permit for the home to hunt? And I'd like to add to that, does it have to be a relative or can it be a friend?
Let's the answer that.
Huh?
So we'll get to that. Who's best to answer? Home to hunt.
I think Jason answered it earlier.
Yeah.
License.
I didn't hear. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Okay. So we're gonna read it to you.
It was a licensed relative. It cannot be a friend. It has to be a relative holding license.
Okay, all right. And is there a time like how long somebody had to live in Montana before they were allowed to be eligible for the home to hunt, or?
That's the sponsor?
No, the person who wants to come home to hunt.
Oh.
I don't think.
We're looking for that code. I mean, those are in the regulations, so we're looking for that.
I think they had to be born in Montana, if I'm correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so then I have another clarification question here. You talked about House Bill 763 about access quarters. Is that like ways to get from one BLM to the other, like a road along the fence line? Is that what that means?
No.
Oh.
This corridor would be a landowner's private land to inaccessible or I guess under inaccessible public land.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, all right. It's what they allow during the hunting season to get there. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and those actually, none of those are in place right at this point in time.
I think there is down here in Prairie County. I think I've heard of it. It's over here on the other side of the Milwaukee Bridge, where you can't access the BLM because you have to go through somebody's private land, and the owner only allows it during hunting season. You have to get prior permission. I believe.
So you can get on a hunt planner and look at that specifically and find whether that's applicable through block management or a PALA or the UPI. So those are 3 different agreements.
Oh, okay. All right. So another thing, I'm part of a group online called Rack Junkies, and a member by the name of Glenn Farron posted this, and he said that there's a PDF on the 8th Circuit case ruling on corner crossing trespass, and it lays out the historical foundation for corner crossing law. You have to look up McCabe v. Unita Development Corporation, and that basically the 10th Circuit explicitly relied on this 1914 8th Circuit precedent. Does that still hold what he's telling me here, or has that been since changed?
So we're in a position to make any judgment or comment about legal matters within this particular issue. That's all going to be decided in a court if it continues into that court. I can comment to you in that regard, and I won't re-mention it, is that most of that information is inaccurate. Not that particular information, but part of the information you might be reading is not wholly accurate. I'm not talking specifically about the one you just asked. That's a legal matter. The other information you might have read in that particular place is inaccurate. Any other questions?
No, I'm glad that you cleared that up. I will just, I guess I'll research the law on that and just keep my ears and eyes open about this corner crossing stuff, because I don't know. I think it's wrong to close it off to the public, especially people like myself who enjoy the sport, new to the sport, wants to participate in the sport, and still provide food on my table without any restriction. I mean, we're already restricted with our impairment, but this would really make it hard for us if we don't have the access to that type of hunting experience. So I appreciate the time. Thank you very, very much.
So Ms. Wright, if you have the time to go down to your regional Fish, Wildlife and Parks office, I'm sure you can find some very clear and definitive information that'll be to your benefit for access opportunities in your area. They can surely clarify that for you and give you really good, accurate guidance.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, you guys, and thank you for all your time and effort on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Kevin Farron.
Hello, Mr. Chair, committee members. Kevin Farron here from Missoula on behalf of the Montana Wildlife Federation. I think you can see on the screen what that's Farron. No relation to the Farron that was just mentioned in the comment thread from the previous commenter. We've sent in lengthy thoughts on most of these items already, so I'll try to be quick, but based on today's conversation, I did have a few more reactions on the landowner stewardship course, the landowner preference, and quickly on corners. So regarding the landowner stewardship course, great discussion this morning. I must admit I was a little surprised by the opposition to improving hunter behavior, given how much attention hunter behavior receives. We respectfully disagree that making this course a requirement for hunting on privately owned lands enrolled in public access programs would lead to a big decline in participation in any way that would significantly reduce hunter day payments. For one, we've increased block management payments 330% in just a few years. Secondly, despite a 10% drop in enrollment, at least by acreage, we're looking at record numbers of hunter days on block, a 56% increase in just 10 years. So there doesn't seem to be any shortage of interest or funding to go around here To be honest, we're much more concerned with poor behavior leading to block management disenrollment than we are with 100-day payments declining from requiring a quick online course on how not to be a jerk. So we fully agree with, I think it was Drew, that a simple 10-minute course is not going to prevent people from doing what they love. You know, it takes me longer to drive to the sign-in box and fill out the information with a dull, always seems to be broken pencil. Yet I do that each time because it's a simple requirement for the privilege to hunt private lands. I don't think this is much different. Certainly a fair comparison to the bear ID course and the prerequisite for buying that bear license, which, as FWP said, hasn't decreased the number of licensed bear hunters. But if we want to compare, I think we should actually look at the archery license. That too requires a special course to hunt anything in the state with a bow, but it's also a mandatory annual $10 fee. And I don't think that either has led to a reduction in archery hunters. So in terms of enforcement, this archery license is very comparable to what the landowner stewardship course requirement could be. It'd be just as hard to enforce that stewardship course on type 1, for example, block management, as it is to enforce the archery stamp literally anywhere in the state, because most of those licenses are for archery or rifle, right? So FWP is not preventing you from buying that license to go out and hunt with your bow, but yet there is that requirement to get your archery license, if that makes sense. So I think compliance can be achieved with better signage, reminders, and maybe a warning for first offense. Really encourage PLPW to revisit this, but even better, maybe consider a recommendation that would actually create a private land public access license, you know, with a nominal fee attached to it of a couple bucks. This stewardship course could be a one-time requirement for that license, and the license could be a prerequisite for participating in private lands programs, similar to how the archery license is a prerequisite to archery hunt and the bear ID course is a requirement to hunt bears. Plus, any revenue from that new public land, public access license could go directly to the private access programs directly, or to enforcement, or to regional access managers. It sounds like there's a need there too. There's a way to make this work, and hunters are asking for it. Quickly on landowner preference, to illustrate the problem, we just saw that landowner preference permits for non-residents have more than doubled since 2020, so in the last 5 years. And that's coming directly out of the 15% resident landowner permits. So the attempt to fix that was suggested that we cap the non-resident landowners to 10% of the 15%. If that ends up being too restrictive or too complicated, I just want to throw out another suggestion, and that's to help achieve the same outcome, and that is to repeal the non-resident landowner preference passed in 2023. This not only gives those base licenses to all non-residents, which was always kind of a hurdle that's now gone, but it also gives those non-resident landowners who enroll in public access an added bonus, which is a benefit not enjoyed by the resident landowners, as you guys have pointed out. So repealing this and revisiting the bill from last session, HB 907, would certainly level the playing field for resident landowners substantially. One other way to do this is to time the landowner preference and the regular and elk hunting access agreement draws together, and that would require landowners to pick or choose between the near guarantee of the elk hunter access agreements or rolling the dice with a regular landowner preference. The outcome would be increased participation in EHAs, therefore moderately increasing the public hunting access, while also requiring landowners to hunt their own deeded land, which is an added bonus in terms of the actual intent of landowner preference, but also the impact of public lands hunter crowding. So just something I really think we should think about. Finally, then I'll be as short as I can on the corner crossing part. Yes, please, let's use as many of the programs as we have to improve the corner-to-corner access. There's certainly a lot of disagreement about whether or not it's legal, but I think we can all agree that even if it were to be legal, this access isn't ideal. PALAs, block corridors, you know, I would encourage FWP to target all of these areas in the same way that it sounds like they did when the PALAs were passed, excuse me, like using the GIS targeted outreach. But I think FWP should be encouraged to redo that effort now with these corridors, with an extra focus on the checkerboard or landowners adjacent to landlocked parcels. The big difference is that the corridors do no longer prohibit landowners who do not have that lease, whereas the PALAs and some other tools do. And I think that's why we're hovering around this 20% of landlocked public lands being opened with public access programs, which is great, don't get me wrong. But I think if we were to remove that prohibition, we'd see that number really, really go up. It sounds like there are permanent solutions out there too. You know, land exchanges are certainly an option, easement corridors. at the corners, not just compensating for the acreage of the easement, but for what it opens could be another option. I think all of us are a little surprised to hear about the Access Public Lands program and funding. That sounds perfect for this, as does Habitat Montana money. Love to see FJP encouraged to do more of those. And the last thing I'll say is, we have DNRC's land banking program too. This is a situation where funds generated from selling inaccessible state lands are supposed to be used to purchase new accessible state lands. Unfortunately, not a penny, at least what we've been told, not a penny of this has been spent on new state land purchases since 2018. $41 to $43 million is sitting in that account right now, we've been told. If this money doesn't get spent in 10 years, it gets diverted. We really need to put that money to good use and quickly. And if there are concerns about legit trespassing at real corners, I do not want to discredit those concerns. But if corners aren't obvious, I know many pro public access groups, hundreds, if not thousands of volunteers that would be ready to assist FJP and landowners to stake and sign these corners to help minimize confusion and conflict, prevent real trespassing, and also enable legal public access. It sounds like that Access Public Lands Fund has $346,000 annually, which could build a lot of fence corridors or step over the corner here signs. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Farron, and I would comment, we appreciated the concise letter that you folks sent with clear recommendations, so thank you.
Next up, we have Rayleigh Honeycutt.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Rayleigh Honeycutt, Honeycutt. I am here representing the Montana Stock Growers Association. Really wanted to start today with my comments in appreciation to this group for this conversation today. It's a delicate topic and something that Montana Stock Growers wants to make very clear that we support finding solutions towards public access, but at the same time, understanding and asking the public to understand that it's a delicate balance between that and respecting private property rights. Montana Stock Growers has worked really hard over the last decade or multiple decades to have a seat at the table when we do work on these public access programs. I really appreciated the comments earlier today that were made that mentioned the need to potentially stop and really celebrate the over 1 million acres of land that we have opened up through these programs, which indicates that these programs that are in place are working. We've worked really hard in working groups during legislative session to get bills passed, and tools are in place. PALA, unlocking open spaces, block management, habitat programs. But we do recognize that these programs can work better. They can always be refined and add new elements to them. And I just wanted to share from our perspective, we are willing to do that with this group as well as the department as a whole to continue to have a seat at the table for those discussions on how we can enhance the programs in place. I also thought the comments made today regarding staffing capacity were a really important component to this discussion. First of all, I wanted to just give a shout out and really share that you have a great team in place working on these public access programs. They are doing what needs to be done in building relationships and creating those long-term relationships that are very valuable to landowners. And from our organization's perspective, that is really appreciated. However, I think it's important to note that as there continues to be this public push for access and we continue to see poor behavior with people utilizing these programs, there are consequences. And I worry that while we are already talking about staffing capacities, those negative behaviors also impact and set back the FWP staff from being able to add new programs or even retain the landowners that are already in the program. And so just wanted to kind of underscore the importance that while we were talking about how we get more access, more agreements, more landowners in the program, I think there needs to be a balanced strategy and approach to how we're making sure we're retaining the landowners that are already in the program. To kind of just give an example of this, we have already, with this heightened conversation about corner crossings in the last couple weeks, our organization has already received phone calls from members saying that they do not intend to renew their block management. And that's a discouraging phone call to receive because we have tried to work so hard in a collaborative neighbor with those who have wanted to be at the table to build programs that work for everyone. And so hearing that people are ready to remove themselves from the program raises concerns for us. So I'll just wrap it up by again just making sure that this group knows that we appreciate all the work that you've done on this topic. We look forward to continuing to work with the department and this committee on how existing programs can build upon what already exists and build new tools into the future. And really thank you for your time on this topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Honeycutt. Appreciate it.
Next up is Evan Rindle.
Hi, my name is Evan Rindle. It is EvanRindal. I live in Missoula, Montana, and I am representing myself. I just wanted to point out that I think that corner crossing should be legal. And that's pretty much it.
Did you say legal?
Legal. Yeah. Allowed. Yes.
Allowed. Okay. All
I
right.
think that with increasing hunters, I think it just makes sense that more access is always going to be a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Rindle.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Gino. Gino's iPhone.
Gino's iPhone. You there, Gino? If you're speaking, Gino, we're not picking yet.
Okay.
We can come back to Gino if he can get on. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, following, oh, hang on. Looks like, oh, never mind, he just went away. Sorry. Thought he unmuted. Is Ryan Callahan.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Ryan Callahan, Callaghan. I'm the brand spanking new president and CEO of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I'm a lifelong Montana hunter and have guided on public land and private land all across North America. Been in the hunting industry since I was 18, 43 now. So I very respectfully on the point of education around hunting and agriculture. I do think that this committee is undervaluing the way the greater hunting world values hunting, the ability to hunt in Montana, requiring at minimum hunters to take Montana hunting education would not deter hunters from the opportunities and the lengthy seasons that we have in the state of Montana. Currently, you can go to any other state that has a short online hunter's education program and click through it in 20 minutes and then present that, sign your affidavit when you grab your Montana hunting license, and it doesn't matter what age you are. So when we talk about providing more education, we also have to find those areas where we can make sure people are accessing that education. We also have to recognize that the demographics of being a Montana resident has changed dramatically, and we're no longer at a point where everybody is at minimum directly related to a grazer or a farmer. So our residents aren't nearly as educated in the agricultural calendar or practices and the simple do's and don'ts. By creating a couple of short educational opportunities that are mandatory, we could provide a 1% bump in education to 40,000 hunters in the state of Montana, and our producers and our grazers are going to see that positive impact on the ground. And I think our revenues are not going to suffer from that, and would be more than happy to provide names of producers who have reached out and specifically asked for this education. And I want to repeat that this is something that is being actively asked for, and would just like to, again, respectfully encourage the committee that trying something, even if it fails, is going to be a much more noble effort and have a larger impact than letting perfection get in the way of progress. On the point of corner crossing, I just want to remind everyone here that if you think about this in the most pragmatic way possible, this is something that is a tool in the tool belt of folks who are accessing public land. It always has been. In many, many counties, this is something that is just done, and it's not something new. Additionally, the form of access, walking from public land to public land, while being in between the boundaries of private property, is nothing new. I cannot come up with a single example in the state of Montana or any other state where your public access doesn't have a private boundary adjacent to it. This is simple, and with the proper education in which your hunters would love to help educate, we can respect private property, as most of us do, and we can have our access too. It's nothing new. I do think that the education needs to go along with it, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that hunters are happy to share that burden. And thank you very much for the opportunity, and also just thank you very much for everybody's time. Volunteering for something like this is a big commitment, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan.
Next up is Josh Hamblin.
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. First of all, it's an honor to kind of be in the room and in the presence of some of the people that have spoken today. I am in favor of corner crossing. Oh, sorry. I'm Josh Hamblin out of Great Falls, Montana. Last name is Hamblin. Public land belongs to every American. It is just as much mine as it is theirs. And I understand that private landowners have their rights, but so does the public. Restricting access to public lands via corner crossing is, in my eyes, no different than restricting access to theirs. It's for every American, regardless of background, wealth, where they live. Everybody has that same opportunity. And when you restrict that, you're taking that opportunity away. That is all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin.
Next is JT.
Hi, this is Jeff Tickner. I'd like
First, I'd just like to say thanks for taking the time to hear my voice. I'm a public land user from Billings, Montana. And to me, well, first of all, I'll just limit my comments in scope to just the corner crossing issue. Corner crossing to me seems to be a simple problem to solve. The public, such as myself, for wanting clear policy from leadership and law enforcement at the state. We don't need any new government programs to find corners and public land. That's been solved a long time ago with maps and more recently with wonderful things like Onyx. What we do need is our elected leaders of the state to say that access to public land is legal if it's done in the care and manner not to violate private property rights. So i.e. crossing at a corner, not taking shortcuts, etc. And I understand that private property owners adjacent to private land are concerned about the increased number of hunters. But I'd also like to point out that public land users are also concerned about increased hunting numbers. Public land hunters have experienced increased hunting numbers everywhere. It's not just through hunting that we experience increased numbers. There's more people enjoying the land, and I'm sure that all of the private property owners on here can agree that land is more than just hunting, more than just a resource. It's spiritual. It's something that we all enjoy for more than just hunting or fishing or bike riding or walking our dog. It is spiritual. And when we're blocked from what seems to be rightfully ours, public land, it seems wrong. And so I ask that our elected leaders of the state make a stand and call it what it is. Call it public land and call legal crossing at a corner legal. Thanks for hearing me.
How do you spell your last name, Mr. Tickner, is it?
Yes, it's Ticknor.
From Billings, representing yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gino's iPhone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
This
Please,
is Gino. This
give
is
us your
Gino
name,
Savini.
spelling.
First name Geno, last name SAV as in Victor, INI. Billings resident, representing myself.
Thank you.
So I wanted to join the meeting. I wanted to thank you guys for giving the opportunity for the public to put our input on this. I wanted to make a couple statements and thoughts based on corner crossing. The one thing I really struggle with as a public member noticing or hearing the conversations about corner crossing is that it's two private corners that meet two public corners. So the same amount of land touches itself at one corner, and usually the survey stakes are usually 2 inches in diameter, if that. So stepping over a stake, 1 foot's on public, 1 foot's also on public. When you step over, there's no stepping on private, as it's a very finite point. So to me, it just doesn't seem very logical to say it's trespassing unless you actually step on private land with that corner not surveyed. The airspace that we hear a lot brought up, if someone's walking down the front yard of my house along Grand Boulevard and they put their arm out from their sidewalk across my driveway, if that's the case, they're trespassing, but it seems very illogical or something to go after someone when they didn't actually step foot on my property. So that's one thing I notice. Second, I've reached out to Region 5 block management specialists. And there are 2 maps generated from Montana FWP in the block management section that have private land outlined with your black boundary. And I believe it's Smith Ranch. It's number 48 in Region 515 for deer and elk. It was active and it just closed at the end of May, but this spring it was active as a type 1 block management. And if I wanted to go recreate on it on the southeast corner of the private property, it meets at a corner and then there's 2 private landowners next to it. And the block management specialist told me that you walk across the corner via a footpath to access that whole block management. Now, during the fall, the other 2 private landowners that meet, one of them is enrolled in block management, but it's only active during the fall hunting season. So that's another thing that really confuses as a public land hunter is there's a map out there with private land that the only way you access it is via foot traffic at a corner from a block management specialist of FWP. And there's another map that will go live this fall that's been in it that I reached out last year. Same thing. There's no easement. There's nothing in the notes of the block management. If you go access the file of easement from the other private landowners, or there's no county road or public access, is from a public. I've had this brought back and forth of like, this isn't an issue, or there's maps that are out there that contradict this corner crossing. And then owning the airspace above as private landowners like to go on, to me, like I said, put my arm out doesn't necessarily make sense. Like, do we restrict on drones or airplanes going over? What's the restrictive space that someone owns? So I'm for the corner crossing being legal just on some logistical, not impacting the private landowner, and then just being logical. It just doesn't make sense. So I wanted to put forth as representing myself that there's too much conflicting information, and then my right foot on public land, my left foot on public land is me on public land, and there's the same amount of property that touches at a corner of private landowners as public. And so it just doesn't make sense that it's impacting private, and public land's public land. If public can access public land, that means it's private land. So those are my 2 cents, and I wanted to put in on this. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speedy.
The last hand I see raised, Mr. Chair, is Kim Williams.
Kim Williams.
It appears as though you're unmuted. Kim?
Okay, just making sure. Okay, my name is Kim Williams, last name spelled Williams. I am out of Anaconda, Montana. And I am representing myself and my husband, who is a hunter. So I'll keep it brief. And I do want to address specifically just the corner crossing issue here, kind of as everybody else is. The point that I wanted to bring up is kind of how FWP is applying MCA 87-1-107, which is the right to harvest as laid out by the Montana legislature. As of right now, as policy, not law, is currently being applied, this right to harvest, I believe, is being impinged upon by the corner crossing access issue. The hunter's ability, public land hunters' ability to access public lands is being sacrificed in order to favor or in favor of protecting private landowners and outfitters that operate on those lands. In my opinion, Montana being an opportunity hunting state, both the public and private landowners, or I guess public hunters, you know what I mean, and private landowners should have equal access to these public lands connected by corners. Outfitters should be able to operate, and the average hunter should be able to walk onto that landlocked public land. Public land hunters are equally entitled to the land that their taxes pay for. There should be the ability of a walking hunter to cross corners, and I'm not saying, you know, to traverse across privately owned land. I'm specifically talking about crossing corners through a small easement or a buffer, which has already been implemented successfully by other states. Currently, the way that corner crossing is being applied absolutely favors private landowners and outfitters and their access to Montana's game animals. I want to add that with the public access programs, which I really do appreciate, I do want to say like BMAs and all of that are great programs. However, FWP is still entirely relying on the participation and continued participation of private landowners. I believe that access to public lands is intrinsic to the existence of those lands and not gifted from private landowner participation. All hunters should have access to that land, and that should be enshrined in our law and implemented via buffers and easements along these corners or at these corners. And I guess to finish, as a personal anecdote, my husband and I rely on these public lands for subsistence, and that reliance is becoming more and more difficult with the increase in hunters on currently accessible public lands. These lands that are privately landlocked, these privately landlocked public lands, that's a mouthful, should be accessible for hunting to all Montanans and not just those who boarded that land. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time and for allowing me the ability to give my comments on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
We had one more raised hand, Mr. Chair. Marion Alba. I believe they've unmuted themselves.
Can't hear you, Marion.
They are now muted.
Okay. Excuse me.
Marion, you've muted. Oh, now you are unmuted.
Still not able to hear you. Okay. So that's all online comment?
That's correct.
Is there anyone else in the room who want to comment? Anyone later? Yeah, if there's anybody else online like that comment, raise your hand. No. Okay. All right. Seeing no other public comment at this time, I would like to make the comment about commenters. I very much appreciate the tone and the comments that you made. We'll take note of all those we have. And I think that's the point that this council firmly believes in the people of this state is to work together. Yeah, so thanks for that. And there'll be public comment time tomorrow, again, as we deal more directly with applying these access programs to the question. And again, I just reiterate, thank you for that. And it's very much appreciated from this council and its membership. So thank you. Next. All right.
Mr. Chair, see Marion has raised their hand again. You want me to try one more time?
Give her a shot.
All right, you should be able to unmute yourself.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
There you go. We got you now.
Okay, this is Marion Alba, Denton, Montana, representing myself. Last name is spelled Albaugh, and I'm in favor of corner crossings. And I don't know, to be fair, I feel that if it's within the power of the department that, and this is on the harshest, more side of cures, is if the public can't enjoy it, then I think that do like other places and just shut the whole place down for if it's hunting, close it down. Then that's fair to the public, and you know, and that's all I have to say on that. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for trying so hard to get on there. We appreciate it. Okay. Comments? Stephanie?
I'd like to hear from the access coordinators, if you guys have heard or received any comment of folks wanting to pull the management with the discussion around corner crossing, possibly needing to go outside of the park. I haven't heard anything.
Still pretty.
I haven't heard anything as of yet.
Nothing here in Region 4.
Nothing here in Region 5 either.
Thank you, guys.
Thoughts? Great, you're smiling. Oh, it was a good day. Yeah, very much here.
Want to be redundant. Got a lot of good conversation here, a lot. I just think back about two things come to mind, honestly. We had a discussion last night about an old the employee that was on the front lines of the whole wildlife restoration effort, here in Montana. You think about the spirit in which had to be in place for that to happen. And it transcended land ownership, it transcended political party, it transcended economic status, all those things to get the job done. And we're living the fruits of that today. I think about that, and I think about the 100 class that I've been involved with in that sense of community that these hunters bring with them. And they're starving for it. And it's something that we didn't really see or feel like that was going to be a fruit of some of these programs, but it's been something that's been remarkable. And I think about those two things. And I don't know how else to proceed without having that sort of come along with it. And so I don't want to get crazy. It's just we all have this in our heart and our spirit about but it's a Montana way. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, so if we can do this in a Montana way and have solutions that are based in that, then it's gonna be okay. Thank you.
Wait, the first anecdotal story about the first elk he was here from base. They picked out 4 or 5 guys that got trucks good enough to go to West Yellowstone and had stock tracks on it. And most of them were wheat farmers. And they went down there and loaded the elk up and probably will get out on the up here and something. And he used to have the drawing at the Civic Center class. He had to be present, get a tag. And that was kind of the genesis of that. Okay.
So do you think they had any idea what they were starting?
Well, I think we don't know opportunity to get elk. We didn't know there was gonna be elk in Canada, elk everywhere, moose in northeast Montana. The last, since 11, that's when that started. Other one, you're fair. It's all good. It's really been fighting over, you don't need to monetize. That's the problem. Is that these people think they can sequester it, monetize it. And that, we got away from that when we left here. The King's weddings had all that.
Yeah. You know, I think about that with the relocation of elk across the country that have happened and occurred pretty widespread due to this region, whether it's even Arizona where the Marions elk don't exist, but the Rocky Mountain elk now exist from Montana, Wyoming, that has helped. And then you go into Kentucky or Wisconsin or other places that lost their populations. So it's a great success story, Greg. And I think, you know, maybe that connects to what Greg was talking about in schools, you know, not just the hunter education aspect, but the story of conservation. Yeah.
My father-in-law, in one of those top areas, he's on the bed, yeah, we're on the left side of the red, the other on the animal ball came in the haystack, so Wyoming Fish and Game Park out there. Loaded up a bunch of antelope and that was the beginning of the herd in Nebraska.
They have a good, they have good photos and the good story about the 25 elk that were moved on to Placer. That and the sportsman's group, it's kind of like, it's a great story. And it's got the photos of the elk being taken off the train.
Stephanie.
I think I want to add something that just corner crossing discussion side. When you guys put up that map with the block management, how many acres this department's opened up, we are like the cream of the crop when it comes to public access to private lands. And I wanted to say thank you to our department, our leadership, this committee, to all of those who have facilitated over the years that, you know, this just keeps building. And yes, we talk about losing some acres, but it's still, I mean, some of my fondest memories are when I was a little girl hunting these areas all the way up to now. So it's something that definitely is a prize for Montana.
I have something to add, Chairman. I think it's important for us, FWD, and as many people that are knowledgeable about, to spread the word of how much access there is and the program. I don't think a lot of people understand all these programs and understand how much public land we actually have in Montana and accessible hunting ground. I mean, we're bombarded with the negatives of, you know, we can't go here, we can't go there, we're locked out here and there, but man, I'll tell you what, Montana should be proud of how much hunting ground we have and public land that we do have, and these programs and this group, you know, I mean, it's a lot of good things going on, and I hope more and more people understand that, because I don't know how to get the message out, but there just doesn't seem to be a lot of people that don't understand what we do have here. So just want to add to that.
Thanks, Rachel. Dale?
Can I take a few minutes? Let it be okay. What was given to us as we came into this meeting from the director was to look at some solutions. And I know there's only about 4 of us that were on the council 4 years ago or 3 years ago, but back in 2023, we talked about corner crossing. And it was a topic that we had put some effort into maybe looking at some solutions. And I volunteered or was tasked to look at and visit with some landowners down in my part of the world. And a couple of people that I can think of right now, one was fully outfitted, however, had BLM lands that were could have been corner accessed. Another person wasn't outfitted, but it was a pay to hunt scenario, and I visited with both of those people, or both of those, ranchers slash permittees at length, and, I asked them what their concerns would be and what it might take to allow corner access on their properties. And of course, this was 2003. This was obviously prior to what came out at EQC a month ago. But I just want to throw some things out. And I don't want to sound like, yeah, they're right, but I want to make sure the council understands what some of their concerns were. And one of the concerns was, hey, if we would agree to something like this, is there a danger that this at some point in time could be a prescriptive easement? Oh, landowner brought that up, and you might look at it and say, well, that's not real, but in their eyes, it's real. And I think as a council and the department, we need to be cognizant of that. Another one said, no, who's going to be responsible for the signage of this? And as well as maintenance of the signs, because they certainly don't want to be. We've heard from Fish, Wildlife and Parks that they're already. They have way too much on their plate right now. And in our part of the world, we're talking about BLM. With the Doge cuts and stuff, their staffs are much smaller. Are they going to be willing or able to do that? The other thing I think people need to understand, at least in Region 7, very few acres of BLM land, when you look at the entire number of acres out there, are fenced solely as BLM. You are looking at pastures that are intermingled, private, state BLM land. And the landowners that I talked to said that they both said they would consider allowing access, but they were concerned about who's going to patrol and keep the hunters off of the private land. And if you say, no, we have Onyx, we have GPSs, but if themselves or someone from their ranch is wanting to make sure people are staying on the public land and not the private land, they don't want to have to say, gee, here's my map, or here's my phone, here's my GPS. I mean, they want something that's more readily available. I think we need to not lose sight of that concern. And then, of course, there's what's the liability for them? That's always an issue. I mean, if I allow people to come through my place to access this, what's my liability? And I think Fish, Wildlife and Parks has that. And I guess related to that and into the conversations of today, I'm just wondering, at some point in time, there may be a court decision in terms of the legality of corner crossing. But wouldn't we as a council be better off to try to look at a scenario where we have provided some type of a corridor? If you're pulling a game card, if you have your hunting dog, maybe you have fours, being able to step over a finite point, it may not be feasible. The other thing is not all corridors are monumented. And would we not be better off to try to work with those landowners to where we could provide some type of a corridor? And in fact, one of the landowners that I talked to, it was fenced on the line. However, there wasn't a gate there because of terrain. That landowner, there was a gate about 50 yards up the fence line, said, if we can reach an agreement, I'd be okay with having people come down the fence line going through the gate. I'd rather have to do that than stepping over the fence. We need to understand that most landowners in Montana are just not going to willingly allow people to walk across their land without some level of compensation. I think Fish, Wildlife and Parks has plenty of programs in place where we can make that happen. And then finally, I'd say whatever recommendations we make, the landowner community needs to be adequately compensated. They also need to know that we have listened to them and what are their concerns and have we addressed or done the best of our ability to address those concerns. And as we get into tomorrow and further meetings down the road, I guess those are just a few thoughts that I would like to leave this group with. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dale. Any other comments?
Yeah, still some.
Just on the corner crossing issue, I just want to say that you ever hear two people getting in an argument, they say, I'll see you in court. You know, I call my attorney. I know one thing, you never want to go to court. Ever. And I can tell you right now, the way I feel with corner crossing, and if we could just come up with some solutions with the landowners, with CALA to work with landowners, but I can tell you, if you go to court, it'd probably be landowner versus public honors. I can tell you right now who's gonna win and who's gonna lose. Nobody's gonna win. Both parties will lose. Because there will be so much bitterness on both sides, whether it's landowner or public hunter, then that's gonna last for a long time. I'm sure there'll be people on both sides that are gonna test the corner crossing if it doesn't go through, and if it does go through, there'll be landowners that are maybe pull out block management. I think it's always a good solution to try to resolve things, mediate, and try not to go to court. And that would be the most beautiful thing. I don't know if it's possible to have a solution, but there's got to be some effort. We got to try to have a solution to one of us.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, no, sweet, Mr. Chair, if we have my turn.
Sure.
Everyone's turn. Would love to, I'm gonna piggyback off of a lot of comments from a lot of people, and even some of our commenters. I was excited and gung ho right away, you guys, to raise me here and get a solution out of my initial instinct when we first got this, right? But charge in here on the horse to solve a problem, and then, then I sat back and you started to really think about what we're doing, and hearing lots of different points of view today, having lots of phone calls leading up to this meeting, with all the parties that we've identified as who is, at the center of this. We as a council have a really unique position to do something that's long term, and Lee, that's why I love having you on being here with you, right? Like getting to hear that example, and those people had no idea what they were doing with those handful of they brought up. We don't know what we're doing today, what the effects of this are going to be long term. But we know that it could be really positive, and hearing from the Stock Growers Association, hearing from BHA, some of the other different groups. We have a really unique opportunity to get ahead of this. I wish we had done this 2023 now, but we didn't. So here we are, 26, trying to do something. But I think more than finding a solution with an access program, I think we need to really think about this as a way to, how do we work on the relationship? I heard that word a lot today from everybody. This is so relationship built and driven. How do we get ahead of that so that next time we hear from Ms. Honeycutt, we don't hear that there's a bunch of landowners wanting to pull out block management because this is an issue. Instead, they hear from us saying, hey, we heard from a lot of these different sportsman groups and your group and being proactive, and we appreciate the efforts you put in to find that common ground. And I thought a lot about common ground too, and I kept coming back to the word common sense and common courtesy. And these are a lot of things that we value in Montana are these commonalities. And I thought about my own neighbor, right? On my farm in Forsyth, we have a neighbor. He runs over onto my field every year with his toolbar. you know what, and I'm not going to sue my neighbor for that, right? Because common sense tells me that it's just not the right thing to do. And there's really not a lot of harm in it. And I think a lot of our landowners where these corners do exist, I think a lot of them probably have the same mindset that, hey, if we find that compensation and we find that way to appease them and make them feel good about this, we can come to a common agreement. It's not gonna work for everybody. We also know that too, like there's zero silver bullets here that are gonna work for everybody. I also need to touch on what Mr. Cameron talked about. We maybe don't value our public lands enough, and I'm sorry he got that interpretation from us or that feeling from us. I know I do, and maybe I didn't understand him correctly there, but public land is uniquely American, right? There's a pile of value in our public lands, even if we don't go to them. And I think this is a really important point. It doesn't matter if you recreate on those public lands or not. The fact that we know we have them and we know that they could be accessible to us are extremely important and very valuable. I may never go to Yosemite National Park, but knowing that it exists and that it exists for the good of the people of this country and the world, and that's why Yellowstone National Park is full of tourists from people all over the world, because it's unique, it's special, it's valuable. So sorry for lots of maybe philosophy there inside of my head, but those are some of the things that I think of when we get ready to maybe try and find a solution, something tangible that we can do. I think those are important things for us to think about as we move forward.
Thanks, Drew. Stephanie.
I want to add that lately, and when we found out about this, being tasked with this, instantly I got anxiety and lost sleep over it and didn't know what to expect. And I think that really listening to the comments today, I really felt like folks were respectful and courteous. And I think at the end of the day, no matter what side of the fence or the corner you're on, I think that we all need to remember the golden rule. And it is so easy on social media to say awful things. And I've heard awful things about landowners, about outfitters, about sportsmen on all sides of this argument. And it isn't productive. And that's what our committee is tasked with, is helping to mend these relationships and build on them. And again, relationships. And I think that it's so important that we remember the golden rule and just be nice. If you don't have something nice to say, don't. It's not helping.
Thanks, Stephanie. Dave.
Yeah, I'd just like to bring up two comments that I haven't heard yet today. And one is, where there's an accumulation of people, there is accumulation of garbage. Is the landowners going to be stuck with that, or what's going to happen there? And the other one, everybody talks about corner crossings to public lands. If corner crossings are legal, I think it also counts towards private land to private land. Am I wrong?
I don't know that answer. Or you get
Good question.
Don't know, Dave. Good question.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Anybody else on line there? Paul or Donna? Good. Donna?
No, I'm good. Thank you. It's been great conversation. And Stephanie, your last comment, I couldn't agree more. You know, it's easy to talk on Facebook, but gosh, when we're all sitting together in the same room, that's where work gets done. So thank you.
Thank you. Hey. Good.
Okay.
We have one more comment comment, to offer here, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again, I'm very helpful. And what I can say is that Dale brought up some very valid points, things that I hadn't really put a whole lot of thought into here that he brought up, and including Chris. With this corner crossing issue, you know, we're talking about 0.06% of the state involved. Is it worth alienating a bunch of landowners to 0.06%? That doesn't have access to it, but it may be illegal access, it may be legal, and it may be illegal. But is it worth alienating your landowner community to over 0.06%? That's the question I think everybody's got to think about. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. So I'm thinking we should, oh, I didn't know they were closed. Okay, didn't realize that. So I guess we have, they already made comments, we can follow up comment. You can do that there, make a follow-up comment. All right. So we have two more folks that were online public comment, that have their hand raised, now one. No, I'm not. Now two. Yeah, officially closed public comment. So I got all that, let's go.
Okay.
Afternoon shift.
Joylyn Wright. Yep.
Hi again. Thank you for taking my follow-up. Can't there be like a neutral zone, like a Switzerland type thing at the corners, like a 6 foot square either way from the corner in, you know, cutting the tip, like make that neutral where everybody has access to get in, but you can't go onto the private land, just, you know, BLM to BLM. You know what I mean? Like, can't that be neutral? Can't that be Switzerland?
It's a good point to put forward, and definitely tomorrow we'll be talking about what a easement point might look like potentially, which I think that's what that would be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Don Wilkins.
Don Wilkins. This
Can you
is
hear
a
me?
call.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Don Wilkins from Libby, Montana. And I want to make a couple comments. The first one is on the hunter landowner stewardship mandatory thing. And I just think by making it mandatory, you're grouping probably 5 or 6% of the hunters that are irresponsible in with the other 95% of people that do, you know, take care of the land and don't throw garbage out on the ground. And I think that's just going to make those hunters a little ticked off to have to take a mandatory test just because of the other 5%. The other comment I have is on the corner crossing, and either this committee that is meeting today or some collaborative group down the road, they're either going to have to make a decision that's workable for public hunters, fishermen, landowners, outfitters, and guides, or a appeals court in California is going to make the decision for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Yeah, this will close public comment time. Pretty much.
Okay, so at the pleasure, I was thinking we have plenty to ponder. Eventually to wrap up right now, and then be ready to come back in the morning and tackle these opportunities. How are you all? Everybody concur with that? Okay. Yeah, so just looking at tomorrow, we'll meet again at 8:30 it might seem like it's only one subject. We have essentially till almost 1:45. So what is that? 5 hours. And I think that'll go pretty quick. So just keep that in mind. We're also gonna be looking at setting up confirming the meeting date potentially. And then if the weather's permitting, to do our field tour access sites tomorrow. Hopefully we can do that since we made everybody come all the way up here from God's lovely northeast corner of Montana. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I would just wrap my comment up with the same, I think, this is not just a me problem. It's just not my need that we're trying to address. This is wildlife management, wildlife conservation. And me, I am part of it. And I think we've all recognized that. And I think the more we can help people realize that we're part of a much bigger picture than just me. And I think we've heard that today with people that want to cooperate. But this is all these combined parties, particularly starting on the land, whether it's public land or private land, starting on the land. Then the resource, then the landowner, then the hunter, then the public recreationist, the outfitter. This is all part of the neighborhood we exist in that has brought us to this point. And I am pleased that we got to this point with a great sense of cooperation. I'm not a kumbaya guy, tomorrow's a new day. And let's hope we're there because I think the synergy of this is way better than me or any one of us, to be able to do a great job as Drew was talking for how this rolls out in the future. My fear always in these decisions is the unintended consequence. That's always my concern is, and as we've dealt with all these pieces of legislation that are all well intended for one specific purpose, how do they roll out? And I think that's the thing we need to be discerning in for ourselves. Can we visualize? I don't know. So I appreciate all your effort today and thoughtfulness and the public comment. And look forward to, what is it? Pizza and beer, and just being able to digest all this for tomorrow. Any final comments on the staff side? Okay. All right. And where are we going?
Sam and Jack's.
Sam and Jack.
Here in the back room, right next to,
Okay. Drew's already clapping his hands. I'm ready. Yeah. Everyone's there. Oh, what?
5:30. They're 5:30.
5:30. You gotta be quick with this.
I don't have to do before on my hair.
All right. We all get it? Yeah. If you want to bring stuff back to bring to honor, great. Otherwise, it's I'm sure safe here. Yep. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
It's like if you. Yeah, no, that's.